We live. You know what I mean? Out here, what's goody? What's goody owls? What's goody old dirty? What's goody that guy? Live for the Ajagba versus Shore Fight. The Mott's gummy joints. I get them for my kids, man, but these joints really good, man. I get them for snacks for my kids, but these joints are too good, man. Oh my god. What's goody, Avo? Jack, what's good? Michael in the building. Yo, I keep hearing about Salt Poppy. I keep hearing about that kid. That he got like legit skills that I didn't watch that card earlier. I didn't. I was watching HBO. Victor, what it do? Yeah, what I mean? What it do, Danny? What it do, Nate? What it do, Jungle? Yeah, yo, I didn't watch the KY Jelly card. I was watching HBO. But you know, I keep hearing about Salt Poppy. That he has like legit skills and all of that. I'll probably give him a look. But I ain't watch it. I heard Elle Brooke got a knockout. Y'all know that Elle Brooke, she a Capricorn, right? Y'all know that, right? Another Team Capricorn alumni. We out here. Motherfuckers can talk that shit. It's all right. Talk that shit. Capricorns out here, man. We getting it. The rumor mill has it that that Devin Haney versus Vasyl Lomachenko may not go down in the United States. That it may happen abroad, as far away as Saudi. That's not what I expected. Seemed like a Vegas fight. You know, they were hinting at Madison Square Garden. Taxes are high in New York for a boxing match. I figured they'd take it to Vegas. I didn't anticipate that they would do a fight like that all the way in Saudi. It's not confirmed, but that's what people are saying. That's what they're saying. Bernard, what it do? Check out the KO. He KO'd someone that's 20 pounds heavier and is more skilled. Yeah, I might do that. I don't really watch the influence of boxing, to be honest. I have nothing against it. You know, get your money. You know, and if you got an audience and you can get money off of that, why not? I don't have nothing against it. I don't watch it. But I don't have nothing against it, you know what I mean? Get your money. Único que lo quema, man. Did you watch that Mauricio interview on the Boxing Voice? It's disgusting how Spence has so much favoritism. Yeah, you know, the Spence thing is pretty lame because you have a lot of people that they're just willing to go to any length to make excuses for him, and they'll swear that, no, I'm being objective. No, you have a fucking agenda. You have an agenda. It's obvious. Whatever Spence does, you okay with it. Even if it's in opposition of what he said before, even if it's a blatant contradiction, even if he told you, yo, I ain't fighting Keith Thurman. When he fight Keith Thurman, you gonna cook up a reason for it to be all right. I don't got time for that, bro. All I know is I don't want to buy that fight, man. Like, I really don't. Now, Devin Haney versus Vasyl Lomachenko, I'm going to buy. They have my money. I said already, I'm glad that Bob wanted to bill it as a regular ESPN fight. However, if he wants to bill it as a pay-per-view, I'll buy it. It's a great fight. It's an excellent fight. It's everything that's right with boxing. You know what I mean? It will do 2 mil. Yeah, I agree with you, Jack. That's why I think that it would be a great what it do, base. Salute, Jules. I'm out at the moment. We'll tune in later on. I got you. Giancarlo, que lo quema. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, bro. That's what I'm hearing, Giancarlo. Ya yo hice un video que se trata de ese sujeto, so I'm going to upload it after I do the live. I was actually going to upload it before the live, but I figured why do that when it's kind of conflicting. So I'll upload it after the live. It's basically about Lomachenko and Devin Haney. And I'll upload it afterwards. I didn't want to upload it beforehand and then force people to divide between watching the video and watching the live. So I'll do it afterwards. And yeah, that's the same thing I'm hearing, bro. Same thing I'm hearing. And notice how no contenders in the WBC are saying anything. Well, I mean, who's going to say anything? You know, Keith Thurman, he got a position that he doesn't deserve as the WBC's #1 contender for fighting a super lightweight, and that's the only fight that he had in the last 3 years. You know, I mean, it's chicanery at this point. It's kind of brazen. What it do, Oscar Virtuoso? Was goody? You know what I mean? It's chicanery. It's like, bro, like you can't really create excitement in the sport with stuff like that. Like being real, like nah, you really can't, because ain't nobody excited about Keith Thurman. You just got a lot of dudes on the internet pretending that they hype off of that. Ain't nobody hype off that man. Ain't nobody hyped to see that man. And how could you be hyped to see Spence when you barely see him? He fought once last year. He didn't fight at all the year before that. But you so hyped. You so high on him. Come on, B. Y'all dudes. Nesta Gibbs said the shit best. I'm glad he spent a week roasting y'all weirdos, because a lot of y'all is weirdos, and the only place that shit seems normal is the fucking internet, man. Y'all motherfuckers is obsessed with that guy. Like, bro, that dude don't even fight like that. How you that big a fan and he don't even fight like that? Motherfuckers spent all year arguing about Spence while he not fighting. You realize that in 2021 it was still people arguing about Spence. And it's like, bro, what are you even arguing for? He didn't even fight that whole year. You going up to bat for him like you his fucking his caseworker or some shit. Spence got a lot of fucking free lawyers doing a lot of free, a lot of pro bono work, man. Buried, what it do? Castro. I don't got time for that shit, man. There as I could tell, the schedule that he's on is the story of a fighter who is not going to be around that much longer. Like it's hard to imagine that Spence is still going to be around 3, 4, or 5 years from now based on the schedule that he's on, because he's keeping more or less the same kind of schedule that Keith Thurman used to keep. Keith, people forget that when he fought Danny, that was the only fight that he had that year. And when he fought Sean, that was the only fight that he had that year. It was after the Danny Garcia fight that the 2-year layoff started. He's had two 2-year layoffs so far, not counting not being that active before that, And that's the kind of schedule that he has, that Errol is starting to have. They're like, bro, y'all barely see that guy. How could you be that excited? Y'all barely see that dude. This shit don't make no sense, bro. It never made sense. We have to open up the chat to the panel. We out here, yo. For the Ajagba versus Shaw. We out here. You know what I mean? Really glad Nesta Gibbs spent the whole week roasting these fucking weirdos. They weirdos, man. Fuck you gonna be that high on somebody that don't even be fighting like that. Spent all year sucking dick, copping pleas, trying to use different angles to defend this shit. Like, bro, you don't even be seeing that dude like that, bro. Y'all are in an abusive relationship with Errol Spence. Y'all in an abusive relationship. He cheating on y'all with Quaaludes. He cheating on y'all with Quaaludes and liquor. He don't give a fuck about y'all. Leo, what it do? Did I post the link? Oh shit, I didn't even post the link. I'm fucking shit. Getting old. That motherfucker, like, y'all in an abusive relationship. That's what y'all in. Y'all in an abusive relationship with that guy. He's stepping out. Don't be in the house no more. Y'all don't see him out there drinking liquor, eating strawberries and shit.
Going to Dubai, baby.
Going to Dubai, baby. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck can you be that high on a fighter that don't fight? I don't understand it.
You gotta upload the clip to StreamYard so you can play.
Yo, I really do though. I don't know why it slips my mind, B. I was just watching shit on HBO Max most of the day. Like, it's like, man, shit. I ain't watching an influencer joint. I don't have nothing against it though, because it to me it makes sense that they're doing that. They have a very big audience, so why not do pay-per-views?
But listen, it's not just that. Like, I'm a hardcore boxing fan, and even I could tell you those cards are fucking entertaining.
I seen the Elle Brooke knockout, and I only happened to look at it because I know she's a Capricorn. That I did see.
Dude, she had Mark Tibbs in her corner. That's funny as fuck, yo.
She's a Capricorn, bro.
Yo, that fight, they started fighting as soon as the bell rang. Like, it was crazy.
Capricorn action, yo. You're
No,
not gonna have a dull moment with a Capricorn in the ring,
no,
bro.
the whole card was good, man. I'm telling you, those KSI
No, I
cards
believe
are
you. I believe
fucking
you.
entertaining. If you're
I
bored,
believe
just go
you.
watch those.
But it's like whenever I get the chance to not do content, I take it.
I'll tell you one thing: they're way more entertaining than any Queensberry card.
They probably more entertaining than most PBC shows, bro. To be real with you.
That's a very low standard to set your event to.
I mean, but at the same time, I feel like that could have, like, a lot of people think that it would have it could have an adverse effect on the mainstream sport, when in reality that's what it might take to get the professionals, the real pugilists to shape up. They're like, yo, you see these influencers, no fuss, no muss, they put on a fight. And they fight often. Like, think about it. Salt Poppy, I think, is more active than Jermall Charlo.
and Earl.
And Arrow, and especially Keith Thurman.
And Keith Thurman.
And
most PBC fighters, actually, if you really think about it.
You got to understand the state of the current 160 division is as such that one of the champions is less active than a retired fighter from 2015.
That's facts. Floyd has had more exhibition matches in the last 3 years than Keith Thurman has had fights.
It's very funny.
That could be the wake-up call, at least I think, for some fighters, not all, because usually when we talk about these things that we don't like in the sport, we are really talking about one outfit more than the others. You know, I'm sure Matchroom is about to roll out a comprehensive schedule. They already rolled out Mauricio Lara versus Lee Wood. I like that fight. I think Lee Wood is going to go to the hospital that day. But still, it's just a great fight. You know what I mean?
Guys, if you want to know how good the PBC is, we are halfway into January. Damn near halfway into January. I'm still waiting for the Benavidez versus Plant fucking announcement.
For real? And Wilder versus Ruiz. What's going on with that?
Exactly.
It's not happening, yo.
You don't think it's happening? I want to ask you. Let me start from the bottom to the top. Leo, do you feel that Wilder's going to fight Ruiz in his next fight?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. I think Wilder has to test his game plan, because I think Wilder is going through something similar to AJ went through when he lost to Andy Ruiz. He's trying to box more. He's trying to stay on his feet, on the run, and punch. And I think he has to test that against Andy Ruiz, because that's a good limited test of how that game plan is going to work against the other guys in the weight division.
Let me go to Julio. Julio, do you think that fight's going to happen, or do you think, we're in for a surprise?
I do think that fight's going to happen, because who else can they make fight at this point that's actually going to generate any type of interest? So I don't think they really have a choice. And I think that if you look at their business practices, they've kind of dug themselves in this hole. So they have to make that fight.
Michael, is that fight going to take place?
Nah.
You don't think it's going to happen?
Nah, because I think, honestly, I really do think that they want that AJ fight. I don't think that the Deontay Wilder would risk taking a Ruiz fight to beat him. Even though I think he could beat him, I don't think he'd risk that. And I think he's going to take a really easy fight.
Wow.
Nothing surprises me at this point when it comes to Deontay Wilder. I've never looked at him as an actual fucking champion. And I bet you he fights some trash again. He's not going to fight Ruiz.
Virtuoso, will Wilder versus Ruiz see the light of day?
Honestly, I don't even give a shit if it happens or not. I really don't.
Will it happen, though?
I have no interest in both of these guys, man. The way they're moving is like, it's so fucking slow. The heavyweight division, just like the welterweight, is so slow.
It's true. It's getting to the point to where, like, look, we have Fury versus Usyk to look forward to, but it's like there's AJ, which he's gonna get back on schedule, and then there's just a bunch of gray area. Like, yo, what the hell are the rest of y'all doing?
I want to know.
Doing?
Where's Usyk's deadlines, bro? Where are the constant videos on YouTube? Usyk signed the contract by Monday. Where is that? I don't see any of that.
Right? Right?
To see that.
Hmm.
Radio
Let me-
silence from Fury, bro. Where you
Let
at?
me
By the way,
Let me go to Avo. Wait, let me go to Avo. I didn't get to ask Avo. Avo, will Wilder versus Ruiz happen, or do you feel that he's going to go in another direction?
You know, they did. You know, here's my thing. This could either be a publicity stunt because I've seen a lot of these stunts in the last 4 years. But like I know they mentioned like, oh, there's a new guy for there's a new name in the hat. So it's like either that's a stunt or they're really like they really don't want Ruiz, and I understand why they don't. One, that's not a big money fight, and as we've mentioned before, if you win, which you may win or not, what are you gonna do? Fight the winner of Usyk versus Fury? If it's Fury,
Exactly.
congratulations, you're not gonna fight him a fourth time.
No.
Like that's just a test of futility. And if it's Usyk, all Usyk has to do is just jab you away the entire 12 rounds. So that, and then even that is not a big marquee fight. So honestly, maybe they really do have someone in mind. Because I know when we talked last
But
time on the last live,
bro? Who? Like
you
the
think
only
maybe
people that you could get money with. It's not that there aren't other people that he could get money with. There are, but they're not PBC fighters.
yeah,
Chris
I get
Arreola,
that,
Chris
and
Arreola.
so that's why I'm thinking maybe they want to do a cross promotion with someone else. I'm thinking maybe we could get a Dillian Wi-Fi like we mentioned earlier on.
He's not
Maybe
gonna
we could
risk
get
that with Dylan.
Dillian is not
But-
like that is a very winnable fight for him.
He's not gonna risk it
Even
though.
like he's not going to fight Joe Joyce. I understand that.
Who's
But Dillian
riskier? Who's riskier, Ruiz or White?
It
White
doesn't
is
matter.
easier.
Either one he wouldn't fight. He doesn't
And
want.
White,
He's never
I
wanted
think
to
White
fight
has a
White.
chance in that fight.
All right, like Julio, talk to me. Wilder versus White. One, how realistic is that as a proposition? And two, is it riskier than a Ruiz fight?
I think that I think it's kind of realistic as a proposition if Dillian White is still sort of working independently, because I think he's on a fight by fight basis with Hearn, like he does kind of like what Canelo does. So I think it's easier in that sense, but also like as a fight, maybe it's not as risky as Ruiz, but it's still risky. I mean, if you think about it, his left hook is one of the biggest punches in the division, right after AJ's uppercut and obviously Wilder's right hand. So he'll always have a chance. And Wilder didn't seem too keen on fighting him when he was mandatory. So
Yeah.
why not? Why not
Yeah,
consider
but
that?
see, this is the thing, because I'm like, look, something has to happen. Realistically, something has to happen because he hasn't outright retired. They seem to want an AJ fight, but you don't want to collect dust while you're waiting for that. An AJ
Right.
fight, they're talking about what?
Also,
I know who it is.
If I could just add one more thing, he'd have to travel to the UK for that fight because Dylan does way better numbers there than Wilder does here.
And that's the other thing. You know, they're saying when it comes to Anthony Joshua, they're saying that they're willing to go to the UK. Would they be willing to go to the UK for Dillian? Because if they are, and personally, I'm like, Shelly, you can't be this stupid, bro. Like, really, though, you can't be this stupid. There's money over there for him. And he's 38. If he hasn't retired yet, it got to be for the bread, right? Hey, go over there. Or unless you really want to wrap him in a fucking cocoon.
I know
So
who
again-
they'll do. What's the guy's name who just beat Kawanaki? Forgot the guy's name.
Demirezin?
Yeah, they'll do him.
Bruh, but they said it's a bigger fight than Ruiz. They said that. Malik Scotch
what?
said it's a bigger fight. Yeah, that's why I'm like, bro, okay, who the fuck you gonna fight? I could think of some people that would make for a bigger fight than Ruiz, one or two, but it would require you to travel abroad. The bulk of the cash is not in America. It's actually in the UK, the bulk of the cash. And those are the requisites. One is Daniel Dubois. You could sell that in the UK, not because of Daniel, but because Wilder's in the UK. Then it becomes a box office fight because he's been on pay-per-view before. You could do that. You could do Dillian, who's been on pay-per-view many times over there, right? And Wilder obviously has been too, so you could do that fight. But outside of something like that, who the fuck else you gonna fight, bro?
And
Ricky
that's why I'm saying,
Sanchez?
and that's why I'm saying that, like, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they did a cross-promotional thing because, realistically speaking, Wilder doesn't have that many options. Is he going to fight a Frank Sanchez? Is he going to fight a Bacoli? No, he's not. He's not going to fight Jared Anderson. He's not going to fight Michael Hunter. So, like, he really doesn't have that many options. He's not going to fight Joyce because, I like that. That's a risky
Definitely
fight,
ain't
and
gonna fight
it's not,
Joyce.
and it's not a big like, in the sense
No,
like
no,
it's, not,
in the
it's not what he
UK,
wants.
no. In the UK, that would do numbers. But it's like, bruh, you really gonna fight Joe Joyce just to be fighting Joe? Nah.
Coming
come
off
on.
of a Hellenius when you're going to go step in there with Joy Joyce.
Yeah, be like, come on, but you can't go from a chinny guy to a non-chinny guy. Like, come on, be like,
That's why I'm thinking it would most likely be White because I think White is also in that stage in his career where look, like people, a lot of people like White, and I understand. Like he had, like I remember when he was the actual body puncher, but White has kind of, in my opinion, kind of hit that plateau now. He's kind of like his last couple of performances have not been that impressive. He never fixed his defense, and now he's become less and less of a body puncher.
I want to shout out to Owls. Owls is volunteering Chisora, but I'm like this. If it would have been Chisora when Chisora wanted it, if it would have been Chisora after the Pulev fight, I might have agreed. But Chisora just fought in a stinker with Tyson Fury, and even in the UK, I'm like, yeah, you could probably get people to go, but like you could probably sell tickets for the show, but I don't think that would do well on pay-per-view. I don't, because the Fury pay-per-view, they said Frank Warren said it did like 500,000, right? Right. But the guaranteed purses to the fighters are in the neighborhood of 25 and 29 million dollars. Like, nah, bro, that shit flopped. So I'm like, what, y'all gonna stick them on pay-per-view again? And who gonna do it if it's Chisora? Who gonna do it? Queensbury? Come on, like who gonna do it? Chisora last fight was on Queensbury. Who gonna pick it up? On what network? So I really don't think it's Chisora. White makes more sense. And they keep saying, because I read the article, I did a video on it, that Malik Scott kept saying, yo, it's a big fight, and Deontay is big time. So for a big fight, stuff happens. And I'm like, all right, but who could be a bigger fight than Ruiz? That's really only like a handful of, not even a handful. It's like
I don't believe
guys.
I don't believe him though. They don't have a bigger fight.
Bruh.
I just think they're
So is he really about to duck Andy Ruiz?
Yes.
Who knows? Who
Yes.
cares? Blah,
That's
blah,
cool too.
I will say this:
he got the whole era of fighters.
The outcome, if he fights Ruiz, the outcome of that fight either looks good or bad on a lot of heavyweights right now. Because if he wins, he like the Fury win looks even better. If he loses, the Joshua win looks even better now. And then you start to question, like, how strong was he really?
Okay.
That's the conversation that if he loses that fight, and you know what the Fury fans are going to say? They're going to say, oh, well, there's nothing left of him. You know, that's what they're going to resort to. But there are going to be a lot of critical thinkers and a lot of people that if Ruiz wins that fight, suddenly beating Wilder for Fury, it'll take it down a peg. They're like, bro, y'all gassed the shit out this dude. And if Andy beat him, it's like, bro, like, basically, when you look back on this era, which we talked about, and you rank these heavyweights, you know, Fury would have to be somewhere to number 1 or number 2, and Usyk would have to be somewhere number 1 or number 2. For me, AJ would be number 3. If Ruiz beats Wilder, Wilder gotta go under Ruiz. Why? Ruiz was unified. You wasn't. Ruiz beat AJ. You didn't. And if he beats you, I mean, what we gonna do?
Yeah, you just
he arguably beat Joe Parker when he had the belt too.
Yes, he did. A lot of people. I remember that, and they had a big old Burger King emblem in the ring in New Zealand. And I say it all the time. If that fight would have been in America, they would have scored it for Ruiz. But you know, it was in New Zealand, Joseph's neck of the woods. So you know how it goes. You know, let's not be coy.
I wanted to bring up something because this week I heard that. Well, it was rumored that Franklin is the front runner for the first Joshua fight of 2023. And if that's true, does that speak volumes of how people's reaction were to the scorecards?
Well, first, let me address this super chat. Shout out to my man Hyam. Appreciate that, bro. You didn't have to, but you did, and I love it. I would say, look, Sean Franklin, there's only one value in picking Sean Franklin. And it's not that it's a banana skin. It's that if you
Jermaine?
Yeah, sure. Why do I keep saying Sean?
Yo, you named him Sean Franklin. I was like, who is that? In
Yo,
your video,
look.
in your video, I was confused.
Who is Sean Franklin, bro?
Is that an actor?
You know, it makes sense. You see, what happened was he was watching too much Sean Connery when he was a kid, and you know, it just happens.
All right, look. If he picks Jermaine Franklin,
Aretha Franklin.
if you don't knock that guy out, because the only value of that, which is why I think the fight is a redundancy, and I said that in the video I did, the only value of fighting Jermaine Franklin is that, you know, he just beat Dillian White, and Dillian White went the distance with him. You know, he wasn't able to put him away. But if you knock out Jermaine, what does that really mean? That you're better than Dillian?
When did he?
Hold on.
When did he beat him, though? You said he beat him. When did he beat Dillian?
No, that's not what I said. I said he went the distance with Dillian, right? And the only value of that is he went the distance with Dillian, right? So if you go in there and you knock him out, what does that prove? That you're better than Dillian. Well, we know that already. You beat Dillian years ago. The only value of fighting Sean is dispatching him better or dealing with him better than Dillian did, which is no value at all. We already know you're better than Dillian. The real value is fighting Otto. Otto went the distance with Fury. Otto gave him all he could handle. So fight Otto or Hergovic. But I personally don't see the value in a Jermaine Franklin fight. To prove what? That you can knock out a guy that Dillian didn't knock out?
Yeah, I don't think there's value in it. Like, there's no boxing value in it, but that's just a commercial for Joshua versus White too, which would do numbers in the UK, but it's not really an interesting fight.
Yeah, and it sends the wrong message that you're gonna fight a guy who's coming off a loss on the premise that he gave Dillian White a competitive fight. So fucking what? You knocked out Dillian White, didn't you? What are we doing? Pick Otto. You know, pick Otto. That's what I think. Pick Otto.
Right.
For me, there's only one choice.
Really
two. Really two. You can fight Hergovic. I wouldn't do it now because I don't want the IBF breathing down my neck. So I would schedule that for the summer. I would go, look, do Otto Valine. Like, bruh, don't let that Fury shit fool you. I'm not saying nothing bad, but I seen Otto before the Fury fight, and I saw him after the Fury fight. All right? The guy that he was that night with Tyson Fury is not the guy that he is most of the time. Take care of that dude. You can knock him out.
And if he wants to develop, if he wants to develop under Derek James and like implement the stuff he wants to do it against a guy you haven't fought yet.
Yeah, bro, you just fought a southpaw, so you're not gonna be in unfamiliar territory. You just fought a southpaw, right? This guy ain't Usyk, man, by any stretch of the imagination. And if you're too nervous to put AJ in there with an Otto Valine, that really sends the wrong message. I think it does. You should be able to walk into an Otto Valine fight with confidence that, look, I got beat by Usyk, but Usyk is Usyk, you know. These guys just can't run around whooping my ass. And if you fight Jermaine Franklin because he gave Dillian a competitive, bro, that shit weak sauce. Nah, you can't fight that dude, bro. Like, nah.
Okay, Julius, let me ask you this question. When was the last time Anthony Joshua fought a tomato can?
Yo, it's been a long time.
Eric Molina.
Yeah, Eric Molina in 2016, I believe it was.
Don't you think a tomato can time after 2 consecutive losses? I'm not saying the Otto Valine fight is a bad idea, but I think he might have in sore need of a tomato can because look at what happened after the second Usyk fight. You started to lose it, so maybe a soft touch, just to remind you who you are, is what you need.
Look,
that's what I was thinking, Leo.
Okay, Leo, let me level with you, and then I'm gonna pass it to Hayam. If he picks Jermaine Franklin, I'm not disagreeing with you that he's entitled to a softer touch because a lot of guys get softer touches and don't nobody say nothing. Fucking Fury just fought Chisora for the 3rd time, for God's sake. So I'm with you. I'm not going to complain. I'm just saying that it does kind of send the wrong message. You're fighting this guy, if you fight him, because he gave Dillian a hard fight? Bruh, you beat Dillian, bro. Like, you got to do better than that, bro. Come on now. Hayam, what do you think about it? You okay with Jermaine Franklin?
Nah, I'm not okay with Jermaine Franklin. I think it got to be a little bit stiffer. I was actually okay with Dempsey McKean. I didn't.
I was okay with that too.
I was okay with that.
okay with that. I thought that was cool.
I didn't mind that. Yeah, like unbeaten guy, unbeaten southpaw. That's not a bad fight.
I don't know what this Jermaine Franklin talk is, but Dempsey McKean, I didn't. That's one thing I didn't understand. I didn't understand why he was going the southpaw route. That I didn't get.
Well, look, 3 of the guys that's in the running, right? It's a lot like most of his options are southpaws. Otto Valine, Zile Zhang, Dempsey McKean. So it seemed like, yo, look, you got a lot of southpaw options and you just fought a southpaw. So if you fight one after Usyk, it won't be that, like, you won't feel crazy because these dudes ain't Usyk anyway. So I figured,
Yeah,
maybe
but that's a
Southpaw.
problem. The problem with that, with the southpaw selection, is that you're not headed towards a southpaw. From what we understand, you're headed towards a heavy hitting right hander in Deontay Wilder. That's what you're headed towards, and you need to be fighting Fa Ajagba before you fighting these guys. You need to be fighting those kind of guys.
I like your
You see what I'm saying?
mentality. I like your mentality, but I'm gonna also say this because this is the other thing that motherfuckers not understanding. Wilder is not. How could I put it? Wilder is an option. Feel me? Why I say he's an option? Because if Fury beat Usyk, that's the priority. You see what I mean? If
What do
Fury,
you mean? What do you mean? If Fury beat Usyk, then
if Fury
Fury
beat
running
Usyk,
the world.
hold on. If Fury beat Usyk, right?
Yeah,
What's the bigger fight? Fury versus AJ for all the belts, or Fury versus Wilder for no belts?
Yeah, it's Fury versus AJ, obviously.
All right, bang. So what I'm saying is, if Fury beats Usyk, what Hearn is going to want is the Fury fight. But if Usyk beat Fury, all right, then we'll fuck with you, Wilder. We'll fuck with you because.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's the secondary fight. I see. What you're saying.
Like it's a
like
backup.
the fight
like
on the side. Yeah, it's the
it,
backup
it ain't
fight.
the motherfucking end game.
Yeah.
And motherfuckers is acting like the press, I should say, the media is treating Joshua versus Wilder like that's the end game. No, the end game is actually if Fury wins. If Fury don't win, then they'll look at Wilder like, all right, we'll fuck with you because we ain't going to bother with
That's
him.
a beautiful position to be in because if you're Joshua, you can't front. Both of those fights are mega fights.
Yeah, I mean,
Joshua.
I don't want to downplay the Wilder fight. I don't want to downplay the Wilder fight like it ain't worth no money.
Joshua Fury fight. The Joshua Wilder fight just might be bigger than the Joshua Fury fight.
You know why I don't agree with that? Now let me tell you why. It's a big fight.
It's a big fight, yo.
It's a big fight. It's a big fight. Like, I don't disagree with that. But what kind of threw me for a loop is that the fans wasn't there for the Hellenius fight. And I'm like, listen, when Mike fought Peter McNeely, motherfuckers knew McNeely was going to get stretched. Like, motherfuckers knew.
You got a point. Yo, Jules, you got a legitimate point.
Everything you see what I mean? But because it was Mike, because it was like, yo, he's back. Yo, he's back. Same with Floyd and Marquez. Now, I'm not downplaying Marquez, but motherfuckers knew, yo, Marquez is from 2 divisions south. That's where he from. But because it's Floyd, like, yo, he back after 2 years. He been gone. He back. And I was thinking, yo, Wilder.
You was thinking Wilder was going to get that type of respect,
and he didn't, bro. He didn't.
Yeah, but Mike and Floyd, those are pay-per-view stars.
Oh yeah, those are monsters.
Those are stars.
But I do get where Jules is
and I don't think.
I do get where Jules is coming from. He's trying to say, damn, you would have expected that he would have got a little bit more attention because he's coming back and everything.
I don't think Wilder's domestic fans won't factor into this. It's going to be his fans over in Europe and in the Middle East, if that's the case.
Like, I'm not going to say, like, if you told people, no, because he got fans out there.
No, he does, but I'm just saying, like, is that the bread and butter of the
You know how it go, bro. You know how it go. They'll fuck with him. They'll fuck with him for the big fight. For the big fight, they'll fuck with him. So if you told people, yo, on July 4th, Deontay Wilder, representing America, is going to battle motherfucking AJ on Mount Kilimanjaro, the fans is going to come out. But it's like, damn, my guy, you by yourself, just you off your name, only 77, only 75.
Yeah, I don't know how that's
sounds crazy.
Horrible, yo.
There's 339 million people in the United States, bro.
That sounds crazy.
But even with Fury, Wilder has never.
But that goes to show how famous he is.
He's never sold out the gate.
How famous he's not.
He's not famous.
Our number, the number that I actually live by is 185 million. I live by that number in the United States. Where I get that number from is the presidential election. The presidential election was 185 million people that was actually able to vote. So I consider that to be the buying amount. The people that
I see what you mean, like
buy.
the people, the actual consumers, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I come up with that number of 185 million. That was like the last presidential election. So I keep that number. At 185 million, you telling me 200,000, whatever, 150,000, now 77,000. But you know what the wild shit is?
200,000. If it had been like, let's say it would have been the number, which I already looked at like, wow, bro, you at the height of your popularity. Look at what he drew with the second Ortiz fight, just a little over 200,000. And I'm like, bro, he's at the height of his popularity right now. He's an unbeaten champion. And that's all he drew. You know what I mean? And then it hasn't gotten better. It's gotten worse. And I'm like,
yeah.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
They don't know him from a can of paint. Americans don't know
Yeah.
why can of
Yeah.
paint.
Nobody cares.
Pay-per-view, hold on. If
Go ahead.
pay-per-view buy rates were votes, right? Canelo Alvarez would be the president of pay-per-view.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he would. He would be. 100%.
yeah.
100%. There's no doubt about it. And the vice president would be Triple G.
I wouldn't put him. Honestly, it's
Is
between.
he not, though? Is he not?
No, I mean, look, you know what the thing? I
Is
can't
Triple
even.
G and Manny Pacquiao?
Let me say this because I see that there's a lot of people that are being
Oh, Jake Paul.
obtuse. I see it's a lot of people that are being obtuse when it comes to the zone's number, right? Dan Rafael came out with a number that is not what the number is for Canelo versus Golovkin 3. There's a lot of Americans and just a lot of people in general that don't want to accept it. Like, if you do a press release, you can't lie. If they telling you, yo, we sold a mill, they sold a mill, bruh.
What did he say?
100%.
What did he say the number was?
He said it was
1.6,
500
right?
down.
1.06?
He said it was like 500 down. It's like, I don't believe that.
And then he tried to deflect and say, well, the other numbers were numbers from Europe. But it's like, bro, who in Europe is gonna wake up at 3 a.m. to watch that fight? That fight was marketed to this side of the aisle.
And when you read the press release, they tell you where the numbers come from. Eddie Hearn, people don't want to believe shit he said, but it's like, okay, use your own common sense. If Canelo sold 800 thou with John B, and he sold 500 thou with random Russian that looks Korean, right? You don't think with a bigger name than them he could sell? The year before he sold 76,000 people showed up to see that man fight. Use your common sense. But I see. Go ahead.
I was going to say, take it a step further. Even if he just did 500,000 pay-per-view, find a anyone competing with that number.
Yeah, but I don't even want to lower the bar for them because I don't want to lower the bar because they thrive off of that. They'll be like, oh, well, Canelo only sold 500,000, so 200,000. No, you fucking suck, bro. All right? 200,000 sucks dog dick. It's a big country. If you tell me that a motherfucker's a star, I want to see the threshold of a star. You should be selling 500,000 just off of you if you a star.
Yo,
you
Jules.
selling 200,000, 100,000, you're not a star.
Yo, Jules, like the same amount of people came to see Canelo fight Billy Joe Saunders as the same amount of people that sat on the couch to watch Wilder fight Helenius.
Bang.
Come on,
Bang.
man. Come on, fam.
Make it make sense.
That's a true, that's a true statement right there.
Yo, that is
like
so
only 50,000 showed up at
What the fuck is that, yo?
That's why I fuck with Hayam.
Wow.
The way he put that, think about it. 76,000 people showed up for Canelo. Only 76,000 people bought Wilder's
Sitting on their couch.
77,
That's why I think the fight.
77,
That's why I think the fight with
Yo,
Ruiz
they
is
sit
gonna
on their
happen
couch with
because
their
like
feet up, fam.
they have to put him in there with the live body at this point if they want to make any type of like money.
Come on, that's
All right,
crazy,
I want to ask.
fam.
I have asked this before, but I haven't had the chance to ask Hayam or Julio. I'm gonna start with you, Hayam. What does Wilder versus Ruiz do in the American market right now?
Right now, if I'm bold, I'll say 300 to 350. If I'm bold,
Conservative?
That's conservative is 275.
You think it could do 275 conservatively? You better than me.
I
Better than me.
I'm thinking-
I know that's a stretch. But the Mexican ingredient, I'm gonna try to push it through. You know, I could easily say 175, but I'm gonna try to keep it at 275. Conservative.
Nah,
All
I
right,
thought you had it,
Julio.
bro. I was gonna
Julio.
say if I'm being conservative, 175 to
Woo.
225 buys. Because like I
You
think
said 175 to 275?
No, 175 to 225. So
Oh,
175
shit.
buys
Oh, shit.
low, 225 high because like okay, it's a legitimate fight. It's two, solid heavyweights.
Mhm.
And then you have the backing of Mexican the Mexican boxing fan base who are going to be willing to pay for it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I
Can I-
thought.
And
Can I ask a
it's not one like with Wilder.
I
If you
thought the
look
same
at
thing
when he
he
does
said,
do
I
numbers,
thought.
it's part of it is because of his dance partner.
Mhm.
So, and I think
Yeah,
that
but-
Ruiz
yeah,
is going to be able to
100%.
subsidize that.
Can I
Yeah,
say
100%.
something? Can I
I
say
agree.
something?
Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
Where was that Mexican fan base when he fought Ariola?
Ah!
Well, that's the same. Well, that's the thing, though. It
Good
has to
question.
do. It has to do with your dance partner. Like, no one's really checking. Ariola's a fucking Klitschko era heavyweight. No one's
Where
like,
was it when he
no
fought
one's
Ortiz?
interested in him.
That was
Yeah,
But this
Ortiz.
might be a
Right.
little
Ortiz
bit
is
Another one.
different.
always
This might be a little bit
Ortiz is never a
different,
big
guys.
star.
No,
Ortiz
this might
was
be a
never a
little
big
bit
star.
different. This
Nah,
might
but
be a
Man, they
little
was
bit
out
different.
partying and
This
having a
is
party.
him going for another chance at it. At big time boxing. This might be a little bit different. The Mexicans might actually show up for this fucker right
Let
now.
me ask this though, because I try to think about it in terms of okay, Monday it's officially announced that Wilder will fight Ruiz, and I'm just thinking, is anybody really going to be excited though? Like big fights create excitement, like Lomachenko versus Haney. That's going to create excitement. Why? We've been waiting to see that shit for years, and that's why I fuck with Devin. I don't care if he lose because he give me the fight. I don't care if he lose. I still fuck with him. And
That's gonna be in a big room.
yo, they saying that shit might be abroad. It might not even be in America.
I heard it was
Damn.
You
in
think in Saudi?
MSG, bro.
They
That's what
got to
just
get that
reported.
Saudi money and probably shit. But
Well,
see,
Benson just reported that MSG might be the front runner.
motherfucker,
if MSG
Devin
is the front runner,
said,
I'm going to
Devin
that fight.
said,
It's not
listen
true.
to me.
I'm going to
Devin
that fight.
said it's not MSG.
Oh, fuck.
So
Really?
Vegas?
I don't think
Vegas
it's
then?
gonna be in the Saudi. That'd be dumb.
Come on,
Oh
fuck
shit, it's gonna
on,
be in the
bro.
Yo, if it
Ukraine.
was MSG, I'll be there.
Dude,
I'll be
that's
there.
not.
Oh,
Even
that's not a good
worse.
idea.
So Vegas? Vegas? We talking Vegas or what?
I mean,
Oh my
my
God.
first guess was Vegas. That was my first guess. If it's not Madison Square Garden, I'm thinking Vegas.
Are you guys talking about Haney Lomachenko?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're trying to like build up Devin's Muslim fan base, so maybe that's why they're going to the Middle East.
Look,
Yeah.
look,
Nah.
in a nutshell,
Yeah,
I mean, I ain't gonna
the
take
parallel
it.
that I'm making is usually when you announce a fight, because they've kind of gotten away from this a lot over the years, that there's a synergy and a life that a fight takes on once you officially announce it. And when I think about Wilder versus Ruiz, which I do think is an intriguing fight, and I would actually pay for it, like I would buy it, but I'm like, is anybody really gonna be excited about that fight?
I don't think nobody's gonna be excited at the beginning. Like when you announce the fight, I don't think nobody's gonna be excited. But I think as it comes closer, I think yes, you gonna get excited. Once you realize that these guys are actually about to fight, I think yes, everybody's gonna get excited. Once
Does
we
everybody
realize that
agree
it's
with
real.
that sentiment? Do you feel that as the fight date approaches, perhaps it might, because the big fight feel is unique. Like I could tell you the average pay-per-view, even the ones that are supposed to be big, they don't have the big fight feel. The big fight feel is Camacho and Chavez. The big fight
that
feel
crazy shit.
is Mayweather Cotto, that like, yo, people, I gotta see that shit. I gotta see this shit. And it's a lot of fights like, and I'm not knocking Canelo, but it's like, yo, Canelo is big on his own, but fighting Saunders doesn't have the big fight feel. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
The big fight feel is when you kind of don't know what's gonna happen, when you don't really know.
Canelo versus Triple G, the second fight. That's the big fight feel.
Or Canelo
I
Bivol.
do it. Yeah, Canelo Bivol. Everybody
I'm gonna tell you why it didn't have the big fight feel, Jay. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why. It didn't have the feel because you literally had people talking down Bivol. You feel me? They didn't know nothing.
No, Jules, we weren't.
No, I know, but
we boxing fans though.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just because we knew better, the big fight feel is when it's buzzing. Like, yo, motherfuckers.
That's true. That's true. That's true. You're right.
Know what's about to happen.
not a name.
You're right. That's true.
When it's
That's
on
true.
the edge, when you really don't know. You know what I mean?
I
I'll
would
give
say
him
the
that.
I would say the Caleb Plant fight had a big feel only because it was for Undisputed.
That's what Caleb Plant versus
did.
Benavidez is going to have. Caleb Plant versus Benavidez is going to have.
You think that, bro? I don't think. What do y'all think that's going to do? What y'all think that's going to do?
That does 250.
I don't know what they're going to do, but
250 max.
I'm talking about. I'm speaking bias. I'm speaking from a boxing fan. In a boxing fan, I would say maybe 275, but that's not legit. That's not a legitimate claim.
This shit is, it's like I'm looking at both guys, right? And I'm like, yo, who really rocking? I figure that if anybody really got people rocking with him, it'll be Benavidez, right? And I'm like, but who really rock with him like that though? Like for real though, like who fuck with him like that? Not me.
I don't.
I don't like that.
Bro,
But he do
can
have
I
fans
say?
coming out though. He do have fans coming out. We gotta admit
He
do
do.
have some
He
people
do.
show up. You feel me? We gotta give him
But
that credit.
where are they putting his fights at though?
Yeah,
His
like
side of
Yeah,
his, his
I
side,
think
his
they
side
on the
of the
West
aisle.
Coast. I think they on the West Coast.
I mean, he draws
That-
them like
not
with
in
Arizona,
He's on
Arizona, right?
Arizona.
Yeah, I think he on the West
He
Coast.
got like
You
a
feel me?
hometown following down there. He
Yeah,
do.
that's what I'm trying to say. He got a little something down
But
there.
most of them fans is gonna be at the fight.
Yeah, we can't talk.
They
Yeah,
gonna
but we
be
can't talk
at
too much shit. We can't talk too much shit because it's the same thing with like a Terrence Crawford. He's fighting in Omaha and he could fill out Omaha. He can't really fill out nowhere else, but he
True.
do his thing. You know what I mean? So we
Same
can't
with
talk too
Errol.
much shit. You feel me? We can't talk too much shit. Errol was filling out Texas Stadium and shit. We
Bro,
gotta give
does
him his little
Caleb have
respect. You feel me?
fans?
We gotta give him
Wait,
his
does
little
Caleb,
respect.
let's do the other side of it though. Does Caleb like legit? Like, I'm not talking about dudes. I'm not talking about saying something nice about Caleb on the internet. I'm talking about if Caleb fighting, do he got people that's gonna pay?
Well, after
Yeah,
that,
Caleb don't
KO,
fill out no
I
think
Tennessee
so.
or wherever the fuck he from. He's from Tennessee or somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he not filling out no stadiums in his hometown. Terrence Crawford is.
True.
You know what I mean? Like David Benavidez, I think he's filling out a little something where he's from or whatever. Errol Spence, we know he's doing numbers
Yeah,
where he's from.
he do his.
So
At
we
least
gotta give some respect. We gotta, like
no,
Dude,
but
can
that's
I
what I mean.
listen?
Like,
Can
how
I
could
say how
you?
many pay-per-views this Plant and Benavides fight is gonna do, bro? And it's
Yeah,
pay-per-view,
I
bro.
don't
In
know.
this
I don't
fucking
know.
recession, I don't think it will cross 100K. If
Wow.
Deontay Wilder
No,
can't cross
wait,
He said I
yeah,
don't
100K,
think it'll
say it,
cross
Sawab.
100K.
Say
bro.
it.
If Deontay Wilder
Damn,
can't cross,
fuck.
bro. If Deontay Wilder can't cross 100K, bro, he's not gonna do it. These two are not gonna do it.
you
Let's be
know,
honest.
Nah,
not
he'll
far
cross
off.
And
on. They'll
Deontay
cross
Wilder is
100K
like
though.
That's a
no.
good point,
Nah.
though, ain't
No,
it?
he
Not
does. He
far
does
off.
make a good point. He does make a good point. Don't get it twisted. He makes a very
I mean,
good
they
point.
put Plant on Wilder's undercard, and that shit clearly didn't help.
That shit
Yeah.
didn't do
Exactly.
nothing.
I ain't gonna front. I'm bullshitting with saying 275. I'm kind of bullshitting. I'm not gonna lie.
you just thought
I'm
about it.
trying.
Like,
Mm.
You
Yeah, I'm
weren't. You
trying.
weren't. It's all good though.
Yeah,
You
I'm
weren't. You good
trying.
though.
Yeah, I'm trying. I ain't gonna front. But
yeah, look,
I
look, I
don't
like
know.
playing devil's advocate too, right? Like, I really
Yeah,
do.
that's what I was trying to do. Kind of.
I like playing devil's advocate too, but I really thought about it, and I'm like, look, it takes two guys that have some kind of support to sell a fight at the bot. It does though. Like, it takes two guys, unless one guy just has a whole lot of fans, and that ain't Benavidez. You ain't got fans like that. How I know? Jermell fought at the beginning of last year. Damn near 1 million people tuned in because they knew it was going to be a good fight. You fought a week or 2 weeks after that. Half the people watched the shit. Little over 400,000.
But Jules, try to support my 275. Try to support that right now. Try to like
How, bro?
Try to back me. Try to back me my 275.
Based on what metrics, bro?
No, I know it's fucked up. What I'm saying is try to support me. I know I'm wrong. I'm saying try to support me.
I'm trying to think of an argument. In other words,
try to support me. That's what I'm trying to say.
I heard it, and I'm like, okay, are people excited enough that this fight can come close to 300,000 bars, right? Bang, and this is what I do in my own mind. I think of the other fights in the last 5 years that did that or something like that, right? Bang, Spence.
So you want to Brona Pacquiao and shit like that.
That's hear me out. Spence sold 360,000 with Mikey because Mikey and Spence both at that time they had people that fuck with him like that. Now, even if I say, okay, people low key fuck with David, who fucks with Caleb?
But you know,
I know who.
I asked you to try to save me.
I know. Hold up. I know.
You just blew me up.
Yeah, I know who fucks with Caleb.
Trying to save me.
Who fuck with him?
His wife.
Hold on, CJ.
His wife.
She ain't gonna listen, Jay. She ain't gonna buy it because she gonna get the fight.
They waited too long to make this fight. This fight was big when they both had belts.
And they were unbeaten fighters. And they were unbeaten, but they
dug
want to
themselves
wait.
in this hole. They dug themselves in this hole being arrogant.
Now let me take you back. Remember, and I thought this. I thought this was a decent card. I bought it. The Charlo doubleheader on pay-per-view with the Jason Rosario unification. And
bought that too.
And
me too.
What was the other fight? It was Charlo versus
It was Charlo Rosario at junior middle.
No, it was Charlo Duranchenko.
3
with
belts.
Charlo versus Derevchenko, right?
Bang. And I bought that, and I bought that like, yo, you know what? That was it was a decent card, and I'm thinking, yo, these dudes is not even fighting for no belt. This day, like y'all not fighting for no reason. What are y'all fighting for? For what? Like I don't even know why y'all fighting. Like, bro, like what is
Same
this
reason
about?
why Keith and Spence are fighting.
Like what y'all doing? Like, and they see like PBC has a perverse and distorted view of boxing because even if on the inside it's more a business than a sport, you can't do that to the fans though. You got to maintain that image that this is a sport. And the shit y'all doing, y'all just doing whatever. Like y'all just taking names and putting them in there together. Whereas look at Lomachenko and Haney. You know what I'm saying? It's 3-4 years of buildup. 3-4. We've been waiting for this since 2019, I'm gonna say. We've been waiting for this. And now it's here. And now it's like, yo, Loma, you talking that undisputed shit. This kid's giving you a shot, bro. He giving you a shot. And Devin, you know, if you really want to prove that you that guy, you know, this is another way you could do that because you know George. Yeah. I knew you was gonna beat George. We all kind of knew you.
Yeah, George is not that good. Yeah.
I give Loma a lot of credit. I give Loma a lot of credit because he's fighting once again. I got a thing about, I don't know if y'all know, I got a thing about weight bullies in the sport. So Loma is fighting at his actual walk around weight, and I give him a lot of respect for that. I don't know if he's going to beat Devin. Maybe Devin beats him. I don't know. But at least Loma is fighting the top notch. He's fighting at the limit, at his highest limit he could possibly fight at. He's truly testing himself. And I give him a lot of respect for that. And I don't know how people can't give him respect for that because he's a really 130-pound fighter. He's not a 135-pound fighter. And he's doing the best he can. He's doing amazing, man. He's fighting the top level at 135. You got to give him respect, man.
The shit that I'm saying, like the boxing community is so poisonous and so toxic that you can't just enjoy the fight. That look, it's two good fighters. If they wasn't good fighters, it wouldn't be a good fight. But you got to admit they're two very good fighters. Devin is young, in his prime, undisputed. He is out here, B. You know what I'm saying? And Loma, you know, he good fighter, great fighter. You know, he doing what he doing. He trying to do what he said he was going to do. You can't complain. It's a great fight. But the boxing community is so fucking toxic. They'll fuck some shit. Like, why are you trying to fuck it up? Like, it's just a great fight. Let it be a great fight. You know what I mean? It ain't got to be all this bullshit. Just let it be a great fight because that's what the fuck it is.
It made a better man win.
Who you got, Jules?
I got a video I'm going to upload after this. That's why I don't want to talk about the A, B, C, and D.
Yeah, no, we tried already. Jules won't tell us. We tried. Jules won't let it.
Yeah, Jules don't want to let it go. If you had to hold a gun to my head, I don't know, man. I seen Lomachenko.
Julius, tell me in my ear, nobody's listening.
No. I'm gonna wait.
Jules don't want to let
Jules type it in the private chat.
Jules type private chat.
We'll promise you won't tell.
It's a secret. Fuck
yeah,
that shit.
Who the panel got? Who the panel got though?
Yo, you know what it is?
Haim, who you got, Haim? Who you got, Haim?
No. Nobody say nothing. Nobody say nothing. I'm gonna go to my go-to guy. I got two go-to guys. Julio, who winning that fight? Come on, Julio.
I gotta think. I actually do. I'm thinking, man. Fuck it. I'm gonna let my nuts hang, and I'm gonna say that Lomachenko's gonna turn back the clock, and he'll stop him late. I think that weight cut is gonna catch up to Devin.
Okay,
go to my other go-to guy, Leo, who winning that fight.
I think Lomachenko's winning that fight. I see any scenario where. Told this before. For me, a key factor on that fight is how the ref is gonna behave in that fight. Because if the ref goes there immediately after the clinch, Devin might have a chance. Because Devin is not gonna work in the clinch. But if the ref let those guys work, Lomachenko is gonna run over him. Because he's not strong enough. He's not strong enough.
Spicy.
Ooh, that was crazy.
Spicy out here. It's spicy. I love it. And that's why I fuck with Devin. Motherfuckers need to start like motherfuckers really need to start promoting Devin. Why? Look, man, motherfucker's a man of his motherfucking word. He a man of his, like he said
true character.
For real, like he said, I ain't worried about no motherfucking Australia. Like I ain't worried about them kangaroos and all that shit.
He did what he was supposed to.
Pick
what a
it,
real fighter
Jules.
would do, you know. And he
I'm
went.
saying, like, I ain't worried about no motherfucking
Pick it,
wombat.
Jules. Pick it, Jules. Stop hiding. Pick it.
Yo, no, you don't. No, wait. You don't know what. You don't know why I'm not picking. I'm on my content. I'm on my content creator flow. That's why I'm like,
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Because I'm gonna turn this into like 20 fucking videos. That's gonna make
no. Do your thing.
See, this is why
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm
gotta tell you, I got Loma via points decision. I think people are writing him off and saying he's too old too quick. I think that he actually has what it takes that he can beat Devin. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I definitely think he can win and he can pull it off.
Now, let me say this about Devin. See, this is the thing. I don't know that we've seen the best Devin Haney. And I don't think at 24, however, I think he's 24. No, we have not seen the best Devin Haney. We seen Devin do what he need to do with this guy and this guy. So what you got to think about is, can Devin keep up with Loma? Because that's the question. And I'm like, the kid is 24, bro. He should be able to. She's 24.
I agree with you.
I think
part of
the reason I think Loma will take it is because I just think that it's going to be Shakur is going to be the one who really like puts it on him.
Shakur is more like
takes that. And I love Devin, but I just think he's going to be the guy to do it.
I'm not disagreeing. I've been like Shakur. Like, look, Shakur is in that place. Like, there's Neo, right? Where Neo got to that he could do what he wanted in the Matrix.
Yep.
Shakur. Wait. Shakur is not Neo. Shakur is the architect, motherfucker.
Ooh.
Architect.
I don't disagree at all.
When you look at the shit that he do, like, remember that scene when Neo walk in the shit and he's like, this is the 6th time you came here, right? Neo don't even know that shit. What? Motherfucking Shakur is 3 and 4 and 5 steps ahead of the other guy. Other guy trying to do this, he already over there. Already over there. So if irrespective of the outcome of this fight, Shakur is the guy, man. He's the fucking guy. And that's why Mayweather said his name by name. Devin and Shakur need to go just leave Javante alone and just let him do his thing. Yeah,
I think Devin is very good. I think he beats Loma. I actually think he beats Loma with some skill set and just a little bit of grit. I think he might actually beat Loma.
Could I say something?
But Shakur outclasses Loma.
He
makes
Devin,
Loma look funny.
The argument for Devin, because remember, I'm giving them both an argument. The argument for Devin, I don't think we've seen all he could do. I don't. Kid's young, man. On the flip side, Loma do all the things for the base style that Devin has. Loma is all wrong for him. Stylistically, you economic. He's not. He's a volume puncher. You an orthodox fighter whose best punches is jab. He's a southpaw that pivots and cuts angles all fucking night. So it's these little things that I look at. Now, I already know who I'm leaning towards. I'm just making the case for both. That don't get it twisted. We have
Can I say something right quick?
Like, Jules, you talking some kind of way. You want to go in the wallet? What you want to do?
Nah, because I haven't picked yet.
But if you want to, we could do
I'm
that.
Wait. I'm on my content creator. I'm turning this into 20, 30 motherfucking videos.
Do your thing.
Doing the Al Heyman, bro. I'm not gonna give us a straight video.
Go to war.
Wait. Could I just say one thing right quick?
Yeah.
I think that just when it comes to this Devin Loma, I give Devin all the credit in the world for taking it because I don't think a lot of people understand how much danger he is in. If he does have another year in this fight with Loma, we're gonna find out what that is. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I don't think he has another year.
We're gonna find
I
out.
really don't think he has another year. He really doesn't have another year.
That's what I'm saying. Well, if he has another gear that we don't know about, we'll find out in this fight because Loma's gonna push him all the way.
Bro,
you said another year or another gear? What did you say? Another year or another year?
No, another gear. Another gear.
Oh, no, another gear.
Bro, but he's
Oh,
weight
no.
drained.
Yeah,
Like
no,
you
hell
see
no.
his
He's weight
fucking-
drained beyond.
He
There's
doesn't
no way
have
he's got
another
another
gear.
gear. There's no way in the world he has another gear. It's over. Our only question is, can he make the weight healthy? That's the only question when it comes to
Based
this
off
fight.
did you see his last weigh-in?
Even if he does make it healthy,
skeleton. He looked like the Walking Dead.
He can make the cut easy, but it just still takes a lot out of him. He's just a naturally big guy.
That's the only question. The only question is, how does he make the weight? We think he has the talent to beat Lomachenko or at least give him a very good fight. But the weight drain is the only real question in that fight because the weight is too dramatic. We saw the way he looked on the scales. It looks ridiculous.
Let me read this super chat. Jack says if Bivol goes undisputed, is Canelo versus Bivol a big fight feel? Yeah, that would have the big fight feel, but I'm just telling you, my foot tells me that shit ain't gonna happen. So that's what my foot tells me, that like, yo, I feel like it's just too much shit in between Bivol and Better Be. It's too much shit. Like you got
that big fight feel got to be a 50-50 fight for real, and
for real.
big names fighting 50-50 for real. That's your big fight feel. You don't get that. That's Joshua versus Wilder. That's not really Joshua versus Fury. Unfortunately, it's not really Joshua versus Fury. Everybody thinks Fury gonna beat Joshua, so it's not really the same.
The only fight that's coming up, besides the one we just talked about, that has the big fight feel, is Fury Usyk. It's the only one.
What? No, hold on. What about Bivol Beterbiev?
Bro, that shit is not gonna happen, bro. Motherfuckers know underneath it all. You know why it don't have to feel? Because motherfuckers they put it together in their head before they put it in the words. They're like, bro.
But to us, me and you, Jules,
my God, I'm telling you, if it's me and you, I made my pick 3 years ago.
No, I'm just saying. But to us, I'm saying to us, ain't we excited for that fight? Like, ain't we excited?
But this not the act. Look. I'm gonna tell you, excited in a big fight field is not the same thing.
It's not. But
let me show you how. Alen Babic is about to fight Rosansky for the WBC Bridgerweight. Am I excited? Yes, because somebody gonna get knocked out, and I know that Alen is not perfect. You fuck around, get knocked out.
Yeah.
It's not a big fight though.
Excited,
100%.
I'm excited, but is that the big fight?
No, that's not the big. But I think Beterbiev versus Bivol is the big fight field. That's what I'm saying. I think that is a big fight field.
Let me explain it to you.
How many people are going to watch that fight, though? How many people are going to watch that?
Let me explain it to him.
I'm not saying that is pay-per-view, box office, all of that shit. I'm not saying that. I'm
bro,
saying between the boxing fans,
the magic shit, bro.
Between the boxing fans, that's not big fight field.
Big fight field. When Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano was walking to the ring,
that's big mega. That's mega.
Let me explain it to him. Listen, hold on. Hold on. Bro, let me explain it to you in your sense. Maybe you understand.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Hold on. Getting a blowjob is one thing, but going in them sweet walls, that's the main event, bro.
Yes.
Bro, this is a family show.
I like that. That's solid.
Swab's advice on how not to.
Yo, Jules, can you pull up the Vite Myers?
Hold on, wait. I gotta read the super chat. Inshallah, Sawab and Devin deserves this fight in the Middle East so he can go to his pilgrimage in Mecca during Ramadan.
That would be nice.
That's a good point.
That would be nice.
That's a good point. They're gonna be right there.
Yo, I give you a big fight feel. Davis versus Garcia. That's a big fight feel, baby.
Yeah.
No.
But I have to say that on a personal level, it's like I feel you because I know you right. That it's a big fight. That's one of the few fights you could do in America that could actually do $1 million. So that's a big fight. But for me, I don't feel it like that. Like, nah, I don't, because I don't fuck with y'all.
I mean, like the fight is intriguing.
You don't because
if you told me it was Davis Stevenson's.
Oh God!
For me, there we go. Because I know he is going to fuck you up.
Those the four horsemen you want to see, isn't it? Like the four horsemen. That's like fucking Devin Haney, Shakur, Garcia, and I think Tank.
Can you
these four have to fight each other?
Can you have a big fight feel but not do big numbers?
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. The big fight
feel will not fight each other.
Nah.
Look,
Feel me. The big fight feel is like when Roy went up to heavyweight. Like, yo, this dude is crazy. Like, what are you doing, bro? You about to fight John who? You crazy. It's like, it's surreal, bro. Like, yo, is you really about to do this? It's when the ring walks. It's when they doing the ring walk and you like, yo, I can't believe this shit is going down. You know what I mean? That don't really happen like that,
you
bro.
You ever woke up on the morning of June 8th, 2002 and felt like, damn, this might be the Super Bowl?
Yeah, like the big fight.
Yeah, I know
when Josh fought Regis, that wasn't big fight feel.
He's talking about that real shit.
No. That wasn't. Look, no, you bringing up regular Joyce. I'm telling you, look, go back. If you old like me, Chavez Camacho, big fight. Feel like, yo, they really about to get down. Them talked a lot of shit, a lot of unbridled shit.
Canelo Chavez.
Oh,
Canelo Chavez. Canelo Chavez is a big fight. Canelo Chavez is a huge fight.
We were waiting for that
Mexicans
to happen.
Yeah, but there was a big fight.
Nah, that wasn't no big fight.
Chavez,
bro, you telling me you thought that Chavez
is not a star though?
You didn't think Chavez
really that accomplished.
Back then, we all knew Chavez wasn't shit. We all knew Chavez wasn't shit back then.
That wasn't a big fight. Canelo versus Chavez wasn't a big fight.
No.
For Mexicans, it was. For Americans, it wasn't quite there yet.
Nah, like big fight. Yo, look. Hayam, name me a fight. Just name me a fight.
Yeah.
They doing a ring walk. You like this, be like, yo, I can't believe this shit is going down. You ever
Lennox versus Tyson.
There got 2001. Like, yo.
Yeah, Lennox versus Tyson. It was like, what the fuck is this?
Yo, Julius.
I was throwing a fight party in my house that night. I was like, oh my God, this is this shit.
You know what I'm saying? That's when you see them walking and you like, yo, I can't believe it's about to go down.
Yeah, that's the one. Mayweather Pacquiao. I will.
Yes, of course.
Mayweather Pacquiao. But those are the last two where you say, God damn, this is about to happen.
I ain't gonna front. I did get the big fight itch for Shields versus Marshall. Like, yo, it's here, B. Like, I've been
Canelo Cap, y'all. I also got it from Mayor Bumgarner too when it was walking down.
No, but
Yep. I'm like,
Serrano versus Taylor was a big fight.
But see, Serrano, I'm gonna say that. Like, I'm with Hayam on that. That if I had to say, out of all them joints, which one had
Serrano
the big
versus Taylor,
fight feel? Bro, the crowd was electric. The flags, all the shit, the music, the stoicness. Katie come out, she's stoic than a motherfucker. Serrano enjoying the moment and all of that. The crowd going crazy. That's the big fight feel.
Yeah, that's the big fight feel. But I ain't gonna lie, Julius. It's easy to get caught up in the big fight field when you in New York. I could tell you that when Serrano fought Hardy, it seemed like a big fight field. In New York, if you were there in New York, if you were outside Madison Square Garden, it felt crazy.
Yeah, because they was both New Yorkers.
Yeah,
First,
it was kind of crazy.
Super chats. Clowns who don't pay for boxing now mad. Devin says fight is not at MSG on Twitter. Devin doing what he do. Fuck the haters. You beat me to it, Jay. Even the music bands got into it in the ring. Chavez versus bro. It was like
wait, what?
I was a kid when that, and I remember because of the act, like I was biting my nails watching that.
We were living for that fight, man. We were waiting so long, man. That was the fight to watch.
That was the
Jules. Let me ask you something.
I just need to say, I picked Chavez. I had.
So did I.
I went with
Chavez. I knew Chavez was gonna whoop his ass. And
I picked Chavez, and I was in New York. It's mad Puerto Rocks in the house. It's mad Puerto Rocks. Boricuas all up in. I ain't got that.
By the way, Jules, let me ask you something about Camacho. After when he fought not Chavez but Oscar De La Hoya, was that after he beat Sugar Ray and sent him into retirement?
I think so.
And
I
think
the old fight that they had in the was that in the 80s when he fought Sugar Ray?
No, that was in the 90s. He came back after 5 years. He was like 40 years old, and Camacho beat him. Camacho stopped him actually.
I remember Camacho telling him he was going to whoop his butt, and he got Sugar Ray up on the ropes and stepped on his foot so he couldn't get away. He stowed on his ass.
But by the way, Camacho stopped. He stopped Sugar Ray in that fight and permanently sent him into retirement. Sugar Ray was like probably 40 at the time. But then, I was wondering if he fought Oscar after that.
That ring girl was earning her money.
Sugar Ray didn't come back to the well one too many times, man. That was the problem.
Let me read the super chat. We got a good question here. Does anyone know if Salvador Sanchez versus Wilfredo Gomez did good numbers back in the day? I can't answer that. I can't.
I would think it did.
I don't know. I wasn't even alive.
I mean, when you think about Lyman and Chacon and look at the crowd that shit got, I would assume this shit with the crowd that got, I would assume this shit got a good crowd. I would
think so, man.
I would think so.
Only reason why I would say no. Only reason why I would disagree is because the heavyweights were crazy at that time.
That is
the heavyweights was pulling a lot of interest at that time. That's the only reason why I would say no.
Okay, Julius, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Which possibility is more likely?
What the hell?
Is Ryan Garcia versus Gervonta Davis or Beterbiev versus people happening?
Garcia Davis.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Davis versus Garcia.
Wait. Remember that you're talking about two fights that there's a lot of skepticism involved, right? Well, let's put it this way. Why would I say Garcia versus Davis? Because at least they are at a point where negotiations happened. With Bivol and Beterbiev, nothing has happened. There are no negotiations. There are no talks. Nothing. Nada. All right? The only way that fight will start to feel real to me, first, Artur, you got to get through Anthony. And I'm not trying to say that Anthony going to beat him. I'm just saying, Beats hit the nail on the head, man. You got a better chance than people think. He got the right.
Did he say Beterbiev or Benavidez? He does have a chance. Did he say Benavidez or Beterbiev?
No, he talking about
power.
He talking about Beterbiev and Bivol. Which one is more realistic? And I'm saying Ryan and Davis is more realistic because at least they got to the negotiation. But motherfucking Artur and Dimitri ain't talking about shit, bro. Like,
no, but is he saying Bivol and Benavidez, or is he saying
Bivol and Beterbiev?
Oh, he's talking about Beterbiev.
Jack said, "Is Canelo versus Usyk a nail, bro?
Come on now,
rolling.
Come on now."
Motherfucking Drew said that fight started my Rican fighter slander and no pink crony slander of the god Chavez. Man, listen, that dude is everybody knew that dude was trash by the time he fought Canelo. B. The word was out. Drew said, respect Chavez Jr. resume. He got a better resume than Jermall. No, he don't, because he got
beat.
No. He got beat by an MMA fighter. Fuck out of here.
I will say this. I mean, like, hey, I will say this. Like, the only thing, I will say this. The only thing that the Chavez Jr. fight showed, the only thing the Chavez Jr. fight showed against Canelo was that he has a good chin. That's it. He could take a beating.
Yeah, that he could take an ass whooping. That's it.
Yeah, he could survive.
That's it.
He could survive.
But he does have a better resume than those guys combined.
That dude literally got beat by an MMA fighter, bro. Stop. And an old MMA fighter. Stop. He sucks, bro.
A legend. Anderson Silva, bro. Again, better resume than Boo Boo and Charlo and Mungi.
Hey, did Shushu go? Did Shushu go yet?
Shushu already went. He went like an hour ago.
Oh, fuck. I missed it. How we look? How we look?
He look good. He did shit.
Yeah,
he get the KO? He get the knockout?
Yeah.
Nice.
Shushu is a problem.
Ain't that Bozy? That's Bozy.
He has a really good gas tank for
who's he training?
I gotta keep it real. Shushu
young guy.
But Shushu got to tighten up on defense. It's scaring me.
It's
You know who got
really?
to tighten
It
up
was
on
bad.
defense?
It was
Tim
bad.
Cavell.
It
I
was
saw
bad.
that
I
fight.
didn't
Oh,
see
I
it.
yo,
saw
that
that
I didn't
fight
see
was
it.
Oh,
listen,
y'all,
crazy.
can I give a
yo.
shout out to Klim Cavell, man?
Yo,
Yo, that
listen,
fight.
She put it
this
down.
the
That's already
shit.
fight of the year.
To me, look, this the shit, man. She too brave, man. Like she too, like, bro,
Yeah.
you too brave, yo. Like you did, like she one of those you hit her and she want to get that. Like, no, you can't do that with this joint.
But I mean, but Joe's. In all fairness, though, she couldn't even really box with Plata. Like, I mean, like Plata was just touching her all over the place. She was out hustled, out worked, out boxed, out countered repeatedly. It's like she couldn't really do much.
Sanicia gotta handle that, yo.
Yeah. Oh God. Don't tell me she has to fight.
Shout out to Sanicia. Look, Sanicia. I'm confident. Like put it this way, Bang. Put it this way. I knew that there was a possibility that she could lose, but I went with Kim because I'm like, nah, she'll figure it out. She did everything that I didn't think she would do. Like you sat in the pocket where I thought you would be in and out. You traded with her where I thought you would be 1 and 2 and get out. She did everything.
But Jules, she lost wide, man.
Like
she lost
punched,
pretty wide.
but she wasn't
lost.
like
she really lost.
Jules, she wasn't punching. Like she was punching, but she wasn't moving.
The shit is that her punches didn't have like Plata did. Like that shit was not bothering her. Like she didn't even have no scratches on her.
I think a couple times Plata was even smiling at her ass. Like just that's it.
I think if the way Kim Cavell fights, she's gonna have a shorter lifespan in the sport.
Look, I already lit the bat signal. Like I put it on Twitter. I'm like, only Sanicia Estrada could save us, and she hit the like on the shit. She already knows. She the only one that can.
By the way, Jules, Plata had a longer reach than Kim, right?
Yes.
Okay, it showed. It clearly showed in that fight. It showed. It really.
She had better feet.
Yeah, she did. She had better movement too.
That was a good fucking fight, man.
That was a good ass fight.
It was.
That was a good ass. I ain't going front, but I am a little bit hurt. I ain't going front. I like him, man. I ain't going front.
I was surprised. I just watched it, tuned in this morning. I was wrestling yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to catch up. But when I did and I saw it, it's like, oh fuck! Now I see what Jules is. Oh damn, poor Kim.
Good ass fight, my like they was really scrapping, but it's like, yo, you can't hurt her. Like, look, there's a fighter that Jessica fought, right? This is an Argentinian fighter. This woman is like a garden gnome, but she hit hard as shit. Like knockouts, real knockouts. If she couldn't put a dent in Jessica, Kim damn sure.
Oh, you mean UT Bop? You mean UT Bop?
Yeah, like she hit hard and like knockouts, and it's like, bro.
Jules, you said it's about Argentina. They tougher than a $2 steak, man.
Tougher than a $2 steak, bro.
Jules, you hurting, bro?
A little bit, I am. Man, I ain't gonna front.
See if you can get it for an interview. Can you get it for an interview?
Because the shit was, yo, remember how the fight ended? Right hand, mom. And she was like that. That's how the fight ended.
Like,
she hit her after the bell.
Was that on the bell or after the bell?
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
After the bell. She's like, oh. I was like, yo, she fucked.
She was tagging before that, though. In the last round?
Yeah, that was the last round, yo.
Jules busted out the Marvin's room yesterday night.
Man,
but it's like, dude, she was just a step behind the whole time. The plot.
That's a good fight. Rotisserie Ramirez versus Isaac. That's a good fight. That's a good fight. He gonna fight the Japanese guy. I've been caught that. The dude
Yoshino. Yeah, that's a good fight for Shakur. That's a good fight.
That's a good fight.
He just came out of he just knocked out Nakatani. So yeah.
And besides that, he just need one fight. He just need one fight so that he could get at the winner of Lomachenko versus Hamey. You know what I mean?
You know he vacates his titles. I was waiting, Mr. Fulton.
Fulton ain't gonna fight. I looked on Twitter today, and it's still people holding off hope that Fulton gonna fight him. I'm like, yo, either y'all motherfuckers don't learn, or you just don't want to learn. Because I'm like, bro, what the fuck make you think he gonna go to Top Rank? This is gonna be another can you make party? That's all it's gonna be. If by some chance the Figueroa fight don't happen, because that's what I seen. Shout out to Jake Donovan. Jake Donovan said that that fight is not finalized in spite of the reports. I'm like, all right, look,
Jules, we know what's happening. We all know what's happening.
You know what I mean? Let's say he stay at. Let's just say, for argument's sake, all right, that shit don't happen. Does that mean that he gonna fight that man? No.
Isn't it part of the triple header with Ponce Matias? I thought it was.
That's what was reported. That's what was said.
Oh wait, I have a question. So if in a way vacates, can he still push for WBO
Yeah,
super
he already
status?
he
already has it.
already
He's
has
got it.
it.
He's got it. He's
He
got
already
it.
has it. He got it
Okay.
3 weeks ago that he's super champ and he can move up and be mandatory. He already
Yep.
got it.
Okay, and even if he vacates, he still has that.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
He already got it
He got
before he
super status.
vacated.
Yeah, he got it before he vacated. Yeah.
He's a
Okay.
default WBO's mandatory.
Yeah,
in
B.
122.
He the WBO Go Power Ranger. Like he already got it, bruh. But Fulton not gonna fight him, and I don't know. I be feeling like when I see that kind of a redundancy, when it's like, yo, you should know better. It's like you trying to save face for the dude. Like, bro, stop lying to yourself. That dude is not going to top rank. That shit is not gonna happen. Why are we pretending? So he don't look bad? That gotta be it. Cause I'm like, bro, all that extra shit, and y'all asked for that. Remember that last year when that news broke or whatever, they asked for that. They petitioned for that. They're like, can you approve this fight for the interim at the convention? It's like, bro, they asked for that. Why we acting? Why? So that Al Heyman can have a good fighter? Come on now, stop it.
Why are people so fascinated by that fight anyway? Like, a monster can fight MJ. That would be a good fight too.
That's the other thing I was going to say, that I like. If I'm gonna be real, do I like Inoue versus Fulton as a fight? Yes, because Inoue has not come across, for the most part, defensively minded fighter. That he's really just defensively minded. You seldom ever see Stephen Fulton shift his weight to his front foot and lay into a guy. He doesn't really do that. He spends the whole fight on the fly and on the defensive. But for fun, for action, for a great fight, oh, that's MJ. Yeah, you're going to love that fight because they going to the hospital. Somebody going to the hospital, bro. Like the Fulton fight is a very intriguing fight. Like, I love the fight, but I ain't dumb. That shit ain't happening. Now, the MJ fight, get your popcorn because that's going to be a good fight. And I believe
MJ's got another mandatory defense coming up, right? He's fighting.
You better not lose that shit.
Fuck, man.
You better not lose that shit.
Who do you favor on that fight? MJ versus Inoue.
Inoue. MJ keeps his hands down for whatever reason. That's easy money.
I like in that fight. I like MJ's feet. I like his feet. I like that he's a combination puncher when he want to be. But I just feel like, yo, you know what? I can't get that fight that he had with the Chilean dude, the little one, the southpaw. I can't get that fight out of my mind.
Who the fuck was that guy? That dude was durable.
Bro, that dude was giving him the business, that fight, bro. And I'm like, bro,
tough
that
as
dude,
fuck, bro.
He was he was giving him the bit. I'm like, bro.
When that guy late replacement, or
no, he wasn't a late replacement. But if you can't get that guy out of there, why I'm supposed to believe you gonna get Inoue out of there? Nah, son.
I mean, I was never convinced that MJ was a knockout puncher anyway.
Maybe. What the fuck?
Who's in the mall? Who's in the mall?
Maybe you are not factoring the fact that Inoue is moving up in weight, and this is his fourth weight class.
This is fourth weight class.
He's not gonna fight, but you acting. See, this is where we disconnected. You acting like MJ is the next fight. By the time he fight MJ, which could be at the end of this year or early next year, right? Some time will have passed, and he'll be more acclimated.
That's what I was gonna ask. So you think Inoue takes like a prelude or a step up fight?
What I think happens is what's more likely than not to happen, at least in my opinion. Fulton gonna come up out of that belt. He's gonna come up out of that belt. Run that shit, bro. Run that shit, because you gonna drag it out and do the bullshit, and then you just gonna vacate it, bro. Like, let's cut the bullshit. The WBC, if it go how it look like it's gonna go, how it look. All right, bang. Bro, y'all asked to fight Brandon. Y'all asked for that. Y'all did, right? Bang. Who's next in line with the BC? Luis Nery. Coincidentally, Luis Nery. So I feel he gonna get the BC. He knew he gonna get the BO. He gonna get that BO. I don't even think he gonna fight Reece Salim. I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't. I think I seen another name in there that I'm like, that'll happen. a dude with a lot of consonants in his name. Aka something. Aka Takatol. Aka something.
Is that having an
Motherfucker got a bunch of K's and T's in his name. Aka Taka. I think that's gonna happen, right? Because Reese Salim, even though he not a PBC fighter, I'm like, bruh, I just don't see it though. I don't see it happening. I see Inui versus Akataka with the K's and the V's in his name. So fuck the bullshit, man. Motherfuckers need to stop pretending that PBC fighters be in them kind of fights. No, they don't. Fuck out of here. They don't be in them. Fulton not going to Top Rank, and I know you ain't gonna try to act like you the A side to Inui, bro. Like, can we stop? Can we stop wasting each other's time?
Mm-hmm.
Who's Inui's first fight up there? Then who do you say it'll be?
It's gonna be Akataka.
Akataka. Yeah.
Look. This is what I want you to do. Go to the WBO rankings, right?
All right.
Reese Salim is number one. He number one, but it's somebody behind him, and you gonna know who it is because he got a bunch of.
I'm here. Luis Nery's number 2. The number 3 is Hazat Ahavad Nasad. And
there you go. That's him. That's it. That's him.
And watch, you're gonna get Fulton versus Nery next.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta cut the bullshit, bro. Like, motherfucker.
Okay,
like,
his brother's number 4. Look at that, Takuma.
Yeah, Takuma, but Takuma better move back down.
He don't punch. He can't punch. I'm sorry.
He can't punch.
He can't punch for shit. He can't. Like,
he was not blessed.
He can box, but we know we got that power. He got the power. All the power went to
the Inui sperm. The sperm that had Inui in it. All the
power. No, but Aleem's number 1 in WBO.
I know he is, but I'm telling you, I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm telling you, I don't see Inui versus Ali. If it happens, great, because Aleem is solid and he's unbeaten. But I just don't see it happening.
Hey, y'all, Johnny Rice about to get stretched?
I think so.
Fuck, man.
Who else can Inoue fight at that weight other than MJ? Because we know we're not going to get Fulton, but other than MJ, what other?
Nery, bro, Luis Nery for Japan.
Isn't he on?
He's on PBC.
He can't go to Japan. We all know we can't go to Japan.
He's a PBC fighter, yo.
Look,
Eddie Band.
Peep this. All right, Nery is with Zanfa. Unbeknownst to most, Nery just had a fight in Mexico. You see what I mean? Now, I don't know if the PBC still fucking with him. If they are, then we're going to have problems. If they are, then we're going to have problems. But push come to shove, the most money for Nery is Inui, bro. I think Fernando Beltran will let him do that. Not in Japan, though. In Vegas.
I think that throwaway Mexico fight is just what Zanfer does. Because didn't they do that with Zepeda?
Yeah, but he's more their fighter than he is PBC's fighter. He's more their fighter. In other words, who really promote him? Zanfer. Just like Munguia, he not really Golden Boy fighter like that. He really Zanfer's fighter like that. They co-promote him, but he really Zanfer's fighter. So push come to shove, Fernando not dumb. Like, bro, what the fuck else we gonna do with Nery? We can stick Nery in there with Fulton. Who the fuck gonna buy that shit? Nobody. No one. We put him in there with Inui because of the Yamanaka, because of the honor, because of the samurais. Bruh, it's a whole scene, bruh. But you got to do it in Vegas because his bitch ass can't go to Japan. Japanese investors will come out for that fight. I guarantee it. The whole Japan going to be holding their breath that whole fight. Oh, God, please tell me I didn't burn the popcorn.
It's going to explode.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. That's all you need.
Yo, bro, I put it in for 2:30.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's stretching it. That's stretching it right there.
Fucking burn the fucking popcorn.
What kind of brand? What brand you eating?
Orville Redenbacher.
Oh, I love that brand. That's the gourmet. That's the gourmet top tier popcorn.
That's the only one you should be getting.
Yep.
Now, I get the cheap shit, too. Why not? I get the cheap shit.
Only if Orville sold out. Only if Orville sold out. You get the cheap shit.
Or it's not like fucking Orville fucking seasoned the seeds.
Yeah, but you know what? The problem with the cheap shit is you got to time it right. Otherwise, you burn the shit out.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
2 minutes. That's all you need.
Nah, it looked mostly all right.
That sucks when you got fresh popcorn, but it's burnt smell all over the place, man. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that shit smell like a motherfucking hair salon.
Yeah.
Damn. Can y'all believe how many times the fire alarm has been set off at my job because people burning popcorn and shit?
Bro, that because popcorn burn fast, bro.
No, but here's the thing. The last time it happened, it's like the engineer comes in and it's like, I'm tired of this shit. We need to get these motherfuckers on camera because they're running out. They're leaving when this shit goes off, and it's sending the fire department out here.
Hey, AJ, be happy they do that and don't pee on the damn toilet seats in the bathroom.
No, I'll say this, that as strange as it might sound, I view Inouye versus Neri as being more viable than Inouye versus Fulton because it is a bigger fight. It's a culture clash.
Wasn't Neri talking shit about Inouye a few years back, saying like,
he was.
and all that nonsense?
He said he beat that little man.
Talking like he says he's going monster hunting too and all that bullshit.
And I think Inouye will fuck him up, bro.
I think
Inouye will really fuck him up.
Yeah, well, let's let Inouye do that then, please.
You remember all the shit that Payano's trainer talked, and look what happened to him,
bro. The first 1-2 he threw, literally the first 1-2, bro. It was like
he didn't know where the fuck he was. It's like, oh, how'd I get here? Like,
man, where's Josue Vargas? Since we're talking about this, that reminds me.
Yo, where is he? Where
is that guy? Oh, yo, I saw a video of him shitting on Zepeda for getting knocked out.
Wow.
Like, can you believe that?
Who shit on Zepeda? Who did?
Josue Vargas. He was like, yo.
Oh, yeah, I saw that video. I saw that.
Y'all can get
bro,
off my
he still
dick
hasn't
now.
left a block in the fucking Bronx, man. They're still laughing at him for getting knocked out.
His spirit is still at the Hulu Theater, bro.
But he just got stopped. He just got stopped by a journeyman.
For real, like how you even talking, my guy?
He on lockdown.
Let's get that rematch then.
Dude really got beat by Boxcar Eddie and shit. Like you literally fought a dude from
the Dakota.
It's ironic that you guys mentioned that because I literally just rewatched the Zepeda Josue Vargas fight the other night, man, and laughed my ass off.
So funny, bro.
And the fact that he's got balls enough to say some shit to Zepeda after getting knocked out like that.
But you know why he mad, country? Because it's kind of like that was the beginning of the end for Josue. Like when he looked back, it's like it all traces back to the motherfucking Zepeda fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the fight after that, he didn't lose, but he got dropped twice, I think.
He got hurt in that fight.
He got hurt.
He got hurt in the fight after that.
Because the next fight after that, he got stopped by the journeyman. Yeah.
He's just not cut out, man. He got no chin.
He ain't got no chin. He can't take a punch.
He should cut hair. Yeah. Just be a barber.
You know what's really sad? Rolly got a better chance of hanging in there boxing than he does.
Nah. They both suck.
They both fucking suck.
What's worse than Rolly though, man?
Yo, word around the campfire is he got a fight coming up, but the joint that knows she didn't want to tell me. I offered $6. Like, yo, if you tell me, I'll give you $6.
She turned down $6 for real.
For real? Like, yo,
come on, bro. Seriously,
bro.
I was dead ass though. I was dead ass. Like, yo, I will cash app you $6.
More cops, more problem, man. Blair the Flair cops.
Yo, if you fight Blair the Flair, that'll be some bullshit. That'll be the special.
But like Jules,
special ed cafeteria fight.
Yeah, that's a special ed match, man.
But Jules, you know your $6 offer. Anybody remember Money Talks when Chris Tucker got arrested and he yelled to the cops, "Hey, y'all give you $5? $5?"
Bro, not for a cool $5.
Yo, they're making a Rush Hour 4. I hope they don't fuck it up, man.
That fight would be for the undisputed golden helmet match, man.
Bro, winner gets a retainer. Winner gets a year worth of Invisalign.
Man, retainers hurt like a motherfucker. Yeah, man, retainers just hurt like a son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
All you hear throughout the fight. Woo! Woo!
First off, Blair Kai, he's trying to pursue a Rocha rematch. Why not? I can go for that again.
Nah, man. That cop should pursue CDL school. Yeah. Like, bro, go fix ACs or some shit, man. Go where fucking whatever Leonard Ellerby's doing right now.
Bro, he's a 34-year-old prospect. Like, that's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy. I didn't know he was that old.
Nah, but for real, I really don't know what he's gonna do. To be real with you, so he should get that CDL. I
Like,
Mohawk, that
Mohawk
HVAC
lost
certification.
I can't believe Mohawk. I still can't believe Mohawk lost to that dude. I can't believe that.
Mohawk did not train for that fight, man.
No, I know. It's just. I can't believe it.
He should do security for Alexis Rocha. Bro, what you gonna do now? I don't know what you gonna do now. I can't think of nobody that he could. I think Conor Ben would beat him. He would be perfect for Conor Ben.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think so.
That's a good comeback.
Conor Ben wants to get a fight in the U.S.
Yeah.
That would be good. That would be good if he wants to make a name for himself in the U.S.
That's a good fight.
Yeah.
Anybody see the gloves are off with Eubank and Smith? Y'all catch that?
Man, listen, man. I really like Liam, but he gonna feel that shit because
Liam is my guy, man. I love him. I'm the same way.
I like
he's gonna get beat
bro.
up.
I fuck one too, but
I just have the feeling that Eubank's athleticism is he's just gonna get over on him, and it sucks because I actually really do like Liam Smith.
I like Liam Smith, but I'm like just because he said it, they're like, bro, I wouldn't want to lose to Chris. I'm like, well, you are.
Yeah.
Bro.
He's not gonna get knocked out though. But
you got to give it to Chris though. He's got a special talent for really getting under people's skin. He really does.
Because he got a tattoo hairline, right? Got
tattoo beard as well.
Tattoo beard. The dude leather jackets weigh like 30 pounds. Why is your jacket so big, my guy? Like that? Why?
It's like every time he wears, it's like you think he's coming back from the Alps or something.
My God, every fight that he has, that jacket gets bigger. Look at
there's a cow walking around cold as hell right now because of Chris Eubank.
Legit. Look at all the jackets that he had from the Morrison fight on the zone till now. It just keep getting bigger. Like it's just gonna be a jacket. You ain't even gonna see him. Like yo.
No. It's on his Goku shit.
There's a cow freezing outside.
Goku shit.
Bro,
the weight training.
Bro, I don't fuck. He get them heavy ass jackets from, bro. But he an asshole. He is an asshole.
And he loves it. He loves it.
He do though.
He don't care. He don't give a shit.
I wonder when we gonna hear some Golovkin news because I'm still going off the news that I heard last year that he gonna fight the Brazilian guy.
He's just retired.
He need to hurry up. He ain't getting younger, man. He about to be 40, 41 and shit. So yeah, it's like
he's made money, bro. Call it a day, man.
Yeah, just retire, like for real. Like,
really, he should, but
you got the third Canelo fight. You got what you wanted.
I'm not
There's
trying
no more
to see him
reason
get
for you to
knocked
stick
out.
around. You know what I mean?
I don't want to see him get knocked out by like a contender.
If I told you, wait. If I told you, bro, Julio, if I told you Munguia Golovskins, you not gonna watch that shit?
Yeah, I watch it, but I'd hate the fact that it's Munguia and not like someone I like.
Just keeping it real with you, B. That's why
Munguia about to. It's like
they got Lopez versus Nova. Ooh, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's on the card.
I'd rather Carlos Adames knock him out, honestly. But yeah, Munguia Golovkin is going to be a big fight.
No, I didn't even know that. I just realized they bought the fight. Oh, that's a good fight.
I hate that damn beard. I don't like it. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's like a signature for him, so it works.
No, I know. I've come to accept it now, but I just wish he shaved that shit one day.
Julio, if they fight, you think Jaime will beat him, right?
Yeah, he's gonna run him over. Like
same thing.
That's gonna be like. But I'd rather see Carlos Adames do it just because I like him better.
Man.
Yeah, I'd rather somebody else beat Golovkin, not Munguia, because once that happens, it's like
because he's gonna get that scalp.
Yeah, exactly.
Because fuck Munguia.
Well, I think he's going to do it because none of these guys going to get Golovkin the money that he could get fighting him. Not really.
And then you know what else people are gonna start talking about once Munguia does beat him. They're gonna start saying, "Oh, well, what if it's Munguia Canelo?" And
don't compare that shit to Canelo. Sorry, don't do it. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear that.
But that's what they're going to do, though.
Yeah, that's what they will do. What you said.
Canelo would wash Munguia, man.
Bro, I still think Munguia beats Adames, though.
Really?
You think so? I think Adames said that he's scared of him. So? He was in an interview talking all kinds of shit
about Jay.
That's just the triangle theory. You don't always.
No, that's not triangle theory because Teixeira never fought Munguia.
You're right. My bad. You're right. My bad. That's
Teixeira Teixeira is a shittier version of Munguia. He's like, yeah, you a shitty version of Munguia. You Lungia or some shit like.
Well,
you guys never know, man. Triple G might turn around and fuck Munguia up.
I don't see that.
Look, talking about the Munguia versus Golovkin fight, it's not so much the fact that Golovkin is old. It's because Munguia has the right style now, is acclimated to the weight. Because to beat Golovkin, in my opinion, you have to throw a lot of fucking punches and go to
That's
the
true.
body. If you can do that for 12 rounds,
that's why Sergey gave him problems, because he's a combination puncher. It's not one at a time like with Canelo. It's 3-4 punches. The combinations bother him. So yeah, Munguia, I think Munguia would beat him right now. He's fucked up, but
we'll see.
He's fucked up, but this boxing, bro, fucked up shit happen all the time.
Yeah, the only thing Munguia doesn't have that Derevyanchenko does is angles, because I remember that fight versus Derevyanchenko, and Derevyanchenko's angles were giving Golovkin a lot of the problems. He couldn't fight him really in the pocket. And Munguia doesn't go with angles. He goes in a straight line and throws a lot of fucking punches. So Golovkin is gonna have the ability to work from there. But Munguia is young, and I think he has a chin. I think he has the chin.
And if he goes to the body,
yeah,
if he goes to Golovkin's body,
yeah, he might get the stoppage.
Bro, that's gonna hurt. Seeing him get stopped, a lot of people gonna be hurt by that.
Yeah,
not more hurt than Golovkin. That's gonna hurt. Motherfucking Luis says Triple G versus Eubank Jr. Who wins and how? I'm gonna be real with you. I think Triple G can beat Eubank.
Eubank sucks.
Eubank is not a combination. No. Let me rephrase it. Eubank, Munguia is a killer. He has a killer's mentality. He's a killer. Like he is. Like let him in there. He gonna be who he is. Eubank is very, 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 very careful, and you'll fight that old Golovkin expecting him to lay down, and he might still take you to some places that you never been. You fought George Groves. George Groves fought the last 3 rounds of their fight with one arm, bro.
Yeah, and that's the point. One of the reasons I don't think Eubank Jr. is an elite fighter is because he doesn't have a good jab defense. He doesn't defend the jab in the way that elite fighter should have.
You got an old George Groves. You know what I mean? He's been stopped at least 2 times before. He is fighting with one arm, and he is still outboxing you with one arm, bruh.
And now he's just doing the Roy impression now, which how far is that going to get you against the top guys?
By the way, yeah, y'all know Roy is in his corner for this, right?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
And who's corner?
Chris's.
Oh.
Yeah, I wondered if he was going to be in this corner, but Diet Roy, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Let's see the
when he was doing that shit against Liam Williams, I'm like, yeah, you could do that against him, but against some of these better guys, I don't know about that.
I think that if he don't get Golovkin, right, being real, if you don't get Golovkin, right, Scout might put him in there with motherfucking Yanni back. They might have to. Otherwise, what the fuck we gonna have you doing, bro?
Why not? It's a good fight.
What we gonna have you doing? Motherfucking Conroy can revisit the Eubank fight, so it's not like it's off the table. They can revisit it, but it's like Conroy ain't about to fight you right now. You about to fight right now. What you gonna do in the summer? What you gonna do in the fall? You know what I mean? I'm like, you gotta fight somebody though. Legit, you gotta fight somebody. Motherfucking Yanni Beck just looked like shit. Fight him.
If he fights Charlo, he beats Charlo. If he fights Jamal Charlo, he beats
Munguia or
Eubank Jr.
That's a closer fight.
Eubank Jr. If he fights Charlo right now,
that's a 50-50 fight, man.
I can say
he beats Jamal Charlo right now.
Bro, that's a 50-50
Jules, I thought you keep saying Jamal sucks.
Yeah, Jamal.
I'm not saying that. Wait. Listen, you ain't telling me shit. I know he sucks, but he got a jab.
But what has he done lately?
How good was that against Montiel?
That's not enough. I'm telling you, Jamal Charlo loses to Chris Eubank Jr. right now. Jamal Charlo.
That's the hottest take of this year. That's the
let's
hottest
go.
take.
That's not a hot take. I'm willing to
That's
put
not a
money
hot
on
take.
it, though.
Bro, that is
I'm willing
not
to
a
put
hot
money
take.
on
That's
it.
not a
I
hot
don't think it's a hot
B.
take. I don't think it's a hot take.
That's not a
You
hot
listen,
take.
y'all must really not like Charlo to say that Eubank beat him.
Yo,
B.
Charlo is not really built. What has he done in the past 30 years of his life?
And if they
Chill,
fight at
B.
168,
He knocked
I
out
think
Julian
Eubank has an
Williams, B.
advantage.
Chill, B. He knocked out Julian Williams. Say, come on now.
Yeah, like 10 years ago. Yeah,
At
like 10
Yeah,
years ago.
and
Like
that
10
wasn't
years
at
ago.
middleweight.
That was at
You know, cut that shit
154.
out.
Yeah, that was
He
at
knocked out
154.
he knocked out Julian Williams, and Emmanuel Charr beat an all-time great in Chris Lovejoy.
Come on now. Stop that. Stop that.
You know
Stop
what he
that.
does.
Motherfucking, look, I don't like Eubank, right? I really don't like Eubank. But y'all crazy. Y'all crazy.
He beats Charlotte.
Bro, that's not. That's. I don't know if he wins, but that's a 50-50 fight, man.
Yeah, he beats Charlotte.
All right, I'll meet you halfway.
Charlotte.
Yes, it's a 50-50 fight that Charlo wins. It's a 50-50 fight that Charlo wins. Y'all motherfuckers is crazy. Like, nah, son. Chris, you like look at
You
what
think Chris Eubank really beats Charlo right now?
No, I
Charlo
don't.
is
I
not
think
that-
Charlo beat him. I think Charlo beat Chris. And
I think Chris beats him. I think Chris beats him.
Now,
I
let
think
me say
Eubank.
this. Any guy with a decent jab, that it has a good jab, and he can just keep working off that jab, I think they could beat Chris.
Nah. Chris is a little too versatile. He got a little bit
Versatile?
more
Versatile.
What?
Bro, look at what he did.
He got a little bit more movement.
Look at
than that.
Korobov.
Now you
I
trolling.
know how he is.
Bro,
Korobov
Eubank annihilated
almost
Korobov,
killed
and look
Jamal.
at Chamalo had to go through the gears with him.
Yeah,
Motherfucker
Korobov
got me
almost killed
choking on this
Jamal.
motherfucking popcorn talking about Eubank is versatile.
Yeah, he more versatile than Jamal. Jamal is a 1-2
I
The
was
same
with
fighter.
you,
guy,
Hayam.
the
I
same
was
guy
with
that
you.
Jamal went through the gears with, Eubank annihilated in 2 rounds.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Y'all
like,
trolling.
yo,
Y'all
you
trolling.
You're
You
trolling,
bugging,
bro.
trolling.
man.
Ah,
You
dude.
I
bugging.
know
What
you
has
guys
what
talking
has
about
what has
bugging
Jamal
right
done at
now,
160?
yo.
What
Y'all
has
talking
Jamal
about
done at
you talking about
160 right now?
Korobov?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamal
come
at
on,
160
be like-
is going to lose
Oh
it
my
to
God,
Chris
y'all
Eubank.
playing. Nah, I know y'all playing. I know y'all.
Nah,
playing.
you think
No, I know
Jamal is a better fighter than Chris Eubank Jr.?
Bro, Chris Eubank Jr. fought a one-arm George Groves and lost.
Yeah, Jamal never fought no George Groves
Bro,
ever in
George
his
Groves
career.
better than
Beat
anyone.
Julian
George Groves
Williams.
better
Yo,
than anyone
George Groves is
Jamal
better than
fought.
anybody Jamal Charlo's ever been in the ring with.
Facts. That's facts.
That's a fact. George Groves is better than anybody Jamal Charlo has ever been in the
I
ring
agree
with.
with you. I agree with you, Haim. I do.
Come on.
No,
And he survived that fight. He had no training, no, proper boxing training and doing things the right way. He win that fight on his own.
You would
and
really
he
pick
survived.
him to beat you. But
Hold on, wait, Jules, let me say this. Wait, Jules.
Stop playing. You would really pick him to beat Charlo.
Yes, 100%. Charlo is not built. There's nothing built about him. When the last time you could say Jamal Charlo was built? When's the last time you could say that?
You're not wrong. No, you're not wrong.
No, but Jules,
Yes,
but
I
let
picked
me
Chris
piggyback.
Eubank Jr.
Jules,
to
hold
beat
on, wait. Let me piggyback on what he's saying. Like, I can honestly see what he's saying. Like, here today, Chris has got a chance to beat him. But like, if we're talking like 2 to 3 years ago, then I'd have been going with Jamal.
Yeah, you would have been with Charlo. I agree.
Bro,
with
but
you.
even then, like, look at if you look at their resumes, honestly, like, okay,
There's not much in it.
at middleweight and 168, like, come on, bro.
Yeah, it's not much in it.
Look,
It's like, you
Like
saying
a
that they so
40-year-old
separate. They not
Derevchenko,
separate
a
at all.
40-year-old Derevchenko is his best win at middleweight.
Come on,
But
he barely made it out of that fight.
Wait, let me say this. If it were next, because he hasn't fought in over a year, then yeah, you go Chris. But that's not realistic because he wouldn't fight somebody like Chris under those circumstances.
But Eubank hasn't fought in over a year
we
either.
Keep that. That's legit.
Eubank's last fight was in February last year.
Chris Eubank is a more seasoned, more all-around better fighter than Jamal Charlo right now.
I can't co-sign that.
You don't think so? Yo, Jules, be honest. I said Chris Eubank.
Jules, let me ask you this. Jules, would you
what did Jamal Charlo do for you in the past?
Let me see.
Jules,
Has Jamal
wait.
beaten anyone as good
about?
as George Groves or Billy Joe Saunders? Has he beaten
Hell
anyone
no.
to that level?
Jamal
That's what I'm
Charlo?
saying.
Jules,
Yeah.
Jules, wait, question. Here today, does Chris? Do you think Chris does have a chance here today if they fought next?
I think he beats him right now.
I think, all right. I'm gonna be real. If they fought next under these circumstances where neither guy has seen action, right? I would go Chris. I would.
Thank you. Okay.
Chris is a more
rigor.
He's just more a serious fighter.
By the way, Joe's villain is backstage. Could you leave?
I just let him in.
Okay, cool beans.
Gentlemen, how's everybody doing tonight?
What up, villain?
Yo, you think Chris Eubank could beat Jamal Charlo, villain?
No.
yeah, Chris is upset.
No, I don't believe that. As much
you don't believe that?
No, I think Charlo sucks, but I still don't think Eubank's good enough. Not yet, at least.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, B.
What is Charlo showing?
Hi him.
I gotta ask him the question.
Chris was about to fight a welterweight, bro.
All right, fair enough.
For the bag.
You got that, but Chris has also fought middleweights and super middleweights. What have you seen from Jamal?
Hold up, Jules. Hold on.
Didn't
Charlo want to fight Crawford though?
Yeah. No, that was the.
That's Mel though. That's Jamal.
But
whatever.
It depends on
what have you seen from Jamal Charlo?
All right. I'm gonna phrase the question. Can I frame the question differently? Let me frame it differently.
Okay.
Who sucks more, Chris or Charlo?
Chris.
Charlo.
Look at who Charlo. Look at who is Eubank has fought, bro.
Eubank is fighting.
Charlo is beating better opposition than Billy Joe Saunders.
But Chris lost to them guys, bro.
But he's been in
the ring with them. But he's been in the ring with them.
I'm saying, has Charlo beaten anyone better than them?
Carlo is. Yo, come on, man.
All right, let me think. Who did Charlo beat?
Carlo.
Nobody.
He beat Williams.
He
beat Arthur Abraham. Like he beat some solid guys. James DeGale. Like.
That's his best name.
Bro, you said Arthur Abraham was 1,000,000 years old when he fought him, bro.
Matt Korobov is his best name.
When Charlo fought Derevchenko, he's 40 years old. Who cares? It's still like a solid name.
Korobov is his best name, man.
I was gonna say that's a good.
They need to make that fight. They need to make that fight. They need to make that
fight. Jules, that's another fight that between me and you that I would actually bet with you on. I would like to bet with you on that fight.
I'm gonna bet $100,000 that
because I was popping that shit the other night. Talking about $200.
$100 large. That shit don't never happen. And I'm gonna tell you why.
I would bet on Eubank. To be honest, I would bet on Eubank Jr.
I think you're right though. No. I think you're right, Hayim. I think you're right because I just remembered something. Remember that after the Matvey Korobov fight, right? Eubank left PBC. He leaves them, right? And he was like, yo, I was trying to get fights over there with guys that's over there. Remember, he was at middleweight. And they didn't want to do it. Basically, that's what he said, something along those lines. I'm like, who could he be talking about? I'd be talking about Charlo. So I guess Charlo ain't want no problem.
Jules, let's keep it a buck. It's two guys that been talking about Charlo, screaming Charlo name out. And Andre is another one. They've been over there on that side of the street and they screaming out that boy name and he ain't been answering the door, yo. He fooled. He fooled. I told you I thought it was something wrong with Munguia. I don't know what's wrong with Munguia, but something's up with him. But Charlo is acting like food. He acting like he got a broken hand or something.
Mascot. That's so dope, man.
Yeah, what's with this dude with his own mascot, like with the yellow?
Yeah, that's dope, bro. Like
I don't know what that is.
I wouldn't want that job though. I wouldn't want that job.
He's food, yo. He's a food. He's food.
Let me read coming for him. Luis Puente. I would still pick Golovkin to win that fight because his fundamentals are too good, even at this age, for Eubank to just try to bully him. I think Golovkin would still get him. Luis Puente asks, what about 168 Munguia versus Benavidez? Intriguing. Yo, that's a good fight, bro. That's a really good fight. Who would y'all go with for that fight?
For who?
Munguia Benavidez at super middle. That's a good fight, bro.
You talking about Jose?
No, motherfucking David, bro. David versus Munguia.
Oh, I'll go with David, man.
Really? Who y'all going with? Who y'all going with?
I have no answer.
You said what, David? David Morrell versus
David Benavidez versus Munguia.
I haven't seen the best of either fighter, so I don't.
I think David Benavidez is kind of an illusion. I think he's kind of. I can't say he's fake, but I haven't seen any actual boxing skills from him.
Can't you say the same thing though for Jaime though?
I've never seen.
Look at
their
combined resumes, bro. This shit is like 60 cans, yo.
Yeah,
Hyam, you know I
Heidi's
said that
very
same shit that the
perspective.
shit that he do,
I
the
said the
shit that
sister
he
beat.
do is not no boxing shit.
Yeah,
He
it's
just-
not
it's
boxing
not no
shit.
boxing
That's
shit.
what I said. I said, yo, listen, yo, Jules, you 100% correct. I said, yo, I said this to Boxing Wave and Beats and Rhymes, Boxing Beats and Rhymes. I said, yo, what is his actual boxing skill set? They was like, yo, don't act like he don't know how to box. I said, no, I'm asking you a literal question. What's his boxing skill set? I've never seen him throw a pull counter, pivot out of the pocket, and throw a left hook. I've never seen him do nothing that is of boxing skill.
All you know what it looked like?
I've never seen him do nothing.
What I see that he do, which is why I say the same thing. I'm like, bro, all he do is outsize guys. I don't be seeing no boxing shit.
Hey, you know, Jules, you know I got a problem.
That's why he'll never
I got a
move up to
problem when
175.
you know I got a problem with weight bullies. So that's why I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like Fundora. I don't like certain guys because I know they're obvious weight bullies.
Hey, Hyam, what do you think about him and Plant coming up, man?
I think I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think it's Bivol versus Ramirez. I think Bivol's gonna outclass Ramirez and make him look like a fool, like Bivol.
You really got Plant, bro?
I got Caleb Plant, bitch. Wow. I got Caleb Plant.
I'll tell you this though. You know what's wild? This is why
a good chance, man.
David won't meet. David don't want to move up because David doesn't last 4 rounds with fucking Benavidez.
He would never.
That's what I'm saying. Like if David moves up to 175, he's gonna get exposed.
Bro, he fooled up.
David doesn't last 4 rounds with Callum Smith.
His style at 175 is not going to translate.
He can't outsize guys at 75. He'll get pieced up. He'll get pieced up there.
Yo, Callum Smith will knock him out.
Benavidez on the inside, like how he tries to do these little.
Please.
Man, he'll get
so I mean, Julius, you're not media, but what are your sources saying about the location of Haney Lomachenko?
Nah, I'm hearing the same shit everybody else hearing. That shit might go to Saudi. That's what I'm hearing.
Really?
Because if it's not, because if it's not there, they're gonna make it pay-per-view here to pay those guys, right?
Look, one, it's going to be a pay-per-view because that's what Devin is hinting at. But two, one of the locations that they also hitting at is Saudi. My first thought was, if it's not in New York, it got to be Vegas. It has to be. This is natural. You know what I mean? But I don't rule out Saudi.
But wasn't this all the Ramadan talk about the whole Saudi arrangement? I know Devin Haney is a Muslim, okay, but wasn't the whole Ramadan talk about Saudi?
No, because the Ramadan talk predates that. What basically Devin said that he wanted it like at the beginning of March before Ramadan start, so he could go into it. But they have made accommodations. I figure, if they doing this shit after that, if they doing it in May, probably how they accommodate them is they throw them some more bread. That's why it's on pay-per-view.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I'll be honest. I like the fight, so that's a fight I'll pay for.
Yeah, definitely. I don't care about
I'll
it being
pay for that.
So it's on pay-per-view? It's on pay-per-view?
If it is, I'll pay for it.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know how you can pay for that fight. I would pay for that.
You know what else I'll pay for? Keith Thurman versus Spence at 154.
That's a good ass fight.
That's a 50-50
What,
fight.
Thurman?
I ain't paying for that.
Get out of here,
That's the fight of the year. That's the fight of the year contender, y'all.
That's the fight of the century, bro.
Yo, Keith Thurman is way small for 154. He's mad small for
154. Has the spin move been implemented by Ramirez's team now that we confirmed he's fighting Coleman like we all said he was?
Yo, he's pussy, bro. For that shit. I'm not with it.
Wait, who's fighting who? Who's fighting who? Who's fighting who?
Ramirez is fighting Coleman, bro.
Oh, yeah.
And Coleman, yo, Lomachenko was fucking piecing up Coleman and damn near stopped him. And Lomachenko got power like that.
Coleman knocks his ass the fuck out.
Ramirez has the nerve to sit there and trash Tio and Haney and the rest of those guys, but yet he's running from smoke with Regis. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here, yo.
Yo, Jules, let me ask you a question. Yo, Jules, let me ask you a question. I was listening to your show the other day, and somebody said, I don't know if it was even you, said that Josh Taylor is too small for 154. Is that
154?
Yeah, for 154. Yeah, like I thought that was crazy.
But I'll tell you what. No. But I'll tell you what. Wait a minute now. That's not the craziest shit I ever heard.
No, but I'm just saying.
Do you really think that he got the power to hang with them guys up there, bro?
No, my question is this: when I saw him next to Terrence Crawford, he's way bigger than Terrence
I'm
Crawford.
not but that's
and
height.
That was just like,
that's height.
Dog,
but it's not
bigger,
just height.
dog,
It's not just
taller,
height.
listen,
it's not just height, it's reach as well. He's really big.
He don't got the
he's
power.
Bigger than Cal
He don't got the power to be up there, bro.
But he's bigger than Cal Brook.
Hold on.
He's bigger than Cal
Josh
Brook.
Taylor said that he wanted to end his career at 154, and he does have the frame for it, but he doesn't have the mass. He's a wiry dude. Like he wouldn't be able to handle it.
Let me tell you one motherfucking thing.
Can I talk?
Jack Casserole was finishing him with a jab, my guy. Y'all want to have him up there with Tim Zoo and them in Fundoria? Y'all crazy.
But he
deserves to be up there. What are you talking about? We crazy. He deserves to be up there. Boots.
It's not as crazy. Like if
Boots is not 147 pounds.
If he does it right, like if he grows into the weight naturally, he can do it. But I don't think he'll have success though.
Josh Taylor belongs at 154. He was.
Hey y'all, what weight is this fight at? Where does this fight at? Y'all know?
What did you say?
This fight with Nova and Lopez.
First of all, can y'all hear me?
I think first of all, I'm listening, fam.
Just because Josh Taylor's taller doesn't mean he's stronger. Just because he's taller doesn't mean he's stronger and can take the punishment or inflict punishment.
No. Be careful with what
you're not listening.
Saying.
How do you? You're not listening. No. How does just because he's taller mean he belong there?
For real?
No. Let me fill it. Let me answer that question. What I'm saying is this. Josh Taylor might be taller. Yeah, okay, he is that height, but he's been strangling his body down for a very long time. Now his body needs to breathe. When have we seen this? When have we saw this successfully? We saw this very recently when Callum Smith strangling his body down to 168. Yeah, he's taller, but now you see him at 175. He's knocking out everything moving.
All right. Let me say this.
Crawford is the same way.
Crawford is the same way from 140 to 147.
Hold on.
Crawford is the same way from 140 to 147.
He started knocking everyone out. He started knocking
everyone out. 147.
But wait.
I just said
if you telling me that you think that he'll arrive at welterweight more invigorated than he has been at super lightweight, I'm with you. You talking about junior middle though?
But this is my problem. This is no. Hear me out before you just completely write me off. Here's my issue. Keith Thurman was in an elevator in Las Vegas, some fucking where. He ran into Cal Brook. He said, "Damn, Cal Brook was a lot bigger than he thought he was." He said, "Damn, this guy's huge." So now Errol Spence fought Cal Brook. Errol Spence beat Cal Brook. Errol Spence said at the press conference, "Finally, you're fighting somebody your own size." Errol Spence, Virgil Ortiz, Boots Ennis, and Josh Taylor are all the same size. They're all the exact same size. And now these are the people that are the weight bullies at 147. They're supposed to move up at 154. Josh Taylor is a fucking Josh Taylor is such an asshole that he's a weight bully at 140.
Wait, you calling them weight bullies?
Let me talk to you, fam. Come on, go ahead.
Here we go.
Sugar Ray Leonard is a weight bully?
No, not Sugar Ray Leonard. Listen,
Tommy Hearns is a weight bully?
No. Hold on. Tommy Hearns
is
a weight bully. Tommy Hearns is a weight bully. Yeah, Sugar Ray Leonard not so much. Tommy Hearns was a fucking welterweight. Come on, B. He's a fucking modern day Fundora. What are you talking about?
You can make the weight.
Nah, that's bullshit. You can make the weight. You can make the weight. That's bullshit. David Benavidez is a weight bully. The fuck out of here. I fight on this weight bully shit.
Tommy Hearns ended his career.
Tommy Hearns is a weight bully at welterweight.
Bro, he ended his career as
I knocked that off. No, he wasn't.
Yes, he
wasn't. No, he wasn't.
You said Tommy Hearns wasn't a weight bully at welterweight?
No.
Can I talk or the New Yorkers?
Even Tommy
Hearns wasn't a welterweight. Wasn't a weight bully at
Drew's trying to talk, yo.
I think you're stuck on that weight bully stuff a little too much.
I am. I'm not gonna lie. I am.
All right, you calm down, my guy. It ain't that deep. Calm down.
No, I calm down, guys.
The New Yorkers just gonna raise their voice.
I'm passionate about my weight bully talk, and I think Tommy Hearns at welterweight was a weight bully.
I have the floor.
Go ahead.
Let me get the
floor. Go ahead, Jules.
Go ahead.
Sugar Ray Robinson was not no weight bully.
I didn't say Sugar Ray Robinson.
Sugar Ray Leonard was not no weight bully. Why bring them up?
No, he wasn't.
those guys in this era of tiny welterweights, like if you think Brook was big, right, or Errol is big, if you think that, they would look small next to them in their prime. Because Sugar was a big welterweight. You know, he's like 5'10", 5'10", around 5'10", 5'11", around there. Motherfucking Tommy was what, 6'2"?
Yeah,
6'1",
Tommy was
6'1",
huge as a
6'2",
welterweight.
something like that. 6'1".
Tommy is a huge welterweight.
You know what I'm saying? Sugar Ray Robinson, what was he, 5'10"? Because he went all the way up to. Didn't he go to light heavy?
I remember Sugar Ray Robinson is a little bit different, but Sugar Ray
went up to middleweight.
I thought you were talking about Sugar Ray Leonard.
I'm like, and I'm not going to look at them crazy. What I see is that, look, you got guys like Keith, right? Guys like Keith that like, yo, your ceiling is well low. Why? Because of your build. You can only do
because your height.
You want to weight bully, you bring up Jarrett Hurd, man. Jarrett Hurd.
Oh, come on. That's a weight bully of bullies. I mean, Jarrett Hurd is a lunatic.
Hold on.
I think walk around at 200, bro.
Yo, that shit is crazy.
Jules, before the Arias fight, Hurd blew. Who the hell?
That's the police radio?
Who's outside in the rain?
That's not
Who's outside in the rain?
That was a police radio.
Jarrett Hurd is a weight bully for real, B.
Yeah, I think you guys are conflating. I think you guys are conflating like frame with size, because like if you look at Devin Haney standing next to Canelo, he's bigger than Canelo by frame, but by actual mass and like strength, of course, Canelo's a much bigger fighter in that regard.
Yeah, but we not. What he said is that maybe we're mixing up frame and size. Let's go to Callum Smith. He doesn't belong at 168. He has to be at 175. That's his real fighting weight.
I think you have to grow into a weight class.
Yeah, you got to look. You got to go weight class by weight class, person by person.
But you know why we can't make excuses, Hayam? This is why. Wait. Listen. Let me say this. The reason that I'm not hung up on it is because everybody's doing it, bro. It's not like it's just a handful of guys or a couple of guys. Everybody doing that shit.
But I'm giving special.
Doing it. How is it bullying? Everybody.
But listen, this is the difference. This is the difference, Jules. I'm giving special credit to the people that are not doing it. To the Floyd Mayweathers that are fighting, that are walking around at 150 pounds and fighting at 147 and beating everybody. I'm giving credit to the Manny Pacquiao's. I'm giving credit to the Dimitri Bivols. The people that are really fighting.
Can I give you an example?
Bivol just.
And you must have. All right. So when Crawford was that lightweight, when Crawford was that lightweight,
200-pound man. Dimitri Bivol just beat a 200-pound man.
Hold on. When Crawford was that lightweight, you called him a weight bully?
No, he was young. He was growing into
it.
He was growing into it. Come on, he was growing into it. He's younger. What age is he at lightweight? He's 23 years old. Yo, he's 23 years old at lightweight. He's 28 years old when he gets to welterweight.
But still, look at Javante. You can fit him in your pocket. Look at Javante. You can fit him in your pocket.
Okay, so we're going to get into a different conversation. Hold on. We're going to get into a different conversation because I said this and I want to know what you think about what I said because it sounds a little fucked up. It sounds like excuses. So I'm going to ask you what you think about it. I said Stephen Fulton, he just had to move up. His age, he couldn't handle the weight no more. I said Shakur Stevenson was popping shit about fighting Cordina at 130, but then his weight changed and he had to move up to 135. It was nothing he could do. He wasn't popping shit, talking reckless to Cordina. He just had to literally move up. What do you think about giving Stephen Fulton that same excuse? What do you think about that?
I'm going to say this about Stephen, right? Do I believe that's what happened? Absolutely not.
Okay.
Do I believe that? Do I believe, it's just that you got big? No, because of the timing. Everybody knew where he knew he was going to go. Everybody knew Paul Butler ain't going to do shit. He going to get beat.
Yeah, we knew that. We all knew that.
Everybody knew that. And everybody knew right after that, what he knew he going to do. He going to move up and come to you.
All right. Can I get a word in?
Hold on. So what you do, you get the fuck out of Dodge before that happened. That's all I see. That's what I see.
You're not giving him no credit for being 28 years old?
None.
I kind of agree with Jules. Like, where's his history of struggling with the weight, though?
Exactly. All of a sudden, I got two. Nah, B.
But
all right, let me cook. Let me cook. You're talking too much.
Drew got the floor.
First of all, with Fulton, he started naming Inouye's name first and then wants to run to 120, 126. So Cancel that.
Without fighting him.
Exactly. And then you can't calling those dudes from the 15-round era weight bullies when they had to weigh in the day of the fight, so there's no competitive advantage is delusional.
No, I'm not calling them weight bullies. Hold on.
You called them weight bullies. You called Tommy Hearns a weight bully.
No, I did. Hold on. I think
I actually agree with that.
You did call me Tommy Hearns a weight bully.
I did call Tommy Hearns a weight bully at welterweight. I'm not talking about all fighters.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. There's no advantage when you have to weigh in the day of the fight.
I understand that. And I agree with what you're saying. I'm not. I would call Tommy Hearns a weight bully at welterweight. I'm not talking about all fighters back then.
How's Tommy Hearns a weight bully? How's he a weight bully at welterweight when he had to weigh in the day of the fight and he has no advantage? There's no advantage weighing the day of the fight. Why do you think they moved the weigh-ins to this? The weigh-ins are now the day before to have weight bullies. You can be a weight bully the day of the fight.
I agree. I understand your point. Yo, my man, I understand your point, and I think you're legitimately. I think what you're saying is correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, at that height and at that reach, it makes him a weight bully. He's not fighting other fighters that are the same size.
That makes no sense.
Wait. Let me say this. Nobody say nothing. Let me say this. Supposing you took Willie Nelson, who used to fight down there at 154, right?
Yeah.
He was always very big for 154.
Very big guy.
He's like 6'2".
Yeah,
and you put that guy in the ring with Artur Beterbiev or Adonis Stevenson. Yeah, you taller than them. You taller, but you not built like them. If they hit you, bro, it's gonna be like if they hit that guy, he is gonna explode because he got no light heavyweight. So
you're not wrong. Everything you're saying is correct.
So if you saying that because the dude is tall for the weight, that don't make him a weight bully, though.
No, I do. I agree with you. But
can I say something?
Go ahead, Leo.
No, I don't know about. I don't refer to the term weight bullies, but I have a high respect for fighters that go into a fight to regular weight because you can see in his performances. They throw punches, they take punches, and they put a good show. But some fighters, I'm not going to say what fighters.
No.
You can see those guys are great, and the only reason they are walking to the ring in that way is because they have to have weight and size advantage over this other.
Yes, respect, Leo. Thank you for being straight up.
And Lopez is down.
Yep, just got dropped.
He went down for that.
Lopez getting his ass whooped.
Nova got his ass now. He got him now.
I'm watching
fucking him up.
But y'all do.
Don't he look like Screech? Don't Lopez look like Screech?
Yeah, Hispanic version. Hispanic version.
It's all right. That's what I'm saying, Barbarian.
God rest his soul, right? Isn't it God rest his soul?
Oh, right. He died.
Oh,
yeah,
he passed.
Yeah, he did. Screech is gone.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'm going down. Fuck it.
On some real shit.
Dory Jones, I'll meet you there.
But,
it's all right.
I know y'all,
Adam Lopez.
I know y'all getting at me.
Come on, Nova, get his ass. What you waiting on?
The weight bully shit is real in the sport. It actually is real in the sport.
It is. It is.
No, look, wait a minute. Let me say this.
Be an asshole.
Right. No. But let me say this. This is why I don't get into that. Even though I am ambivalent because when I look at a Benavidez, for example, when I look at a fighter like that, that is what I'm thinking. That I'm like, bro, you don't really do no boxing shit outside of outsizing your opponents. You know, that's really what you do. You just outsizing them. But at the same time, you brought it up. Callum Smith was down there. He was big as shit. And when I see how widespread it is, I'm like, look, I can't say that because everybody doing it, bro. Everybody doing it.
My problem with you is, Jules, is this. And this is different from what you just stated. You said that Benavidez he just do regular outsizing people type of shit. But Boots don't do that. Boots actually shows boxing skill and acumen. Boots is actually very good, but he's too big for the weight. Let's put him in there with a Fundora. Let's put him at 154 and let's see how really good he is then. We keep talking about how good he is. Let's see how good he is now. Put him at 154 and let's see how much his name ring bells then.
I'm not against that shit. I like that shit.
You feel me?
I like that shit. Give me Boots versus Castaño.
What is this?
Give me Boots versus Castaño.
If you could make the way, if you can make the way, you can make the weight.
What? No. All right. Let's settle it. Look, let's settle it. I gotta settle it because I understand when someone looks at a Benavidez or even a Zerto when he was down there at super middle. I understand when somebody looks at them and says, "Look, bro, you rehydrating a 200 pounds tonight."
Come on, B.
So I do understand that.
You don't belong in the sport,
but at the same time, like I said, it's so many guys doing it that how could you really complain? How?
I get that.
No, I see. I get
see it now.
But what he's saying is true. Like it's just
Hold on, everybody chill. Julio got the floor.
He pushed him down, and the ref is counting as a knockdown.
Go ahead, Julio.
No, like I agree with what you're saying. Like it's like unless everyone has like a rehydration clause in every single contract, like everyone's gonna do it. But there is a point to it. Like it is legalized cheating. It is like in a way it is because like dude, like you can like there if a fighter goes in at his natural weight and then fights a guy who rehydrates like 30 pounds, and this is common in MMA where they'll cut like boxers cut 10-15 pounds, and that's a big weight cut. MMA fighters cut 25-30 pounds and they get in a fight and they start starching guys, but also it's dangerous for them too because
it's dangerous for both.
Have respect for Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. Have respect for the fighters that are going in there 5 pounds less than they walk around weight, and they fighting anybody that show up on the night. Come on, have a little bit of respect on their name.
We don't respect those guys. We don't respect them.
I'm not going. I'm not.
Fury.
You're going to tell me.
He does that. He's
Tyson
kind of
Fury a weight bully? Is Tyson Fury?
Absolutely.
It's a fight. I'm not going to give. I'm not going to give an extra fighter. Fighters don't deserve extra credit for doing fighter shit. So
I'm saying no.
This where you lose me. Hayam, this where you lose me. This where you lose me, right?
Tell me.
This where you gonna lose me at, right? Now we all know Zerto is really a cruiserweight. We know that. We know that. But did Bivol not box his motherfucking socks off?
Yes, that's where I lost
no excuses then. No excuses then.
I gotta keep it real with you. I agree with you because I said the same thing on the night. I said,
no
damn, I'm always talking this weight bully shit, but Bivol proved me wrong. I said that on the night, so I agree with you.
Yeah, and that's what brings me back to the sense that look, weight bully or not, right? It's only so much of the advantage that the weight is going to give you. You know, I'm like, really though, it's only so much of an advantage.
We still gotta acknowledge that the weight is a problem, Margarito versus Cotto. We gotta acknowledge that the weight is a problem.
What?
Yo, Drew, how you feel about that?
I ain't got time to hear this nonsense. That's all it is. It's nonsense.
It's nonsense.
Drew.
No.
So Triple G versus Kell Brook was nonsense?
By that logic, you wouldn't have wanted. By that logic, you wouldn't have wanted to see Duran move up to fight Hagler. So whatever.
Duran moved up 3 weight classes to fight.
Duran was a lightweight.
Yes, exactly. Duran moved up 3 weight classes to fight Hagler.
No, by your logic,
that's ridiculous, dog. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He moved up 3 weight classes to fight Hagler.
And by your logic,
ridiculous.
No, it's not. That's what fucking fighters do.
Ridiculous.
Man, fuck out of here with that shit.
If you come into the fight game at 135 pounds and you move up to 160 pounds and you get hit in the head by 160-pound fighters, that is ridiculous.
Can I tell you? Hey, can I tell you something? Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Calling the cops. Stop calling the cops.
By this logic, you know, if Hayam was around in the Jack Johnson days, they'd be throwing tomatoes at him because a fight's fucking a fight.
You're right.
It's just fucking nonsense.
You're right about
nonsense.
That. 135 to 160, that's a huge jump.
That's what we're
okay. Wait a minute.
That's a jump.
Hey, everybody chill. I got super chats to read.
You're bugging.
Benavidez hasn't fought anyone with that pressure. I wholeheartedly agree. He hasn't. And I think the day he does, he's going to get found out. Luis Puente said, too much sauciness on this panel. Shout out to my man Jose. De lo mío, que lo que. Hers was 23 to 25, like Crawford at light. at welterweight never missed weight. And see, this is what I'm gonna say. Well, hold on. Jose also said Boots is a weight bully for real. Motherfucker was giving his back after Hook. Give me a break. Look, let me say this.
What the fuck does that mean?
Damn, it's another one.
Yo,
shit,
mute your mic.
get money. Hold on, getting money. Benavidez throws 5 left hooks. That's thank you, Jose. Thank you, Jose.
That's what me and you were saying, Jules.
That's what I'm.
That's what we were saying.
That's not no boxing shit that you do. That's
that's not real.
You could do that because you just mad big. Like, do that.
See, that's what me and Boots
do that to better beef and see what happened. Do that to better beef.
And
Jules, I'm saying, Judge. I just wanted to ask Jaime. So, like, Jaime, that was true. Like, how was Duran able to move up to middleweight and beat Iran Barkley if he was too small?
I'm not. Oh, that's a good point. You make a fuck. That was a very good point.
I don't believe that.
No. Let me deal with that. Because
the argument isn't about moving up in weight and challenging someone. The argument is about someone cutting weight to get an unfair advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
He went up and he fought a middle. He fought a middleweight. He didn't fight a fucking cruiserweight.
Knocked the fuck out of Tommy Hearns.
Hold on, let me. What the guy just said was on point. He said the argument was about somebody cutting weight to get an unfair advantage, and that's what I'm seeing 95% of the time in boxing right now. Everybody's cutting weight to get an unfair advantage. That's why I said you got to give respect to the Mayweathers.
No, I don't need to give. Can I say this?
Go ahead.
Fighters have been getting unfair advantages fucking since the inception of fucking boxing.
I understand, but some
so
of
what's
them
the point?
have been. Hold on. Some of them have been solid. Some of them have been legitimate. Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah, you know,
promoters
have been bribing the organization.
He's moving up in weight and
forever.
fighting.
I guess we just
listen. Canelo Alvarez. He's moving up in weight and taking on bigger challenges. Bernard Hopkins moving up in weight, taking bigger challenges.
But all right, let me champ this shit. Let me champ this shit. Wait, let me champ this shit. We can't pick and choose. And when I see what happened between
you can pick and choose against a Canelo.
Look, can I go?
Let him finish, bro.
Damn. Hey, Bung. if weighing more than another guy guaranteed success the night of, Zerto would have beat Bivol. But did he beat Bivol? No, he didn't.
I respect that, Jules. But just like PEDs, if PEDs had guaranteed success, other Jarrell Miller.
Bro, I'm all for the PEDs. You singing in the wrong choir. I love the PEDs. I'm on PEDs, bro.
We gotta respect the fighters that's not doing
PED stands for, right? Punch him in the dick.
Why do I gotta respect the fighters that are not using PEDs when Nate Diaz said it? They're all using PEDs.
No, listen, the fighter that's not using PEDs, that's coming in fighting at their weight, they're doing something different than the other fighters are doing. Let's say Let
me do this. No, let me
finish.
No, let me do this. Who seen King Arthur with Clive Owen? Who seen that?
Clive Owen.
Yeah.
All right, now there's a scene where he talking to the kid that's actually from Rome, right? And in Clive Owen mind, he built up Rome to be this beautiful, wonderful shit. And the kid told him, the Rome you speak of does not exist. Now, Chaim, the boxing you speak of does not exist.
All right.
We're all on pads, bro. We're all on pads.
Say it again, Jules. Say it again. Say it again, Jules.
The boxing you speak of does not exist.
You said the boxing that I speak of does not exist, right? That's what you
Everybody's
said, right?
Listen, what if I told you everybody on this panel is on pads?
Hold on, Jules. You said that the boxing that I speak of does not exist. That's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you two. You ready for them? Terrence Crawford, Alexander Usyk. They exist. They exist, fam. They exist.
Wait. Can I tell you? Look, and I had to come to terms with this myself very recently, right? I love Terrence Crawford. That's my guy. Love Usyk. That's my Capricorn brother. But underneath it all, do I really believe that they not on nothing? No.
No, that's not my problem. That's not my problem.
It is your problem.
No.
Your
my
problem.
Point is, no, my
if you want to look at boxing,
no, that's not my problem. No, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. My point is, these are two men that are doing it near their weight class, walking around weight, They're doing it near their walking around weight, and they're eliminating higher level competition, bigger men, everything. They up against the wall, and they are delivering.
We got a phone booth fight. We got to fight the phone booth,
bro.
You said a fight in the phone booth?
No, this is a good fight right now.
It's a good fight. Yeah, they're doing it.
Y'all arguing.
They getting it in, y'all. They getting it in.
I didn't even look at the screen. Fuck.
He got to beat Screech up, man.
I mean, Jules, like you said,
Screech
like
is crazy.
how do we know that Bud and Usyk?
He don't look like Screech, like Riverside Screech.
He do.
Julius, let me say this. For me, it's not the problem is not having an unfair advantage, because most of the fighters have some kind of advantage.
Yes.
In terms of straight up cheating, and promotional companies, judges, all kinds of shit. For me, the difference is what happens when that advantage is removed for one reason or another.
Oh, you find Gary Russell or Chris Colbert at the end of the line. That's what happens when it does it. When the advantage goes away.
Speaking
you
of Gary
Chris
Russell,
Colbert,
you guys
you find Hurd down there. You find Hurd down there.
Like, who's to say some of the guys that Zerto beat, he wouldn't have beat if they were the same size?
Speaking of Gary Russell,
it's a disgusting advantage in my opinion.
Did you guys hear that Gary Russell's moving up in weight?
That it's not more. Is it more disgusting?
Country, I heard it, but who be checking for Gary Russell?
Nobody. Shit, y'all know Nova's getting lit up.
I heard he lost to a guy who was 2-1.
Nova's getting lit up.
I heard he lost to a guy with 3 professional fights.
This fight
was a good fight, man.
Nova got pieced up.
Meek Mill
was getting pieced up in that round, y'all. He was getting pieced up.
Meek Mill watching out for Gary.
Nah, but be real, Gary wasn't gonna beat Meek Mill. Stop. Nope. And Meek Mill had a weight advantage.
Yeah, he had a weight advantage and a reach advantage.
So it's not that big of an advantage.
Jules, let me say this. Let me say this about Bud and Usyk right quick. Let me say Bud and Usyk. It's like they may be on some stuff, but until they get caught, that ain't our problem.
No, I'm just
exactly.
In other words,
they're doing what nobody else is doing.
Listen. Hold on. Our view of this sport is different because of this, right? My view of the sport is if you have an advantage, it's your job to use it. If you faster than me, I expect you to use that speed. Yes. If you stronger than me, I expect you to use that strength. If
I expect
bigger than me, hold on. If you bigger than me, I expect you to use it. Now, Bang, my man Usyk went in there with AJ 2 times. Who bigger?
AJ.
Who won?
Usyk.
What are we talking about?
Because he earned that. He did that on his own.
I'm not going against
good analogy because this conversation, this conversation. Hold on. But this conversation goes against why boxing and combat sport was founded. They were founded without giving fucking care about weight classes or if the guy was bigger or stronger.
They gave.
Do you know that weight classes?
Do you know? No, you're not listening.
No. Stop it. Harry Grab, Henry Armstrong, Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robinson. These guys, man, that size shit ain't about shit. I'm still gonna beat you.
Henry Armstrong.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not the same though.
He's a different.
It doesn't fucking matter though.
They're not 30 pounds. Hydrating and then using that as an advantage.
Bro, wait a minute. I'm calling the cops. Who keep calling the cops?
Not me,
bro.
That's not me.
Hey,
who that is?
Real quick.
I got my headphones in,
rest in
so I don't
peace,
know.
Robbie Knievel, and rest in peace, Priscilla Presley.
Yeah. Look, let me say this. When the sport, upon its inception, before it became the sport that it is today, there was even less regulation than there is today. There was even less regulation. And the circumstances were actually worse. The discrepancies in weight between the fighters were actually worse. But it was still big. Look at what Max Baer did to Primo Carnera. Primo was a fucking giant.
A monster.
He's a monster. Max Baer lit him up like a Christmas tree.
Jules, Primo was trash. We all know that.
Come on. The size, Jay.
I know.
But it's like the logic is you think Sugar Ray
size only. My argument is not size only, guys. Y'all know.
My argument is that fighters don't care.
No. Hear me out. On this panel, everybody here knows boxing. Everybody's about boxing. I'm watching it. Everybody knows boxing, and they know there's a difference between a 175-pounder and a 168-pounder. There's a difference. The 175-pounder is coming down from 190. The 168-pounder is coming down from 175. You know what I mean? There's a difference in size when it comes to fighting.
Look, can I give you another example? Artur Beterbiev campaigned heavier as an amateur
than he did as a professional.
Yes. And because this is the story, right? For so many fighters in postmodern boxing, that's why I'm not hung up on it, because I'm like, look, damn near the whole sport doing that. The whole
I understand. He beat Usyk as an amateur.
So how I'm gonna pick and choose? Like, for example, if I know that the majority of the sport is doing this shit, then what I'm gonna get bent out of shape over one guy?
I'm not getting bent out of shape. What I'm saying is this: you can pay attention to that shit when they're young, when they're below 25 years old. But now, once they become professionals and they're grown men, now we get to gauge what level they're truly on. What can they actually do? So,
do you consider Devin Haney a weight bully at lightweight?
Of course.
You do.
I have to say he's he's stretching himself at 135.
Okay. Can I say?
He's not a weight bully. That's like saying.
I gotta pay the bills. Before anything, I gotta pay the bills. Luis Puente says Julius fighting Ellie Nutsack is bullying. That's true. That is true. Motherfucking George said the worst boxer's child that isn't Chavez Jr. Marvis Frazier.
Yeah, Marvis Frazier.
Fuck.
At least Chavez won a title. Motherfucking George said R.I.P. Dustin Screech Diamond from Saved by the Bell. Cause I'm Adam Lopez.
Ramen Jr. He's worse.
Yeah,
He lost to a football player.
That does it for me.
Motherfucking size. Once upon a time, there was a man named Roy Jones Jr. Don't forget Nikolai Valuev versus David Hay. Nikolai had all the size in the world.
The Nikolai sucks.
I watched the fight.
I think the point that at least I'm talking about is the weight cuts, not the actual size of them on fight night.
Let me say this, guys.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Wait. Look.
I want to listen to y'all.
If someone is a weight bully, I think that term has to come after the fact. Devin Haney might be a weight bully, but we only want to know. We're only going to know if he goes to super lightweight and gets beat like a drum.
Leo, hold on, Leo.
Like Teofimo Lopez. I think the jury's still out about his time at 140.
Hold on, we got a new panelist. I gotta let him in. De lo mío que lo que. Jose, the floor is yours. Nobody say nothing.
All right. How you doing, guys?
Hey, what's up,
Hello.
I'm just gonna say something real quick. I'm just gonna put my example real quick. I'm around 5'7" and a half. I have 71 reach. So if I campaign, I don't know, junior lightweight, I'm a weight bully?
What weight you said? Junior lightweight?
Yeah, 130.
130. You 5'7", and
5'7" and a half.
5'7" and a half.
My reach is 71 and a half.
71 inches. You kind of lanky.
Now, Jose, let me go. Let me go.
He is long.
Let me go.
Hold on. Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question first?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What weight do you walk around at when you're in shape?
Yeah, I want to ask the same
That's
question.
way more important than just your frame.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Because Canelo's 5'7", but he's a tank.
Thank you.
No, but listen, that's El Vaquero's also measures too. So that's the thing. Am I a weight bully?
I think you said
Can I answer a question?
Champ it, Jules.
Can I ask a question?
Come on,
let me say this. They are weight classes, not height classes.
Thank you.
I understand.
Classes.
No. Hold on.
Wait a minute. Now, see, Sebastian Fundoria is taller than Maris Breedis. But who's the cruiserweight?
Thank you.
100%. 100%.
What are we talking about then, man?
But what is the ability for Sebastian Fundora to grow?
That's not size.
Where can he grow? But what can
someone said it right now?
Hold on. No, y'all are missing it. Fundora grow into? What can Sebastian Fundora grow into?
What do you think would happen if Artur Beterbiev What you think will happen if Ocho Beterbiev hits Sebastian Fundora? I don't feel so good, Mr. Heyman.
Can Sebastian Fundora grow to 168, 175?
I guarantee. All right, I'm gonna put it to you this way.
I'm asking you a question.
Let me answer the question. Nobody say nothing. I wholeheartedly believe that kid will either cap out at super middle years from now, or he will cap out at middle, because the way I distinguish it. No, wait. The way I distinguish it is power. All right, which relates to bone density. And if you getting him the fuck up as soon as you got up there, you know what I mean? You got found out, B. Now, just because you tall don't make you a light heavyweight. Just because you tall don't make you a cruiserweight. If you can't absorb them hits, you know why? You don't belong up there.
I agree with you 100%. What I'm saying is, what is his frame? If he caps out at 175, is he a weight bully at 154? Of course he is. Of course he is. Come on, man. Come on, man. If he caps out at 175, he's a weight bully at 154.
Bro, you
of course
you doing the Sally Struthers thing for the scale, man.
Let me go back to the guy that was talking. Let me go back to the guy that was talking. He said he was giving his measurements and said, let me actually talk to the guy. What was your exact measurements, fam? He literally said his shit. Let me talk to him.
5'7", 71-inch wingspan.
Okay. And the other panelists asked him, what was his weight? What's his walking around weight? That's a legitimate question.
Yeah, when you're hold on. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not a legitimate question.
Not a legitimate question?
Because you're fucking. No, can I finish?
Walk around
can I finish? No.
Size. That's your ass.
I'm listening. I'm trying to listen to him.
No, listen. Your walk around weight. Your walk around weight is not your fucking in shape weight. When you're training,
no, but it gives us something to read off. No, but it gives us something to go off of. You're correct. You're correct.
You're not dehydrating.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Your walk around weight. What's Errol Spence walk around weight right now? What's Errol Spence walk around weight?
Errol Spence walk around weight is 165 right now.
Errol Spence walk around weight right now.
It's 165. It's 165.
What is Errol Spence walk around weight right now? Did y'all see his belly at the buffet line?
Oh, he's 170, 175.
But I don't think Errol's a weight bully. I just think he's undisciplined.
Guys,
nah. Being real with you, look. Can I say this? Can I say this? Look, here's an example. Of why I don't think that's the best example of a weight bully. We know that Jorge Linares, right? You know, he was a 3-division champion. He eventually moved up to lightweight. He didn't start out there. But when he went up to super lightweight, he got the shit beat out of him. He got his whole ass kicked at 140. Does that mean he was a weight bully at 135? No. Not 135.
No, it just means that he couldn't handle the weight. That's what we talking about. You're actually giving examples that are supporting my point.
No, it's not. Like, for example, I live in. For example, let me check this. Listen to this one.
Let me land the plane. Let me land. He wasn't that much shorter than Pablo Cano in terms of height. He wasn't that much shorter, but you could see. Look, pause. The girth. That like, yo, this dude is well bigger than him, even though
we understand what you're saying. Everybody understands what you're saying. I'm not talking about actual size. Guys, I'm not talking about actual size. I'm talking about guys that are obvious weight bullies. I'm not talking about actual size, inches per centimeters and all that bullshit. I'm talking about guys that are actually too big for their weight class and they've been campaigning there for too long.
Where do you draw the line, bro?
Errol Spence, Callum Smith, Boots Ennis.
Was Kell Brook a weight bully?
Kell Brook was a weight bully. Yes, he was.
Okay, so what's the point of weight division? What's the point of weight division?
What I'm saying is that there are fighters that are fighting at their walk-around weight or close to, and then there are fighters that are draining themselves completely, devastating their body to make weight to get an advantage. Devin Haney is one of those fighters. Motherfucker, Errol Spence is one of those fighters.
Point about Linares, right?
Y'all talk about walk around weight. I've seen Gennady Golovkin walking through Santa Monica when he doesn't have a fight, when he's not training at 170 to 175. You mean to tell me he's a fucking super middleweight
what I
or
mean
a fucking
is
light heavyweight?
this is what I'm saying about
You just
that.
said fucking walk around weight. It's fighting weight. It's not.
No, it's not. He's gonna train. He's gonna get down to about 165, and then he's gonna come into the ring at 160. He's gonna be
and that's his natural weight when he's in shape.
When he's in shape, he's a 165. So I'm saying
fighting side.
I'm saying at 165, that's his
look,
actual
I gotta pay the bills. Let me pay the bills. He lost to Larry Holmes and a prime Mike Tyson. I don't hold that against Marvis Frazier. Well, I'm just saying the apple fell pretty far from the tree. I don't hold it against him either. But the apple. All right, now, Chris Price says, I fought in Muay Thai internationally from 14 to 22. Everyone is on PEDs. Hold on. Everyone is on PEDs. Neither sport would be what it is without them. I realized that in the pros when I saw I was the only one not using. Trying to tell you, man, we all on something, bro. I took fucking Osterin this morning. I felt great. George says Nikolai Valuev is our generation's Primo Carnero.
Yes, he is.
Agreed. That's exactly. He was just a big dude. He couldn't even box. He's just a big dude. Will said, was Floyd? No, Floyd was not a weight bully. Floyd was not a weight bully.
Julius, I can settle this.
Go ahead.
Look, what is the definition of a bully? A bully is the kind of guy that can only perform if he has an unfair advantage. In this case, weight. If you can perform not having that advantage, by definition, you're never were a weight bully. So fighters that move up in weight.
Is Jaime Munguia a weight bully?
No.
Yes, he is.
We cannot say that.
Let him finish.
We cannot say that because he hasn't performed at the world level at middleweight yet. He hasn't fought the champion. So we cannot know.
What does it matter what level champion he fights?
Oh yeah, it matters because
is he rehydrating?
Could he finish talking? Could he finish talking?
I'm having a conversation with Leo. It's okay.
Let him finish
talking.
Don't get scared.
Don't get scared. It's okay.
Look, everybody has to relax. Everybody has to relax. Let me champ the shit.
But is Ben Davidson a good trainer?
It's okay. Don't get scared. You're just talking to
him. He has his head though.
No, listen to me.
Can Tank Davis beat Duran?
No, listen, wait, listen to me. In all seriousness, the main reason that I always come back to the center when it comes to the weight issue, because it is an issue. Some guys are walking into the ring the night of the fight super duper heavier than their opponents.
Exactly.
It does happen, so I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that advantage, you're making it out to be more than what it is because we seen Bivol school Ramirez. We seen that. So it ain't
Jules, at the high level, it doesn't come out. The advantage doesn't show up at the high level because you're dealing with, Terrence Crawford's, Bivol's, Ramirez. You're dealing with the elite fighters. But in the medium level, it matters. Like I asked you, does Jaime Munguia beat whoever, Gennady Golovkin? Let's just say,
can I say
for
something
example,
real quick?
Jaime Munguia. Damn man, can you let me finish one point? Jaime Munguia is walking in 180 pounds on the night, fam.
All right,
he's younger, stronger.
All right, Chaim. Let's. All right, wait. I'm not disagreeing with that, right? He would probably beat him now, but that's not because of the weight. You take that same Jaime Munguia, throw him in a time machine, put him with that Golovkin from 2014, he'll kill him. He'll fucking kill him.
What did you say? Say that one more time.
Take that same Jaime Munguia that probably weighs like a fucking 175 the night of the fight, 180 the night of the fight, right?
No,
wait a minute. Let me land the plane.
Let him walk into this.
You saying that if you took that Jaime and you took that Golovkins from 2014, Golovkin won't kill that man?
I say Golovkin would murder him. But I'm saying today, hold on. I'm saying today that Jaime Munguia will kill Golovkin
because he old, not because of the weight.
Because he's bigger and younger. He's bigger and younger.
Can I say something? Wait up, hold up. This whole started with about Josh Taylor.
Yeah, we were talking about Josh Taylor.
Is Kell Brook bigger and more massive than Triple G?
Kell Brook.
No, Kell Brook and Josh Taylor is almost the same size, bro.
No,
By the
what
way,
I'm saying.
by the way, Haim, I
That's
just want
not
to
what
say
I'm
that.
saying.
Go ahead,
When
go
you
ahead, fam.
put Kell Brook and Triple G together, the mass of Kell Brook and his size is bigger than Triple G.
Yeah, I know, but one is acclimated at the weight and one wasn't.
Negates what you were saying about the
No, it
size
doesn't.
and the mass.
No, it doesn't change what I'm saying. Just
Yes,
hold on. No, it doesn't exactly. It doesn't because boxing is a science.
No, can
Boxing
I
is
say
a
something?
science. It
I
doesn't.
mean,
It
just
doesn't
right quick.
negate what I'm saying.
So
One has been acclimated
it's
at
a
the weight
science when
longer.
it's a science when you want it to be a science and a weight bully when
No,
it's a
it's
weight bully.
No, I'm not trying to
This is
switch up
another
on
thing. No,
anything.
but this is another thing. I feel that this is a deeper. No, wait. Listen.
Don't be like that.
I honestly feel that this is a deeper conversation that does not just encompass weight, because fat, for example, weight in the form of fat is not really usable. If we really gonna be scientific, bone density and how much weight and how much muscle.
I was about to say body frame. I was about to say body frame. That's what
But
I was
that's
about
the
to say.
thing
But you
that
said bone density, which is very similar.
the reason I don't. No, wait a minute. The reason I don't go by body frame. Look at Callum Smith. He's 6'4". He'll get annihilated at heavyweight.
I think
Just
he's
because you
6'3".
6'4".
I think he's 6'3", and
But
I
he
think that he was strangling himself and strangling his entire body at
just
168.
all I'm saying
and he
is
moved to
more to
175
it.
and he
I
opened
think
up
it's
on him.
more to it. I think it's more to it than just the wingspan and the height. That's what I'm saying. It's
I agree with you. I
Because
agree with you.
there's a lot of tall guys.
You just said a key term. You just said a key term: bone density. Sebastian Fundora's bone density and his natural metabolism. That's his weight class, 154.
Yes.
So how is he a weight bully then?
Who Fundora?
Sebastian Fundora.
No, that's not his natural fucking weight class. No,
his bone density and his metabolism. Yes,
respectfully, fam. When Fundora works out and he's ready to go to war, he's all charged in, ready to go. He's in perfect shape. He's ready to get in the ring right now. He's 170 pounds.
Nah, I don't see that.
He burns himself down to 154.
I don't see that.
Okay. That's what these boxers are doing. That's what these boxers are doing.
Let Jose go.
I mean,
that's what these boxers are doing, fam. I'm not trying to be an asshole. That's what these boxers are doing.
But you know what the problem? Wait, before I give it to Leo,
how big is Shakur Stevenson?
Before I give it to Leo, right? Go ahead. I'm not disagreeing that that's what these boxers are doing. I'm saying all of them are doing it. So what's the advantage? They're all doing it.
The advantage, that's when the advantage comes. That's where we start talking about size. That's where we talk about length and reach.
I mean,
that's when we start that conversation. That's when that conversation comes in. You ask me, what's the advantage?
All
that's
doing
the advantage.
It.
No, but you asked me a question. No, you asked me a question. Is a difference between a 5'10" guy doing it and a 6'2" guy doing it. I believe there is an advantage there.
I mean,
that's the advantage. That's the conversation.
No, let me just say something real quick. I kind of sort of get his point because his point is the advantage of somebody, bigger and stronger, whatever the advantage is, genetically or whatever. I get his point, because that's a lot of guys, if not everyone, doing that, but. The other thing is, look at the comparison between Golovkin and what's his name, Daniel Jacobs. Daniel Jacobs is tall as shit. He's like what, 6'2", 6'3"?
About 6'2". 6'2". I'll say he's like 6'2".
He's tall as hell, and it was not an advantage at all. But the thing is, to me, a weight bully, and I don't know if everybody's gonna agree with me, but to me, a weight bully is when you do stuff in the ring that you can get away with it. For example. David Benavidez. He's not doing no boxing shit over there.
He not though. Like he not.
Exactly. So he's a weight bully.
Did he just bring my point home? Did he just bring my point home?
Let him finish. Let him finish, man.
No, but listen. Everybody knows that David Benavidez means weight. Everybody knows that. So he's actually doing fat cams. He's going to get down to 168. So he's one of the guys who makes your point. But here's the thing. Not everybody means weight, and not everybody has an advantage because they own the weight class. I put myself in an example because 130 is my basically my walk around weight, But my fighting class last time I fought was on 122 pounds. I can still make the
You're
weight.
not a weight bully though. That's only an 8-pound rehydration advantage.
He's not a weight bully.
How much are you on fight night?
Okay. No, let's say this. Can I say this?
I wouldn't consider him a weight bully.
Let me say this. The most brazen example that I think we all agree on for weight bullying is Benavidez, because most of what you are and what you can do is attributed to your weight. You know that if you tried that same shit that you be doing, them dumbass shoe shines, them 4, 5, 6 left hooks, right? If you did that at 75, you get killed. You get killed, all right? Yeah. So I will concede to Chaim. Benavidez is the perfect example of a weight bully. The perfect example. But across the sport, I cannot agree with every instance of that. No, I can't, because I've seen guys that have had size advantages and weight advantages, and you know what?
They got their ass whooped.
Yeah,
but let me ask you a quick question, Jules. Now, when we talk about pound for pound lists, you gotta get careful. All right, because we talking about the weight bully shit, right? So now we talk about pound for pound list, and we go when you talk about pound for pound list, you literally go division by division. That's how you come up with your pound for pound list. You go division by division, and who's jumping divisions and who's doing what. Yeah. So then you go into body frames and length and all of that shit. That's where this conversation goes. Okay, so don't think that I'm fucking crazy because a guy walks in the ring 200 pounds.
No. I don't
think at a light heavyweight.
I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy. But what I think is, at least for me, right? Like, okay, another example of someone who may fall under the category of weight bully on the premise that most of what they execute is attributed to their size as opposed to actual ability. We can say that Jarrett Hurd cutting from 200 pounds down to 154
is a bit extreme. That's a bit extreme. Yeah.
But I've heard that. I've been told he walks around at 200 pounds. I've been told. And he looks 200 pounds in pictures. So I'm like, I can believe it. So these are very extreme examples, which drive your point home. Does it happen? Yes. And are there extreme examples where, look, no, you're a weight bully. Most of what you do is attributed to what you weigh on the night.
Okay, so now talk to me about Errol Spence.
Now, Errol, I don't believe, I'm going to be real with you, and you know I'm not crazy about Errol. You know that. But I don't consider Errol a weight bully because you went in there with Kell Brock, did you not? And Kell's supposed to be, a big welterweight. You know what I mean? And with Errol, I see the boxing. Like, to me, I don't rate Errol that high. He's a good textbook boxer with good fundamentals. He's not layered like my man Crawford. He don't got all the extra bells and whistles. But what he's doing really isn't necessarily just attributed to weight. It's not. Like, he's got a good jab. He's got a good body attack.
No, I'm not saying that it's attributed. I'm not saying that it's attributed just to weight. What I'm saying is Kell Brook, when he fought Kell Brook and him were both weight bullies in that fight. All right, he was able to beat Kell Brook because we know Kell Brook was damaged. But now, with that being said, I think he is a weight bully within the welterweight division.
Look, if you gave me boots, I would say I'm kind of with you because you haven't proven anything yet against somebody, who's solid. Somebody who's really solid. I would kind of be with you there. With Virgil, I get it that you look at the size of these fighters and you say, bro, you know you can be at 54. Why don't you just cut the fucking crap? I get that.
Yeah.
But I've seen, look, remember, Oscar was like 5'10", 5'11". He was around there like 5'10" at welter. Yeah. But he used to campaign lower than that.
130.
He was growing.
130.
The only difference there is that the young man is growing. They were fighting at such a young age that they're actually still growing. That's more of a Shakur Stevenson coming out of 130 to 135. His body is actually growing. So we're not taking, we're going to take excuses.
Yeah, because you mentioned You mentioned Linares earlier. Like he turned pro when he was 17. Of course, he's going to grow into
exactly.
When you're 17 years old, you still have the physical body of like a 15, 14-year-old.
100%, my man.
100%. I'm not. Look, all I'm saying is that the examples that we're talking about, what we all agree is weight bullying. Those are extreme examples, and it's not that many fighters. It's Benavidez, yeah, maybe him.
I'll give you something, Jules. I'll give you something. People say, and I think it's a ridiculous statement, but they say that Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz are the future of the welterweight division. I think that's a ridiculous statement. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's a ridiculous statement.
Listen, it was the first time. The first time I went to you,
that's how you know you're a weight bully.
That's what I heard. That was going to be the future weight, like the future
that's ridiculous. Shakur Stevenson is the future of the welterweight division.
And
that's left to be determined, though.
No, we don't know that. You know what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying.
Wait a minute, but we can say
Jules, Rachel and Nonito are asking for a link, but I don't know if we got room.
Okay, somebody got to drop off so I can shoot them the link.
Y'all really want me to get out? Kicking me out. That's how y'all want me to get out.
Let me see. Let me look up.
Nobody mentioned you by name, man.
Somebody got
tired of me out. You're tired of me out.
Nah, because you sparked the debate. It's a good debate.
Yeah, I sparked the debate. But I've been wanting to have this debate for a while, though.
And guys, to be fair, Nonito is going to have something to say about
I know they're going to have something to say. That's why I'm like, fuck.
Somebody drop off so I can shoot them the link.
They're going to tear my ass up in here. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, I'm moving down.
See you later, Jose.
Have a good night, guys. I'm going to be in the background.
All right.
But I'm pretty sure he knows a lot about it because look
I just shot him the link. Now let me read the super chats. Floyd used to walk around at 160. Does that mean that he was a weight bully? Not to me. Not to me.
No, it doesn't. And I never knew Floyd to walk around.
Later in his career, and he was taking fights at super middleweight.
I never knew Floyd to walk around.
That doesn't make him a weight bully.
Yeah, no.
Let me read the next super chat. This is Julius Springer. I love it. It damn sure is. Damn sure is. This is madness. Like we got Rachel and Nonito in the chat.
Nah, but you know what? Even though there are people I disagree with, at least you guys are actually making points, unlike what happens on Twitter like 90% of the time.
People that don't make no sense.
Okay.
I may be wrong. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Who am I addressing right now?
All right.
I don't know.
Hayam believes, and we're using David Benavidez as the control. A fighter like him with that build and that frame who has to cut down that much weight, Hayam believes that this fighter is a weight bully. That outside of the advantages his weight gives him, he really isn't that much. And you got it.
That's my story, Rachel.
So Hayam, how much do you weigh and how tall are you?
I'm 6'5". I'm 210 pounds.
So do you feel like you have an advantage over someone that's 6'3", that's 195?
Yes, I do.
So in the heavyweight division that you weighed in for, do you feel like you're bullying the guy that's 195 and that you should have a better advantage?
I don't feel like I'm bullying him, but I don't feel like everything is fair. If I operate the way I'm supposed to operate in the ring, I believe he has a clear disadvantage. If I do everything that I'm supposed to do in the ring, I think he has a clear disadvantage. I'm 6'5". My arm span is like 84 inches. What you're saying,
Hayam, is that a good big man will always be
a good
an equally good little man.
Yes.
Now this is my point. This is the point.
But what is your BMI? What is your fat percentage at this time?
I don't know exactly what it is, but I would tell you to be perfectly honest with you, I'm a basketball player. I look like a Deontay Wilder. I look like a replica of Deontay Wilder. He's 2 inches shorter than me. I'm 2 inches shorter than him. I'm sorry. So I look like a Deontay Wilder. That's the story.
You look like a Deontay Wilder.
Yeah, I'm a basketball player. I look like a basketball player. You know.
Okay.
Can you sustain in the ring for 3 minutes?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Can you sustain in the ring for 3 minutes?
Yes, I can. Yes, I've sparred. I've went to the box. You know, I'm decent. I'm not no world champion, nowhere near. Don't get it twisted. But I can sustain in the ring sparring 3 minutes, no problem. I've done it before.
Now I got a question for Rachel.
Go ahead.
Now, Rachel, has your husband experienced any criticism as far as like weight bullying because he's coming down to 115?
100%. The thing is that they don't understand his
metabolism,
bone mass, his metabolism, how tall he is, and how much fat he has, and the muscle capacity that he actually can hold on to. The thing is, listen, we were at 126. Don't you think I try to build him bigger than 126? And all I could build him was 131.
Wow.
Right.
What's the strongest you ever seen him? What's the strongest in your mind? You feel like he was at his most powerful. He was at his highest level. What's that? What does that look like? What size is that?
18.
118.
That's
really?
Yeah. That's bantamweight.
Damn, 118. That is
now, Rachel, I want to say this, that those are the same points that I highlighted, that it's a little deeper than just the height of the fighter.
Yeah, it is.
They're weight classes. They're not height classes. They're weight classes. There's tall kids at 154 that if you put them at 175, they don't belong up there, not based on their height and their wingspan. It's deeper than that. It's bone density. It's metabolism. It's muscle mass. Because
What's up, fellas?
Ain't no need
now, you know, I'm all about this stuff now.
What's up? I agree with what you just said, Jules. Just so you know, I did agree with what you said. As far as it's not just the height and the reach, it is bone density, it is body mass, all of that stuff, BMI, like she was bringing up. It is all of that. But you can see certain people obviously are being weight bullies. When you see that,
the most. I want to ask Rachel and Nonito about this. Do you feel that, like, I guess a guy like a David Benavidez that has to cut a lot of weight to make super middleweight, would you classify that as weight bullying?
Well, so the thing is that what we look at in the lower weights, right? So like you look at the IBF, right? And this is something that I don't super agree with the IBF. With the IBF, they have a 10-pound rehydration clause, but a 10-pound rehydration clause is 105, 125 is different from a rehydration clause on 185. So when we talk about Benavidez losing more weight than we do, we have to look at the percentage of the body weight and not just, he's losing, so for example, Nonito, once he starts training camp, he's about 129. So we're looking at 11 pounds to get to 118, right? And these guys, they're looking at 15 to 20. So when you do the mathematical equation on how much more and how easy it is for them to drop those, for example, it's easy for them to drop 10 pounds in one workout, and it's harder for the lower weights to do so.
Well, let me make it clear. Let me make it clear. And this is from my experience. There is no such thing as weight bullying. You know why? Because when I was at 112, I could say I was weight bullying, but I was so vulnerable. Anything that hit me, it hurt so fucking bad because I was dry. I was so weak. That's why I didn't stay in there. Now, why do you think all these motherfuckers come in? Forgive my French here. Why do you think these fools coming up and they're like, I'm not going down? Because when you go back down, you go down hard. Guess what? You're vulnerable. Everything hurts. Everything makes you see stars. A little jab to the stomach. You can feel all of that already. And I don't believe in such thing, because this is why people move up in weight, because they know they can't do it.
Now, Hayam, what did I tell you?
Let me say something. Let me say something. You called Tommy Hearns a weight bully, and I said 15-round fighters had to weigh in. Nonito, they used to weigh in the day of the fight. Where's the advantage? Where's the advantage?
There is no advantage. That's what I'm saying. If he couldn't make the weight, he won't do it, because I know for a fact, all my life that I box, that's why I don't stay in the weight, because I can't make the weight. I could have said, you know what, I could go 105 because that's where I started from, 105. And I said, I can't make it because I know I'll get my ass beat. When I was at 112, I was beating D'Artagnan. I was good. And then after that, I was eating everything. I got money in my pocket. It took me about almost a year before I got a defense. And guess what? I was pissing blood. Every time I get hit in the stomach, I was pissing blood. I hurt. I hurt so fucking bad.
Tremendous respect to you. Tremendous respect to you, Donito. I know
But
that what you're saying.
Nahayim, this is the point that I'm going to make because this is the point that I made at the top of the show. If you can make the weight, you can make the weight. We can't use extreme examples and apply them across the entire sport when everybody does that. So how is it an advantage if everybody is doing it? It's not.
My thing was this. Jules and Donito. My thing, and respect to Donito, because I respect what he just said right there. I respect everything that you just said, and I know what you're talking from real experience. So kudos and respect to you. But my point was, when you see the obvious weight bullying, you saying there's no such thing as weight bullying, but we've seen that guys are really using it different advantages. You at the lower weight class, I don't know if the weight bullying is more prevalent there or less prevalent. I'm not sure, because maybe it's more intricate of weight bullying. I don't really know. But because I'm not down there, so I'm not going to speak on experiences that I don't have. I'm not going to, go there. But I will say that we've seen it in the upper weight classes where it is a little bit obvious. Like, this guy does not belong in the ring with this other guy. And when that comes into play, like the person in the panel spoke earlier about, they can do things. They're allowed to get away when throwing punches that they would normally not do. They would normally not throw these punches. Their skill set.
Nahayim. Here's the example that I used, right? Here's an example that I use. I believe that David Benavidez, for example, opposite the ring, a David Morrell is a very different fight. But to me, that addresses the matchmaking more than the weight. If you're in there with Lemieux, who used to be a middleweight,
but the weight, don't act like the weight doesn't matter. If you get,
I'm not saying that.
Okay, hold on. This is what I think.
Listening,
okay,
guys, I'm listening. I know I'm arguing, but I'm listening.
This is what I think. Okay, there is an advantage of being a bigger guy.
Yes.
And there is a big advantage of being the guy on the right weight, because you can last longer, you can move, and you don't have, see, that's why there's no such thing, is because you're using that. Yeah, you got about 4 rounds of strength. And then all of that, you got nothing. How many big guys come in there? Look, an example. You could say De La Hoya was a weight bullying with Pacquiao when he made the what is the catch weight, or Cotto with the catch weight. I remember. With the catch weight, they were way bigger than him. They were way bigger than him. You could say that they were weight bullying him because he was way bigger than them. But guess what? They could not perform. Why? Because they were too big and they were too caught up.
Donito, you're correct. And you're correct. That was Bivol.
I think what you're doing. I think the disconnect. I think the disconnect that you're using is that, okay, let's say weight is an advantage, but so is speed. So is agility.
Yes.
So is mobility.
Listen, guys, that advantage can be curtailed by a fresher fighter.
No, guys, both of y'all are correct. And I'm not always right in my point. My point wavers because Bivol versus Ramirez disproves my point. But
Bivol is also a special fighter, though.
Yes, exactly.
He's already an anomaly.
Exactly.
Bivos are there.
Let's not ESPN this thing.
Let's make this clear, though, y'all. Let's make this clear. We call it ownership, owning up to it. You made the weight. It's like me going up to 126. I'm too small for 126, but I went up there anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like if I go back down to 112, I'm gonna hurt, but I'm gonna make the damn weight, regardless if I look like I'm the bigger guy in there. I'm still gonna be vulnerable. It's a matter of the fact that you gotta own up to it, whether you sign for that contract of fighting at 126, 118, or 200 pounds, or whatever.
When you sign that waiver, you assume the responsibility of whatever happened. And that's
if you can make the weight, you can make the weight.
I get it, guys. If you can make the weight, you can make the weight. I get it. But what we're trying to do is discern your skill level. We're trying to find out if you're really more skilled than everybody else.
Okay, now, to your point, because I understand what what you mean.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying, fam.
That if you move up to a weight, which kind of happened to Linares.
Yeah.
And Linares was elite at 135, so don't get it
twisted. But he moved up to a weight class where he couldn't handle.
But he moved up to a weight where he didn't belong. So size had something to do with what happened, because we knew that Pablo Cano was really not the same caliber of fighter at 140 that Linares was at 135, yet Linares lost. So how do we explain that?
Badly.
You did fight a guy that was a lot bigger than you were in there, and that had its role to play. But I don't superimpose that. Why, Linares, you wanted to do that, right? You wanted to go up there.
No, I'm not making excuses for no Linares. I'm not making excuses. All I'm saying is that everybody has that ceiling, and certain people are playing around with that ceiling within the sport of boxing. Everybody has their ceiling, but certain people are playing games and they're putting out illusions. Hold on.
Everybody has a limit.
Hold on. They putting out illusions. They putting out illusions of what their ceiling is. And our story, our whole conversation was about discerning what their skill level actually is and what their ceiling actually is. So like we said, Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz are not the future of the welterweight division. They're more likely the future of the middleweight division. So who's the future of the welterweight? So now who's the future of the welterweight division? I said Shakur Stevenson. That's what I'm talking about. We're discerning talent and skill level. We're not
wait a minute. Let me say this to you. If this is about ability versus physicality, I got you. I know what you mean. That you may be able to do things at one weight because of the advantages that you have at one weight that may not carry over into the other.
100%. Thank you, Juice.
I talk about that all the time. But the term that I don't use, the term I don't use, I don't really say weight bully, because I know that everybody in the sport is cutting weight. So it's not like it's something.
No, but some people are extreme,
individual.
Some people are extreme.
But that's what we're saying, though, bro. That's what we're saying. It doesn't matter if it's extreme, right? There is a negative and a positive. Yes, you're gonna be getting there a lot bigger, but I promise you, you're gonna be so much more vulnerable. You get popped in that stomach, you're gonna go down.
Yo, my man, you're correct.
Not being bullying, though, bro.
Let me ask you a question.
Let him talk.
Hold on. I wanted to catch him while he was talking. I thought what he said was intelligent. I wanted to ask you, what do you think the change is between the two? You said there's not a disadvantage or advantage, right? You could get a disadvantage or advantage, but doesn't age play a part at a certain age?
Yeah, but then we're not
hold on. Let me answer that question, because I'm fucking 40 years old.
That's a legitimate question.
I'm 42. I'm 42. Hold on. I am 40 years old. And if somebody tell me my goal right now is go down to 115, not to bully somebody, to get my 5th division, I can make the goddamn weight. Now I'm 40 fucking years old, and I ain't gonna make that fucking excuse that I'm old, because I can make the fucking weight. Whatever I want to do for myself, I can do it. But if I'm gonna make the fucking excuse that I'm old already, guess what? I'm old and I can't make the fucking weight.
And let me tell you, you sound like Showtime when they sent over the fucking people. When Ubali, we were supposed to fight Ubali, and that bitch fucking came over to the gym, was interviewing Nonito, and was like, so about retirement, blah, 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 blah. And then I sat in the corner, and my corner guy was like, yeah, so Rachel's pissed. And she came over after the interview, and she's like, I'm sorry, I heard that you weren't really pleased with the interview. I was like, no, bitch. Are we talking about a fight? And she's all, yeah, he's fighting Ubali. And I was like, yeah, did you know he sparred him before? And she's like, no. I was like, because you didn't ask the right questions. You want to put your ass narrative. Whoever told you that he was going to announce his retirement against Ubali was giving you that narrative, and you guys talked through it, and you were putting that through it. But we didn't buy into that bullshit. We didn't buy into it against Gaballo. So, everyone's going to count you out, and here's the reason why. I will tell you the secret why boxers have a small lifespan. It is because what we were used to is running the pavement for 10 to 15 miles a day, used to freaking 15, 30 rounds of sparring more than that every time, every week. And in the fight, 15 to 12 rounds hard. Right? That shortens your lifespan.
Of course, 100%. 100%.
But we are in a generation that we have science. We know how we're supposed to move. We know how we're supposed to react. And we know that we're not supposed to take that punishment in the gym, leave it, quote unquote, leave it in the gym. And then you have nothing when it comes to the damn ring.
Yes, exactly.
I still have boxers today that are still freaking sparring 5 fucking days a week. And I'm like, why?
Yeah,
because
that's insane.
It ages
That's
you
insane.
prematurely.
Yeah.
My only point to Hayam, my point is this, which is why I brought up Bivol versus Ramirez.
Yeah, go ahead.
Weight alone is not going to win the fight, because if it were, Bivol would have lost, but he won. David Hay beat Nikolai Valuev, who was a giant. Primo Carnero was a giant compared to Max Baer. Weight alone did not decide.
No, weight alone is not going to.
Because hold on, this whole thing started saying Josh Taylor's a weight bully and needs to be at 54.
And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
And he's not.
I don't agree with that.
And you want him to jump. And you want him to jump.
Taylor is a weight bully.
Like I
he
said,
might not
there's
belong
no
at 54,
thing,
but he
man.
damn sure belong at 47.
Right.
He might not belong at 54,
you can't
but he
say
damn
that
sure
now.
belong at
You
47.
said he belongs at 54.
I
That's
said he
14
belongs at
pounds
54.
more.
Yes, I did. I'm not reneging on my statement. I'm saying Josh Taylor is a weight bully that belongs at 54.
Hey, wait.
What's going
You're
on?
saying that based on his height. You're saying that based on his height.
We don't have
His
height classes.
frame.
We have weight
you
classes.
said it based on his height.
No, it's not just his height.
Can we
His
say
frame as well.
Fundora? Can we say Fundora is a weight bully too?
Of course he is. Of course he is.
And listen, Nonito,
Fundora is 6'5".
Listen, Nonito, I say it all the time. Look, Fundora is tall. He is tall. Okay, yeah, Fundora's tall. But if you put him up there with those light heavyweights, you'd find out, you know what, Fundora does not belong up there.
Exactly.
He needs to grow.
Yeah,
Then
his
he needs to grow.
height isn't a determinant of how much weight he carries naturally.
Hey,
Like, I don't believe that.
I just want to say this real quick.
You can be 6 foot tall and be wiry, because that's
Listen,
just how
dog. The
You
average
got guys.
heavyweight.
Listen, hold on. You got guys that are built like Kevin Garnett. They're very wiry. But then you got guys that's built like LeBron, that they solid. They can be the same height, but they're solid.
Yes,
look at Tyson Fury and Joshua. Look how they
I
carry
said it was
weight,
case.
despite being around the same height.
Hey, wait. Hold on, Nonito. Somebody on the panel has a question for you. Julio, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering with Nonito, like, what was the heaviest who ever weighed on a fight night? Because for me, where I disagree, where I think I defer with Haim, like, I'm more concerned about the rehydration, where, like, after you're both fully rehydrated, if, like, someone has, like, a 30-pound advantage on you, I think that is actually
crazy.
Okay, so let me
like,
get this straight.
Forget height and all that.
Let me get this straight too. So there was time back in the days when I was fighting at 112 and 115, I would go up to 15 to 20 pounds. I didn't like being that big. It hurt so bad. I felt so slow. That's why for me, when I go into a fight, I gotta be at least 7, the most at 10 pounds, because I feel great. I feel like I can move. I feel like I got everything on me. But if I go 15 and 20 pounds, might as well just slug it out, because I'm not gonna be able to move around. So there is that, all of that, you know. Some people it might work on the bigger guys, depends on who you're fighting. But if you're a bigger guy and you put like 30 pounds on and you're fighting somebody who's gonna run around you, good luck, because your ass is gonna be walking with brick shoes on.
For real, like, look at Usyk. You know, Usyk. Matter of fact, not even Usyk. Look at Wilder. Wilder's a perfect example. About 6'7", 6'7", lots of reach, very tall, long, wiry fighter. But he only came in about 220 something. Everybody not built the same, which is why I say, advantage. I'm not sure, because there are a lot of different kinds of advantages in a boxing match. It's not just down to weight.
Jules, I agree with you. It's not all size.
I think that two things can be at the same
time. Make everything. You got to look at things case by case basis. We can't talk about Wilder. Look at poor Wilder. He's fighting guys 40 and 40 pounds heavier than him.
This is my point.
So I can't use my I can't take my statement and make it a blanket statement. I know that.
Listen. This is my point. Hear me out. All right. We seen a cruiserweight, and Steve Cunningham's knocked down Tyson Fury. We know Steve ain't no goddamn heavyweight. We know that. We can see that. But he still dropped that man. Nevin Pajcik before that. He still dropped that man. You see what I mean? John McDermott. Everybody know John McDermott beat Tyson Fury. Everybody know. You know what I mean? and he was shorter. He was shorter and stumpier than Tyson Fury. So the idea that it's an advantage, it's an advantage. Look, I look at the matchmaking more than that. The matchmaking really is what tells me, all right, what's going on here.
But what I was telling you was A level versus B level. If you got an A level top guy and he has that 30-pound advantage that Donito was just talking about, you walk in with a 30-pound advantage and you're an A-level fighter. That's a big difference.
Yeah, but
if y'all both are
that's an
oxymoron.
That's an oxymoron. Let me tell you why that's an oxymoron.
Those are outliers.
Those are outliers. They are outliers.
The reason that's an oxymoron is because if you really that A level, you're not even relying on it.
No,
if you that A level.
Okay,
you talking about your Crawfords, your Usyks, your Pacquiao.
We talking about David Benavidez. We talking about David Benavidez at 168.
He A level. He A level.
You're arguing outliers to the medium.
I agree with you. I am arguing.
So what's the difference? What's the point of arguing something very minuscule compared to the average?
No, listen, my point was you do see certain times where the weight does make a difference. There's certain fights where the weight does make a difference.
You're not understanding me. I'm not disagreeing that the weight makes a difference. I'm saying it's not the end all and be all. It's not.
No, exactly.
No,
there are disadvantages to it too.
Yeah, I think
those like seizure-like knockouts, they happen because people don't have fluids in their brain.
Yeah, Bivol versus Ramirez was obvious.
I haven't spoken yet, but I just want to say, I think that two things could be true at the same time. I think weight bullying could be a concern if the guy that has a size disadvantage, right, doesn't know what he's doing, whereas a guy that knows what he's doing, like a la
Usyk,
what's my guy's name, Valdez, beating Burchell. That's what I'm alluding to. There's two things that can happen, But you're right. It's not the end all be all.
Virtuoso, funny story, right? I saw people used to call Burchell a weight bully at 130, right? Most people don't know. I know this because I was told by someone that knows him. He was killing himself to make 130. That wasn't an event. That wasn't an event. He was killing himself.
But he's fighting smaller men.
Yes, but the night of, the dude ain't got nothing left because he's cutting down. So where's the advantage?
But that's what I'm saying, man. You
Did Roy Jones have an advantage after coming down from heavyweight?
Of course he did.
So after he came back down coming down from heavyweight, did he have an advantage being the weight bully coming down from heavyweight?
Y'all going crazy over here, man.
He didn't have the chin advantage. I know that for sure.
That's a
fluctuation. There's not a one.
Wait, how many of you guys have Manny Pacquiao as a Hall of Famer?
All of us.
What?
I hope.
I have Manny Pacquiao.
Do you feel like he weight bullied the guys that were in a catch weight to bring them down to a weight that they have never been?
No,
why not?
Because Manny Pacquiao was growing the age. He was growing.
No. I'm gonna tell you why, Rachel. No, wait. I'm gonna tell you why, Rachel. My ideology is when you sign that waiver, you assume the responsibility of whatever happens. You can't sign on a dotted line and then complain when it don't go your way. That's why the Kovalev thing with Canelo, for example. I'm not going to sit here and cry a river for Kovalev that he made all the millions of dollars off that fight. He the one that decided to do that. He the one that agreed to those terms. So when you agreed, I'm cool. So for me, the weight bullying thing, it's not an issue, fam. Like, no, it's not an issue.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I think the angle was that he threw the fight.
You can't say he didn't play weight as a factor, right? And hold him as the glorified that you do, without saying that you acknowledge that the people that cut that weight and dehydrated and didn't show up, if they had won, let's just say they had won those fights, right? Margarito, Haddon, all of them. If they had won, what would we have called them? A weight bully.
Not me.
I don't know.
I'm not saying you, Jules. I'm saying other people.
Rachel, I wouldn't have called him a weight bully. I didn't see I saw Manny Pacquiao as a small guy moving up in weight. So I never saw him as a weight bully. I never thought of him in that manner.
No. But he never made the weights that he made. He got those catch weights in. He never made those weights. He made those people come down to a weight that was not in the weight that he actually won.
So I mean, I guess that you would call that weight bullying contractually. I mean, I didn't think that he physically. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you call that.
Hold on. Okay. You know, because there's really no going through with this stuff, right?
You can't play the guy a violin when he agrees.
No, I'm not pulling out.
There is. I mean, no need to. There's no point. We're not going to convince him. We're not going to convince him.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's no convincing
something else.
Because no. Like listen. Because we talk about ownership. We talk about ownership, right? We talk about
that, fam.
Yeah, we talk about ownership. We talk about all of that stuff. But there's really no convincing anyone what they want to believe. Now, let me tell you this: have y'all ever lost weight 10 pounds in a day?
No.
Yes. And how did y'all feel? How did y'all feel?
It feels
terrible.
It probably hurts like a bitch.
Did you have strength? Or did somebody hold you up because it was hard to stand up?
Yeah.
Yes.
When I used to wrestle,
I mean, but no, we've been talking about this for like the last 2 days with this guy. I mean, this is a record.
Anyway, man.
Okay, wait. Let me end it this way. If you guys have been talking about this for the last 2 days, apparently I don't know. Apparently, so what the fuck? Okay. No. What is the solution? Are you saying that we should have height?
No.
Height
What I'm
division?
saying,
I don't know what he's saying.
What I'm saying
it's like we've been.
What I'm saying is you should. What I'm saying is this: you should never
That's actually not a bad idea.
fighter. You should never have a fighter weighing in at 175, walking in the ring at 203.
Then that's what I'm saying. It's more about rehydration than anything else.
The problem is the rehydration.
But even then,
we should have a jockey height division and a basketball height division.
Let me go. And like I said,
talk to me.
If it were really, if it were really as definitive as you say it is, then Bivol should have lost to Zerto, but he didn't.
I know.
If it were really that definitive, let me go down an itemized list of guys who were far outweighed by their opponents and still won.
Roy Jones, John Ruiz.
Let's put away the violins, please.
Can I say something?
Because,
no.
I understand the point of the gentle looking. Basically, what he's saying is, okay, boxing is a sport with weight classes. So the idea is people with similar weights fight each other. And that makes that some kind of fair. But do these people cutting up massive amounts of weight, they enter the ring in different weight classes, and that is not fair.
Thank you, Leo. That's all I'm saying, Leo. That's all I'm saying, Leo. I ain't got nothing else to say.
Let me get it right now. So if we go back to same day weigh-ins and Zerto weighs in to the same weight to fight Bivol at 75, is that an advantage? Is he weight bullying?
He's gonna be dead.
If Zerto
same day weigh-in.
He got knocked out. He got knocked the fuck out.
He wouldn't have the opportunity to weight bully. He wouldn't have the day to rehydrate.
This is where I kind of get what he's saying. Sometimes the discrepancy in weight, it is noticeable. I get that. That sometimes. But it's not that. It's not that often. And overall, it's a common practice in the sport to cut weight. You know that's where we are. So is it really an advantage?
So let me be honest with you, Jules, because I heard what you and Donito and Rachel even said.
Wait. Are you calling him Donito?
I said,
yeah, he is.
Nonito. I'm sorry.
It sounds like you're saying Donito.
I'm sorry. That's my phone. But anyway, I'm sorry, fam. But anyway, what you were saying as far as that the weight is not everything. That's not going to determine the fight. You're correct. Most of the time it doesn't. But when it is a difference in levels of fighter, and then you have a weight advantage as well, chances are it is going to help to determine the end of the fight. the results of the fight.
There is a solution to the problem you are addressing. For that will be eliminated, we will have to do the weigh-in before the fight coming to the ring, like the same day.
The same day, like it used to be.
Yeah,
No,
same
same way. Same.
No, right
Same
before
day
they step in the ring,
Right.
Leo.
Exactly.
Right
But
before they gotta burn off
no,
the
no,
weight before they
Yo,
fight.
fights would be like 3 seconds long.
No.
Shane?
Exactly. Motherfuckers will die by hundreds in the professional ring because they will kill themselves to make weight.
Yo, this is really just a difference of opinion. I don't think it's really gonna change.
Yeah, I don't really think it's that serious.
To be
It's
honest,
just difference of opinion.
No, but I
Yo, let's talk about something else.
I
Let's talk about
thoroughly
something
enjoyed
else.
this debate. I thoroughly
Yeah,
enjoyed.
like
I
we
enjoyed this debate.
chilling now. I know y'all looking at me like I'm
It's been
crazy,
going-
but I'm not.
It's been
Dog.
going
We
in
just got a
circles
different
again. It's
opinion.
really a matter
Bro, I
of
think
difference
that's
of
Drew's
opinion.
mic.
That's what it is.
But
No,
like
because
that,
I got annoyed. I got annoyed when they said Tommy Hearns is a weight bully, which is
listen,
ridiculous.
but let me say
I
this.
said Tommy Hearns is a weight bully at welterweight.
No,
Let me
he's not.
say
He never
this.
was.
Let
He's
me
a
say
weight bully
this.
his whole
But let me
career,
say this.
dog.
Let
Come
me
on.
say this. For you to think it's an advantage for a man of that stature to cut down to 147. Remember, they were weighing in the same day at that time. It's not an advantage. It's not easy for a guy that size to get down to
I'm not saying
147.
it is. What I'm saying to you is that he's longer, bigger, taller, and has a better.
That
Just
can be.
he
Yo,
can
didn't
get
my
to his
man Marvin?
opponent
Yo, he
quicker.
wasn't taller than Marvin. Who won?
No,
He wasn't taller
yeah,
than
he was.
Marvin.
Yes,
he wasn't longer than Marvin.
Yes, he
Who won?
was taller than
Who
Marvin.
won?
Yes, he was taller than
Who
Marvin.
won?
Nonito
Wait, I'm
just
not
said
done.
it,
Wait, I'm
bro.
not done. Wasn't he taller than Sugar? He was
Yeah.
taller than Sugar. Who
Yeah,
won?
he lost in the 15th round.
What we talking about then?
And Nonito just
Come
said
on,
it. When you
like-
cut down, it fucking hurts.
I
when you
know
get
it does
punched.
take from you, but when you cut down, it does take from you. And I'm not taking away from nobody. Y'all all know boxing. Y'all all know what the hell is going on. I don't got to tell y'all. It does take from you. But when you're also fighting a smaller man, it does give to you.
What if there was a rule where you can only rehydrate what you cut?
Listen, I think that what Chaim is really addressing is the matchmaking. You go back to the skills, and I hear you. You go back to the skills because you're saying basically you're compensating for skills that you don't have with weight. That's what I'm kind of getting from your argument.
I'm not. I'm saying that 40 minutes. Go ahead, Rachel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
What
you've
you
been kind of attributing that, and like that's what the rankings are for, and you know like how they're supposed to place fighters. Now your matchmaker and your promoter, they're gonna put you in safe ass fights, and they're gonna take like you look really good, you have the skills on top, but we want to make you look good, so we're gonna take a number 8 like the guy that Crawford fight. So you look pretty, right? You look pretty as shit. But that's not where you're supposed to be. The whole ranking system is supposed to be where you're supposed to be fighting the top 5, the top 4, the top 3. And because of how the promoters are working and the matchmakers are working, a lot of them do want to build up your record, and they're going to put you against Jesus Christ. Okay, Jason Maloney, the guy that we're supposed to fight. The last fight that he fought and eliminated for was 52-1-0, I believe. And he was number 3 at the point when I started debating who the hell he actually fought. 4 fights ago, he fought someone who was a 0-1-0. 5 fights ago, he fought a debut fighter. And so they're going to put you in with guys whose skill set is not at par with you to make you look good. So that's not the fighter's fault. That's the promoters and the
Hayam, let me present you with a scenario because I know what it really is. I know what it is. You look at David and you see how he's matched, and you see that, wow, he's just mowing guys. But to the matchmaking, which is what I think you're really addressing, if it would have been David and Zerto, who's got the weight advantage? If it would have been David and they're both huge. They were both huge. Both of them. And I'm saying that I think your real issue is maybe you feel that David is being matched too soft. You want to see him. You would have, like me, you would have preferred, because he's been there through 2 cycles of champions, but he didn't fight any of them. No. So you would have preferred to see him fight Zerto and
let me explain it.
Let me
explain it to Jules. Let me explain it to Jules. Let me explain it to Jules.
It's real bad.
I didn't even see it. But let me explain it to Jules. I got a problem with all of them, Jules. I'm not
Yo, that dude got a
Oh,
vagina on his eyebrow.
They need to stop this
Yeah.
fight, y'all.
Johnny, what's going on? Johnny Rice is what?
Vianello, he got a vagina on his eyebrow.
Yeah, that's a bad place
on
for
his
That's
that.
fucked
Pretty
up. They
much.
need to pull him out. That's bad. They need to stop
A
that.
Hey,
gash,
hey,
man.
keep the vagina outside of the eyebrow, okay?
That's bad.
I don't know what he just said.
Why
I
is
haven't
that
seen
your
Guido in
vagina?
years. Like he had a
Yo,
lot of
but
height
Johnny
coming out of
Rice,
It's a
him.
listen,
split.
Johnny Rice
It's a
is not
split.
for
Sorry.
play.
No,
Johnny
he ain't.
Rice is
Johnny
No, he
not
Rice
for
ain't.
is jab
No,
play.
is
he
not a
ain't.
joke.
Damn sure
Oh, that's
ain't.
bad. Oh, that's
Yeah.
bad. They need to stop
That's
this.
a
That's bad.
terrible
It's bad
place
like
for a
that.
son.
What's been
That's
happening
bad.
with Guido Vianello? Because I
Are you
remember
Oh
kidding
when he
me?
had
shit.
hype
They're gonna
coming
let
out
this
the
go
Yo, his
Olympics.
on,
whole eye is split open, yo.
He had a lot
bro?
of hype coming out the
Are they
Olympics.
stopping
Johnny,
it?
Johnny
And I just haven't been
chilling.
seeing
Yo.
him.
Johnny chilling.
Come on,
Johnny's
I think
Yo.
they're
stop the
gonna let
fight.
this
Pull him
fight
out. He's
continue.
done. That's bad.
No,
Yo, his
they're gonna let
eye
this
is
fight to
open
continue.
bad. Yeah, that's a straight cut across his eye.
Yo,
I
so
think
Rachel,
Yep.
I think
are you trying to get
His
that
eyebrow.
Maloney
with
fight?
round.
Don't let this continue, man. Come on now. Pull him out. Like this
Yeah,
is
Oh
I've been
not.
trying
no,
to
that's
talk to
At
you,
the
real
dude.
same
bad.
time, like, what kind of vagina are you looking
Don't
at?
let that.
Can you
No,
can you
don't let
stop
that
with the
go. That's
vagina
real
He
talk?
said,
bad.
he said, what type
Jules,
of
Stop
vagina?
that.
This
like,
is
I'm
what type of
questionable
vagina you
about what kind
talking
of
about?
vaginas these guys are looking at right now that they're
Oh
comparing
my
us
Hey,
to.
I ain't
God.
say
Hey
that.
man,
Like,
hey man, all I know is that's a bad place for a cut. It's
She
right on
said,
the
what
that's
type
eye.
This
of
bad.
dude
That's
looks like
bad.
vagina you got
Italian
on your
Philippe
eye?
Pergovic.
They need to
Yo.
stop this, man. Come on. Like, don't let him
Yeah,
continue
that's
that.
Well,
Guido.
That's bad.
if
That's
at this
terrible.
point it's going
This is
beyond,
Italian. He looks like Italian Jules.
Listen, Johnny Rice is
it,
is
it,
an acid
you
test,
know
man.
No, he
what?
Johnny
ain't.
If
Rice
this
Yes,
is
he
Yeah,
fight
an
is
is.
going
he's a
beyond
little bit
acid
more than an
test. He ain't
acid
going
test.
to
Yeah,
lay
it
He's a
is.
little
down.
bit more than an acid test.
God damn,
So,
man.
so Rachel, are you trying to get that Maloney fight?
Um, so we're supposed to go into being that it's a 4-day
It'll work.
weekend in Las Vegas, and the last what we heard is, last night that he had vacated. We agreed that we're talking next week, and like I said, like, it's all fucking cap. This game is all cap. It's all cap. Because since December they're saying, oh, we're in negotiations. I was like, bitch, my phone didn't ring, my Instagram didn't ring, I didn't get a ping on Twitter, nothing. So we're supposed to start negotiations next week now that Inoue finally vacated. I'm honest as shit. I'll tell you if he called, if it was a bullshit offer or whatever, but my phone hasn't rang.
And
So
he's with Top Rank, isn't he?
Do you feel like they're gonna? Do you feel like they're gonna try to bring you guys to Australia?
I feel like they're going to try to. People have asked me about that, and I was like, well, I mean, I don't know how big of a draw he honestly is, because the only card that he headlined was under Cambosos.
Yep.
So I don't know his draw power in Australia for us to even to go that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I feel
Would you
like,
guys go? Would you guys go? Or
I mean, as long as there's this guy named Carl who keeps showing me fucking huntsman spiders and shit, as long as that's not in my damn fuck that. As long as
Those shits is huge, man.
exactly.
right quick. A serious. I got a serious
Fuck that.
question. I got a serious question right quick for Nonito. How many more honestly, how many more fights do you see him having before he finally hangs him up?
Do you want to talk to Nonito or you want to talk to me?
Oh, just either or. It's fine.
I think, real quick, I think anybody that goes to Australia should be equipped with a fucking spray can and a lighter.
Exactly, right? The fire flame one. So for me, like we talked about it, like I said, very very honestly after the Nue fight, and he asked me, he was like, okay, well, who do you feel like can beat me in this division? And I went down the rankings, and I don't see a threat. Nonito.
Neither do I.
No need to clear it up again.
Everybody, I'm not kissing ass. I literally said the same thing.
So did I.
There's nobody there. The toughest guy, and I only say the toughest guy because you know what? He looked okay against Palikte. I know he fought some Joe Blow the last fight, but I saw him against Palikte. I was like, not bad. You know what I mean? But other than Maloney, that's it.
That's it.
That's great because like
you can become
on some real
undisputed
stuff
again.
after the fight with the Inoue rematch, I damn near cried. I cried, and I'm still still kind of pissed at Inoue for doing that to your mans, because it's like you could have carried him for a few rounds at least. He didn't have to, he didn't have to smoke him in two, man. I'm like, that broke my heart. It really did.
No, I think it broke. Listen. I think it broke a lot of hearts, and a lot of the things that we've heard on the Filipino channels, of course, because they're all about gossip and shit. Is they're like, oh well, Senior is saying that he should retire now, and my response to that is, listen, if you were there, maybe your son wouldn't have lost. So
Nobody was there to warm me up. No one held the mitts for me. I walked in there like I was walking in. Just you got to have that switch to get up in there. But unfortunately, I didn't have that in there. I'm not gonna take anything away from the monster, But for me, in that moment in time, if you're gonna talk about me retiring, you should have been there, because I needed you the most, but you weren't there.
Why wasn't he there?
I say, get that WBC title because one left hook from Nonito and Jason is out. That's all I'm going to say.
Yes, 100%.
All I'm going to say. He won't eat that left hook. I know that he won't.
Well, we saw his last fight with I don't even know what to call him, wrong Desire or whatever it is, but he couldn't get that guy out of the ring.
Yeah, I mean, but not Nonito was on our last Kim. Like Nonito, how many? When do you I'm not Nonito. How I guess now that I'll ask you, how much longer do you see yourself continuing in your career? How much fight you got left in you?
I told B Hop, I said I'm gonna beat your record. You know that, right?
Yes. Yes. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Hell yeah.
Now, in honor of Nonito and Rachel tonight, I'm gonna go have sisig and pancit for dinner.
Yeah, all right, that's what I'm talking about.
Nonito, do you feel like
if you can
go wrong with Fonset, man?
I say if you can stick around because what's happening now is the reset button has been hit on bantamweight, and I looked at those ranks. I looked at the divisional ranks and the alphabet ranks, and he can become unified at that weight. He can even become undisputed at that weight if the fights happen in a timely fashion because he can beat those guys. Yeah,
this is what I'm going to offer. It's going to happen. This is what I'm going to offer them if they run out. I mean, the thing is, I'm always going to go out there that's my only goal is to become the undisputed champion. After that, it's just me enjoying the moment. I am enjoying the moment, but that's something that I haven't accomplished in the boxing world is become the undisputed. I became unified, multi-division, multiple world champion. So that's something I want to do, and I'm gonna go make it happen. I mean, the good thing is I'm working with Richard Schaefer, where Richard allows me to call them out, to deal with them, and he doesn't mind dealing with the guys he doesn't like dealing because he'll do it for me. And this is why I love Richard, is because of the fact that he's there for the fighter.
Nice.
Now, I don't know if anybody asked you this. You've been in the ring with him twice. Do you see can you see Inoue dominating at this weight class now? Is that his ceiling?
Depends on who is fighting. If he gets a guy who is very mobile and lateral movements, it's going to be hard for him to fight those guys because Inoue is a straight-on fighter. He'll get you. He has great timing, but if you're moving left and right, the thing that people don't understand is Inoue got heavy-ass feet. With the moment that he hops in there, he's stuck for a couple seconds. He's vulnerable at that moment. But when he's trying to counter you, then he'll get you, because he's watching, he's waiting for it. But when he goes for an attack, he gives it all that he got. And guess what? When you give it all that you got, you lose that balance because you're putting all your weight in there. So that's why.
So he's a guy that sits on his punches.
Yes, that's why it was hard for him to get somebody who who runs around because he just doesn't have that unless he gets you on a timing.
We saw in the Paul Butler fight that the movement, even though Paul Butler was losing wide on the cards, the movement was able to offset Inoue's power. But based on the landscape, I don't think the Fulton fight is going to happen. He's the only defensively responsible fighter in the whole division. And I don't think that fight is going to happen due to politics. He's likely going to end up with MJ, and he can beat MJ.
And then Nonito, do you see that? Nonito, do you see that fight happen? Did this Fulton fight him or no?
No, I see the Fulton fight happen more than the MJ fight because MJ has Marlon Tapales in front of him as a mandatory.
And knowing,
I got a question for Nonito though. How do you guys see that fight playing out if Fulton and Inoue fight each other? What do you see happening? And
this is what I see. If Fulton comes in with the great game plan and moving in there and allow and be the matador, I think that he can beat Inoue. As long as Inoue don't touch him with those punches, he shouldn't be getting in there. And of course, he's coming in there with the bigger guys. So I think the advantage goes to Fulton. I think that it all comes down to that. And Fulton's not going to be the guy who's going to be scared to face Inoue. I think Fulton's a great champion who's willing to fight.
He just
I
can't
gotta
fight
dis-
him like
And
he
I
did
honestly
Figueroa.
don't think. Hey, listen, I'm gonna make a prediction. I don't think that if the fight happens, I don't think that Inoue is gonna give out his ground for Japan. So I think that if that fight ever happens, it's gonna be in Japan because
Most likely.
Inoue
Oh
likes
yeah.
his.
As it should.
There is money.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, all the money for the fighters in that fight is in Japan. So it's just like, if you want to get paid, you go over there. But I gotta disagree. I'm very skeptical. I'm very cynical. I'm very old, and that fight's not gonna happen. I'll bet
No.
you
Okay,
$100 that
all
fight
right.
is not gonna
How much
happen.
Oh,
do you
y'all
want to
heard
bet?
that? You heard it? I heard it. I heard it.
I'll bet
was
you
that skeptical?
$100 this year is gonna come and go, and that fight is not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So
You know
Nonito,
how
One to
I've been to
five?
fights.
1 to 5, Jules?
$100. I got kids.
I know 1 to 5, or is it 1 to 1?
All right,
I want to know my odds. I'm in Vegas. I need to have
So
odds.
I have a
odds
question
on you,
too.
yeah.
I'll say this.
Nonito,
I'll say
Rachel,
this.
what was it like? Because I've been to fights in like several countries. What was it like? The reception in Japan, the fight fans, and just the overall fight weekend there fighting in
The
Japan.
thing about Japan is that, like, at least with me, they love me out there. So I had a lot of fans going out there too. But they're very quiet, but although when I was coming down from my hotel, they had a lot of people coming out there trying to get some autograph and pictures and stuff like that. But they said they don't usually get that from the opposing opponent because they just don't. They love the Japanese fighter, but I guess in Japan they really love me out there, because Inoue has said something about that he idolized me growing up and stuff like that. And I beat Nishioka, who they idolized for a while, and then Nishioka had great words for me that I was a great champion, very respected guy, and they always brought me to Japan. So I had a lot of fans going into Japan. That's why like almost half was my fans into that crowd. But
Hey,
for
Nonito,
Forbin,
They seem
how would you
respectful,
compare them
Nonito,
to the
and
how would you
I
compare
mean,
them to the
real quick,
British
country.
Oh shit.
Al got him. Al got him.
Al
They
got
got
him.
him.
Man,
Al Haymon
Nonito's
got
one
him.
of the
Got
last
him.
like road warriors if you think about it, because he's fought in Puerto Rico.
Because
And
I was
Scotland,
going to
Ireland.
ask him what
He's a
is it
legend.
like fighting around an audience that doesn't cheer? Because they're quiet as hell in those Japan fights.
Yeah, they are.
they'll go ooh, they'll go clap here and there, but the thing is you don't really pay attention. See, a lot of champions will tell you this. We don't pay attention to what's going on out there. There might be some new guys, new champion, because they're booing this and this and that. A real champion is like, I don't really care. I got what I need to do, and that's what I'm going to stick into,
Hey,
and yeah.
how would you compare the Japanese fans to the British boxing fans?
Well, they're completely opposite of each other. I mean, they'll sing their chants, in the UK. So it's really loud. They're having fun. They're getting drunk. In Japan, they're very settled. They just clap. So it's opposite of each other. You know what I mean?
I guess my big question is, who do you think's more loyal as fans, the Japanese or the British?
Well, they're both very loyal country. I have a question. We got a very special fight coming up. Devin Haney, Vasyl Lomachenko. Don't sit on the fence, Nonito. I need to know. I need to know who you betting on.
Come on.
Well, for me, the way Haney came in with the jab and how he utilized those jab in the last two fights with Kambosos, and granted Kambosos and Lomachenko is completely different, but at the same time they're just similar in terms of like Lomachenko is going to be there to be hit with the jabs, even though he's blocking those punches. Lomachenko is not the guy who slip punches. He's the guy that blocks them with his hand and then he goes around them. Now you get a guy with the longer reach throwing those jabs. It's going to be all day. I think that's how Haney takes control of the fight. Lomachenko, as long as Lomachenko doesn't get inside to do his Loma shift, then that fight is gonna be Devin Haney, because Haney has a jab to offset and win by points, and Haney don't give a crap. He doesn't care about knocking anybody out.
He doesn't, but Lomachenko is a southpaw that's going to move to the outside of that jab. Is that going to be a problem?
Well, that's the thing is he's gonna move outside. Depends on when he's going, right? So if he moves, I wish you could see him right now, but if he moves, if he moves to the right, Devin's right. if he's moving out of there, or if he's moving to the left. The thing about the southpaw is it's easy to maneuver around the opposing stance. You know, if it was the other way around, you could kind of catch him, and that's why Lomachenko needs to slip on the left side when Haney is jabbing, and spin off to Haney's left to get closer to him. But again, Haney being tall, he can step out on the opposite side and throw that straight and go around him. That's all he needs to do is be the matador. That's all he needs to do to get those points. You know, to get out. You don't need to be there, because the moment that Lomachenko gets to do things inside, you don't. Why would you allow him to do that? You know that you're at the disadvantage. And Haney and Bill, they're smart when it comes down to putting a good game plan of winning fights by points.
I see what you mean, that don't hold your position. If anything, take a half step back, get out of there. Then he's got to come forward, go walk him into something. I see it, but I got to tell you, I also see a way for Loma to win. And
100%.
There is a
because if you look at the fight with Jojo Diaz, you know, he was able to go in a little bit where Haney was right there for the taking. So Loma can do that. Now, do I see that Haney compared to the Haney now is different? I think it's different. You know, the Haney now is gonna throw that jab, and he's gonna do. He's bigger guy. He's gonna use all that stuff. But in the beginning, I think he's gonna throw that jab. But yes, 100% believe that that's a big possibility for Loma to go in there, to do what he does, because when he gets close, guess what? Guess what he does though? Hold on. Guess what he does though? Haney, when he gets close, when somebody gets close to him, he doesn't step back. He holds. He covers up. And I see what you're saying.
Let me just say this. Whoever, like, I know earlier in the live stream, somebody said, like, or I think it was Leo, right? That said that if there's a referee that allows us to work, I think that could be a detriment to Loma. Because a guy that allows the fighters to work means they're going to hold on to the clinch. Here's how I think Loma could beat Haney. You got to have a referee that's going to be able to separate them. Or, a guy that can help him get to fucking outside of the fucking jab. And I think that, honestly, I think Anatoly has a plan for that jab to offset that. But you know what else is key? Listen, you know what else is key? Russ Hamburg is gonna have to put some baby oil on that guy, bro, because he's gonna have to get out of those clinches, bro, to work on the inside.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he's gonna have. I kind of disagree in the sense that if they separate Loma, I think that's bad for him because he's gonna have to reset. I think they have to just stop the clinch. Like, they just have to tell him, hey, stop grabbing and keep fighting on the inside.
What I think Loma has that can offset the jab is, Loma does that thing where he darts off to the side, gets to the side of the guy, gets in the blind spot. And I've seen him hit guys in the chest. When he does it, he'll go over there, hit him in the chest, and come over the top with something. And I feel like, you know what? Devin's been at this weight a while. It's a bit hard for him to make. And I'd wager that Loma's punch resistance may be a little bit better than Devin's, because I've seen Devin hurt by shots, and credit to him that he didn't go down, because he hasn't been down. So he can take a shot. But Lomachenko has a lot of volume, and that's the main thing. It's not just one or two punches. It's combinations, and it's constant, which is why he wore out the Jermaine Ortiz kid. That kid was doing great the first 5 rounds, but as the fight progressed and the work rate and the pace,
he started to fade.
That's Tononito's point about Tononito's earlier point about how like big weight cuts have their detriments. Like that's why like Devin has looked vulnerable at times at the weight because like he cuts like when Jorge hurt him, it's because he's cutting a lot of weight and that takes strength out of him.
Hey, Nonito, do you think that Devin can match or keep up with Lomachenko's like pivots and turns and footwork?
Yeah, that's the thing is if he used the jab, right? So if he used the jab, if he goes to his left, Loma can go around him. Now, if he moves and step to his right, keeping that distance out, Loma can't do his little Loma shift thing, because the jab is on his face and he's out of the range every single time. That's what they're going to do. In order for them to get out of that, he needs to be jabbing on the right side. And I think that's what they're going to design for Devin to do, is to throw a jab, double it up, going to the right side. Because if he shifts to the left, Loma can go and slip it or block it and be right there next to him.
He's got to turn with him. That's the main thing, because
and
what Loma does that really catches guys off guard is he darts off and then hits them in the blind spots. That's literally what he does.
Loma, I'm laughing right now because of what Benson tweeted about Gervonta.
And Loma always finishes very strong.
Tank Davis is exposing the DMs with Eddie Hearn. He's in his feelings.
Do you think Loma?
Who cares?
You know what's funny is if Nino had his cam on as he was talking to you guys, he was actually shadow boxing exactly what he was telling you, which I thought it was funny because I'm like, they can't even freaking see
man,
you.
I wish I could have saw that.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like if you,
I just think the priority is footwork for Devin Haney to really keep him outside. Yeah. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not just the footwork. It's utilizing that jab, not just the jab, but the stiff arm. See, people, you got to play it off like, you know how Shakur does it, right? He plays it off. He's pushing him off with it. So all it is just shifting him off by pushing off with the jab, then hitting him with the jab, hitting him with the fast jab. See, I'm doing it right now too, So feigning him here. See, I'm doing it, God. So, feigning him here, moving here and there. And then when he comes in closer, knowing that he has the high guard, all you got to do is stiff arm him to allow his weight to push you back. So now
that's what Teofimo was doing.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what I'm saying is you got to go to your right side, use that jab. You got to use the feint, and when he comes in closer, stiff on him, go around him, so that way he doesn't get close to you. But if they set that way, and I know they're gonna do that kind of game plan, but they gotta perfect that because again,
that's gonna be a determining factor, because that's the same thing I thought, that as long as they could keep Loma at arm's length, the fight is won. The fight is won. If they can keep him at the end of the jab, the fight is won. But for me, it's a little bit hard to imagine that in a 12-round fight, he doesn't get inside. He always gets inside. He always does. So I love the fight, man. Like I said, I love the fight.
I think so too. I had a question. You're going to be a future first ballot Hall of Famer. Your career's not done yet. But right now, if you're to show a boxing fan, what's your favorite fight of yours? If we had to pick one to show somebody like, oh, this guy's a Hall of Famer. This is who he was. What's your favorite fight of your own?
I would say the Fernando Montiel, because we set that fight up the way the fight happened. The way he got knocked out, I already told everybody it was going to happen.
Did you put that guy into a seizure? Damn near.
Yeah, he was. So, but I also told the guys that if I miss that punch, he can get me, and I might be the one doing that stuff too. So, but I was so precise. That's the thing about the levels of fighting. Like guys who can punch, like me and Inoue. If somebody make mistakes, good night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Granted that the first fight, I didn't have the gloves that I was usually using. They gave me a gloves that was winning where I couldn't close my hand, and therefore it took a lot of my power. But if I had my gloves in that fight, he would have been done by the second round when he got hurt, when I broke his orbital bone.
No, Nito, about that knockout when you knocked out Montiel like that. Were you surprised that the ref let the fight continue? Did you think the fight was over as soon as you landed that shot?
Yeah, I saw it. And I was so surprised. I'm like looking at the ref. I'm like, "What are you doing?
Well, that's
you want to kill this dude?"
Yeah, that's Russell Moore with him.
But he was telling me, he was telling me that he didn't see him do that stuff.
Oh God!
But if you look at the replay, he said, "Come to me," and Montiel was like, not even moving. You know what I'm saying? He said, "All right, go fight." And then I went to go knock his ass out. So, you know what I'm saying? But if you look at it, I just didn't know why he made it happen or continue to fight.
I got a question for you real quick. I saw the video of you when you fought Nicholas Walters, and it was a good fight for as long as it lasted. I mean, you guys went back and forth a bit. But when he got you with that last punch, I felt like he hit you in the back of the head. Did you feel that way at all about that? And
yeah, because usually when I get hit in the back of the head, I've done it in the thing. You just go out. Man. And I felt that way, like the back of my ears. But I mean, it is what it is. I went for broke because I didn't have much stamina going in there. I had about 4 or 5 weeks in there. They gave me a fight where you take it or leave it, and it's like, fuck, all right, I'll just take this fight, So that's exactly what happened in that fight. When I heard him, I said, I got to go out there. My dad was telling me, hey, you need to calm down. But I'm like, calm down. I don't even know if I can last 8 rounds. I just gotta go. So.
By the way, I just want to state for the record, like I was very upset when he did that to you, and I was happy Loma got him back. I like that's what you get.
I appreciate you, bro.
I got a question, Onito. We see that Teofimo's up there at 140. Doesn't look like a great weight for him. Do you give him good odds to win a title at that weight?
All it is, what I recommend for Teo is get your mind right. That's it. When you get your mind right with your talent, with your power, I believe that you can go beyond what you think you can do. But he's so limited in saying that I already learned what I need to learn. I'm like, nobody learns what it'll take you forever in your whole entire lifetime. You're always going to learn something new. So for him to say that I've already on the top, I've learned everything that I need to learn, that just goes to show where his mind is. And that's why I said, in order for him to get to that level of winning titles, you have to get his mind right.
Yeah, so you don't give him odds to win the title.
One at a time, fellas. One at a time. They're thinking about matching him against Jose Ramirez a couple of months from now. How do you see that fight?
The way Loma look, the way Teo look, I don't think he has the ability to compete with somebody who's very more disciplined in punching and defense at the same time. And you can see he opens up a lot. But again, he has a power to neutralize things, but at the same time, he has his ego to keep his hands down to get caught with something big. Again, the only thing is, I truly believe that he's capable of it. It's just that he needs to get his mind right.
Well, what do you think about his delusion that he's running around calling himself the undisputed champ when he's not? And he seems to have a lot of personal stuff going on outside the ring that I think are going to really hurt him. And I feel like he's going to end up getting knocked out. What do you think about that situation?
Well, there's a possibility. When you're living in the past, that's just how it is. It's the past. You're never going to learn to move on. You're never going to learn to get better because you're so caught up in the past. How many people do we see, by at this moment in time, if he doesn't get his shit straight, he's going to be a one-hit wonder.
Yeah,
that's all he needs to realize.
It's looking that way because he doesn't have his mind right. And the reason I asked that is because, there was a lot of big talk. And we've seen him 2 times at the weight. We saw him against Campas, and, he won the fight. But Sandor Martin, it's like Sandor Martin's a moving target, a southpaw, and so is Josh Taylor. But Josh Taylor's more tested against the top 10 elite guys. And I'm like, I'm just looking at him, and I'm like, I don't like his chances. I really don't like his chances against those guys. And there's other guys that are on other sides of the street. And just looking at Teofimo, I'm like, I don't think he beats these guys.
Yeah. But sorry, just one more question. Teo versus Regis next. What happens?
Oh, Regis will tear him up with those jabs, man. Regis was so brilliant. In fighting Zepeda. Now, I didn't say, Teo can move and all that stuff if he wants to, but the problem is he hasn't tried to learn to be better. He's going to do the same Teo for the last 2 or 3 fights. It's the same Teo that came in the fight. There's no change, and he's going to keep doing the same thing. And guess what? Regis is going to tear him apart with jabs, with head movements, with setups, and then he's going to run into this big punch that Regis has, and that's what it is. But if he learns to just get his mind set and right, and learn from all the mistakes in the last few fights, that people know exactly what he's going to do, and do something different, then that might be a different story. But I think Regis is just on a different level at the moment.
Yeah, I think Regis has a better version.
Even if he got his mind right, though, he doesn't,
No, I mean,
might put up a better fight.
There's holes in Teofimo's style. Like, I honestly feel Regis has the better, more maturated version of Teofimo's style, because Teofimo's a fighter who looks like he's waiting for an opportunity to throw a big shot, and if it doesn't come, he doesn't know what to do. Whereas Regis, he sets you up before the big shot with the jab, and he keeps the jab working, which is like boxing 101, use the jab. Whereas Teo, he's just waiting for 1-2 big shots to get off, and that's why he looked that way with Sandor. They're like, yo, dog, like,
so this is the fun part of the business of boxing. They don't want to give Ramirez over to Regis, right? They don't want to give, they don't want to take that time. But and it will be telling if they give Teofimo over to him, if this is the last fight that he has with Top Rank and they give Tio over to Regis Prograis because they're just trying to write him off, this is gonna be telling as fuck.
Rachel, I'm telling you right now, they're gonna feed it. I'd sooner expect Bob and Carl and all those nice people over there to give him to Jose before they give him to Regis.
And Rachel, I would just like them to get rid of Tio and Berlanga, put them both on the same card, and kill two birds with one stone.
Well, that's the thing is that they're gonna if they think that they can't make any of you, right, money off of you, they're gonna try to get rid of you. You know, they're gonna try to write you off because I'm like, man, why do I need to pay them this amount of money when I can get the new guys who I think we can make money on? We'll focus on them instead of these guys who think they're all that, and they're taking our money and they're not showing up and nobody really gives a fuck about them no more.
I think they'll save Devin. I think they'll save Tio for a Devin fight.
I'm with you.
I think
because it makes sense. It makes
that's money.
perfect
That's
sense.
a money.
Well,
fight.
but the thing is, that's how Top Rank is gonna roll. Is they're gonna feed him to their big guys, you know, the big names like Devin. If Devin stays, you know, Ramirez. If Ramirez stays, if they don't stay, guess what? It's gonna be Ramirez or Tio that's gonna be fed to their big guys. That's just how it's gonna be.
I can see Ramirez versus Lopez on the West Coast, Fresno, California, where they're about to fight, just somewhere over there. I can definitely see that happening. But I do agree that they're at their wits' end with those two fighters in particular. You hear things that they're at their wits' end.
I 100% agree with that. They're gonna try to eliminate both of them by having them fight, and then they'll feed them to the other guy. Now they got one bird out, and then they're just gonna get the other one out.
Especially the other one, because I hear things.
No, you're forgetting. You're forgetting Berlanga.
Berlanga. Yeah.
That's who I'm talking about. I hear cool stuff all the time, and I'm like,
oh, Jules, do tell.
Now they're just at their wits' end. You know, they want to get paid a certain way. They've been trying to get him in the ring with Jesse Hart for a while, which is a sensible step-up fight. Like, bro, Jesse, we're not asking you to go fight Better Beef or somebody. We're asking you to fight Jesse Hart. And, you know, they couldn't make that fight. And it's like, okay, well, if you don't want to fight Hart, but you want to get paid this, there's no middle ground. You know what I mean? Like, bro, you want to get paid this, but you don't want to do that. How are we supposed to make this work?
I mean, you headlined 2 shows and you stunk out the joint the last time 2 times. So it's like
you bit Romer and Gulo. You bit him.
You try to turn him into a Puerto Rican.
Yeah, he bit him.
No, this is how bad it was, fellas. Miguel Cotto didn't even stay to watch Berlanga fight. That last fight.
Oh, yeah,
he left. He shook hands and then he left.
He watched Xander Zayas' fight and then he left.
Oh, that tells you something, man. That tells you
everything you need to know. It tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, man.
Hey, by the way, Jacksonville pulled it out in the last seconds of the fourth quarter and won 31-30 over to the Chargers, man.
And I got a question for you, Jules.
Ajagba and what's his name
are they writing the response to Tim Bradley right now for Errol Spence to tweet out?
I mean, I think that what Tim is
Tim went in on the broadcast.
I think that what Tim is doing is speaking for the fans because Tim frequents a lot of these podcasts. He knows what the fans are saying, and that's what I like about Tim as a commentator and an analyst. He's honest.
He's not a company guy. He's not a company guy.
Yeah, let's stop dressing the Thurman fight as something other than an alternative that no one was asking for. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean, but Thurman has fought once in the last 3 years. There's not excitement around that fighter. And you're substituting the Crawford fight, which really should have been the priority. It's got get it over the line. Whatever you got to do, get it over the line because we've been waiting for 5 years. And this is not now 5 years later where Maypac was. If it was, I could see. But bro, the fight is losing value. It's losing value.
This is the definition of holding the belts hostage.
I think
how are you going to move up a whole weight division to satisfy a mandatory at a whole different weight? And then you have mandatories here like Stanionis, Ortiz, Boots that want to fight for the belt.
It makes no sense.
Put me on camera. I'm getting ready, Jules. I need you to negotiate. I'm about to do my rounds. I need you to get me a fight. I need you to get me a fight with Berlanga.
I love those gloves, man.
Give me a fight with Berlanga at a catch weight of 190.
God damn, how are you working out this late?
That's Chavez's gloves.
It's not late where he's at. He's in Cali. It's not late.
It's only 8:30. It's only 8:30 over here.
Yeah, it's only 8:30, man.
Oh, okay.
But
man, those are puncher's gloves, man. Those are cool.
But yeah, like
yo, Drew used to take on Rick Merrigan.
Yeah, but
I get that on Twitter.
I'm too big for him, bro.
With Crawford and this Thurman thing, it's like you see that there's a lot of guys on social media that they're really trying to like pull the wool over everybody's eyes about Thurman, and it's like, bro, nobody hype. Like, stop pretending. It's not 2017. Ain't nobody hype off of old boy, bro. Like, be real. Like, just be real. And then it's an $80 fight. It's not like it's a regular Showtime fight. It's an $80 fight, bro. If I'm gonna give anybody $80, it's Devin and Loma. I'm giving them $80.
Can I say something? Look, about the Errol Spence fight and his relationship with the sanctioning bodies. I realize about something. Stanionis, by fighting Butaev, I'm now fighting Virgil of this, is now by proxy defending Errol Spence belt by
for him.
Yeah.
For him. Yeah.
They basically pawned off Stanionis on Virgil, which, Virgil wanted, though. He did want that fight. But you see what's happening to the division. You got these young guys. They are young, exciting guys, and it's their turn, but they can't get it. They literally can't get their turn.
Because Jules like the thing about Stanionis, because like I think he came out and said that, if Thurman fights Spence first, it's not fair, right? Well, you decided to step aside twice. So did you make that decision?
They screwed him. They screwed him. No, they screwed him. Look, in October, Stanionis went to the WBA and he petitioned to go next on the premise that the Crawford fight didn't happen. He said, well, look, the Crawford fight didn't happen, so it's my turn. And what TGB did was they went to that same WBA and they asked him, hey, can he fight Thurman next instead of Stanionis? And they said, yeah.
BC.
Right, BC. You're right. The BC, but the BA approved it too, though. They did approve it because that's why they're now ordering. That's why they ordered Stanionis versus Ortiz. Which, look, I don't normally play people the violin, but I'm just saying that if Stanionis would have got his title shot, he gets a bigger purse for himself whether he wins or he loses. Whereas, you go in there and fight Virgil, the purse is not going to be as big. And I'm sorry, but I think Stanionis is going to lose.
Yeah, the risk is much bigger.
The risk is bigger and the purse is smaller. So it is messed up because, like we've been saying, fighters got a short shelf life. They don't have forever to do this stuff. So
in essence,
we're gonna drop so then someone else can come in. Thanks, guys. We're exhausted from fucking being in Philly all week, so we're gonna drop off.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
pleasure having you guys on. Pleasure talking to y'all.
Always a pleasure
Great talking to you.
Guys, have a great night.
Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Shaw came to fight, man, and he's being elusive.
Sure, but he's struggling with the distance because Ajagba's keeping him at the end of the jab, is what I see.
He knows the job will probably knock his fucking lights out too, as well. So
real quick, like what's nauseating to me about that fight is like all these people saying like, oh, Errol's only fighting the best welterweights. Like this shit is at 154. What the fuck are you talking about? He's not even defending his welterweight belts.
No, what's nauseating to me, Julio, is that they really want us to like pretend that it's 2017. No, Keith is not one of the best welterweights. Like what are we doing? Like, no, he's not one of the best welterweights. If you put him in there with Stanionis, I'd pick Stanionis. If you put him in there with Boots, I'd pick Boots. If you put him in there with Ortiz, I'd pick Ortiz. If you put him in there with Crawford, he's in a
Conor Ben.
I'll
pick Conor Ben.
Even Conor Ben. Even
I mean, let's just say like this fight happens right at 154, right? And Keith actually does manage to win. He's not going to, by the way. Like he only wins in some magical fantasy world.
Win, bro.
I mean, he only wins in some magical fantasy world. But if you win nothing. You get nothing, nothing at all.
I'll tell you this right now. I picked Tank Davis to beat Thurman when they were rumoring that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like where it's at is kind of like it's just that the welterweight division is in a very mediocre place, and we're supposed to just go along with this on the premise of a fight that's 5 years too late. This fight was hot 5 years ago, and like it was before Crawford and Spence took off as a conversation, it was about Thurman and Spence because they were on the same side of the street, because Spence was calling him out. But what the hell is this fight worth now? So far, I'm liking the jab from Ajagba. He's controlling the range. He's making it hard.
Try to set up that right hand. About the whole situation, Danny Garcia satisfied a mandatory defense to Errol Spence, right?
Yeah.
That was the WBC. That was the official statement. So why he has to defend this WBC belt again before satisfying this other mandatory challenge?
Because of chicanery, bro. Like, that's what I mean. That like the organizations, honestly, my honest opinion, all right, they're getting paid to do this, period. They're getting paid because it's not good for the fans. It's not good for the division. It's not good for the sport. What you're doing with those belts, allowing him to hold them, has literally caused less and less attention to come into the welterweight division. When Joe Cordina injured his hand in the fight, y'all stripped him. What, a week, 2 weeks later?
Criminal.
Errol didn't get stripped all of last year.
Yeah, that's such bullshit, man.
He didn't. He sat out all of 2021. Nobody threatened him. Nope. Nobody stripped him. Nobody said anything. He fights once in 2022. Nobody stripping him. Nobody saying anything. But y'all could strip Joe Cordina, though, right? Even though he's literally injured.
It's a double standard, man. It's a total double standard, and they play favorites.
Josh Taylor, y'all was in a hurry to take that belt from him. Y'all pop up in a hurry. And it took you over a year to make the fight with Ponce and Matias. It took you over. For that, you might as well let that man keep his belt. You might as well. But Spence ain't under no pressure, right? No, he's not under no pressure. It's ridiculous. And
the motherfucker had a mandatory challenge in the WBA waiting, and he hasn't satisfied an IBA mandatory in 5 years.
They're getting financial. Look, they're getting, like, to me.
Yeah, but like
brown paper
you're saying that like almost like it's like you're like it's like possible, but no, like that's what's happening. Like Manuel Char is like suing the WBA for like paying off Don King
still
to keep his fighter in the WB rankings. But there's been like no reporting on that. There's been no updates on that story at all.
Well, here's the other thing that isn't being said. I'm glad you brought that up, because it's the boxing scribes that are supposed to raise the questions that we're raising. It's the pundits, the journos that are supposed to say, wait a minute, so you guys stripped Joe Cordina immediately after the Ogawa fight on the premise that he couldn't satisfy a mandatory. Hey, when's the last time Spence satisfied an IBF mandatory? Why is Murtazaliev at junior middleweight mandatory since 2019? Why is he sitting there, and why did Jermel Charlo only fight once? You put pressure on one and not the other, and the boxing scribes, they look the other way. They don't say anything. It's us, the fans, that are raising these questions. But if you really wanted to raise awareness and up the bar in the sport, every boxing scribe should be writing about, yo, y'all stripped Joe Cordina right after he won, but y'all don't strip Spence. And if they used to be a straight shooter,
brown paper bag.
Brown paper,
bro,
like what is going on? What is
with
going
Choi.
on between you and the PBC? What is going on?
And it's so
look how long they let Choi hold that belt hostage.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
and it's very obvious that it's brown paper bag money, because how are you this invested in a fighter that doesn't even fight? Because supposedly you're only supposed to get paid when they fight. You get 3% of when they fight. It's not a monthly subscription.
Let me ask y'all this,
Michael. They getting paid. They getting paid under the table.
Let me ask y'all this question. Let me ask y'all this. When was the last time Jamal Charles satisfied a mandatory?
Yeah.
Oh
Hello.
My God.
Hello.
He's still champion.
He never has he?
Yeah, he never has.
He's
Since
still
he has the belt.
champion.
We're going on 5 years.
Think about it.
Ain't that crazy?
Since he won the BC back from Tony Harrison, he won the BC back. He didn't satisfy no mandatory for none of them belts that he got.
I meant Jamal too. Just Jamal, not Mel. But yeah.
Oh, Jamal, yeah, he hasn't. No, he hasn't at all. At all. No unification matches and no mandatories. Adames is literally. Listen to me. Adames is literally in position right now as interim. I'll bet you $50 Charlo don't fight him.
Nope.
Okay, Julius,
Nope.
but none of the fights that Jermall Charlo had in the middleweight division, none of those fights were mandatory fights.
Not a single one. He won the interim from Jorge Sebastian Highland. He was elevated to champion. Jorge Sebastian Highland, Hugo Centeno.
They had when Canelo was franchised. Yeah.
Wait, he fought Brandon Adams, not a mandatory. That's Highland, Centeno, Brandon Adams, Matt Korobov, late replacement.
Dennis Hogan.
Dennis Hogan, obviously that guy literally lost at 154 the fight right before that.
Look at how long White had to scream for mandatory with Wilder when he had the title before he lost.
And they think and they wonder why. They wonder why is boxing in the background of sports in America, and those idiots don't realize that's why. You're not treating it like a sport. You're not. We know that Adames is interim. We know he's a good fighter, and we know Charlo's the champion. Where's the fight? Where is the fight?
Right.
This is like if there was no World Series. Well, then what the fuck are we watching, bro? If there was no World Series in the MLB, then what the fuck are we watching, bro?
Yeah, don't cover that fight, Jules. Don't cover that bullshit ass Spence fight, bro.
Man, this Ajagba fight's a snooze fest, man.
It's kind of super boring.
It's Shaw.
I hope media. I hope like real like media with integrity. They don't cover that Spence fight. Fuck.
This Shaw guy's trying to fight like
Listen. Recently, you've been seeing hit pieces because that's what they are. There's hit pieces about the zone's losses in 2021. This is what you're talking about in 2023. You have time to worry about losses in 2021. You don't even report on the gains in 2022. That's why I know it's a hit piece. If I wanted to do a report on where the zone is now, why the fuck would I look at the first year after the pandemic? Everybody lost money, not just them. Showtime went from 35 to 33 to 35,000 million, 33 to 35 million subscribers last year to 27 million this year. You're not talking about that though, are you? No, because somebody's paying you to write hit pieces about that platform. I know they are. You went back to 2021. How is that relevant in 2023? You know they got some gains. Like you know the billions you're talking about that they lost. For example, you know that's not just from boxing, right? They bought the sports rights to different leagues abroad. You try to make it seem like it's an Eddie Hearn thing. It's not a boxing thing. They didn't blow $1 billion or $2 billion on boxing matches. What the fuck?
Oh, you saw that, Jules. When I tagged that reporter, I'm like, look, bro, you forgot the Yahoo Finance that says the CEO says they're going to be profitable end of 23.
But and you know what's weird? They don't report on Showtime's shrinking subscribers. They don't report on that. They don't report on the abysmal TV ratings on Showtime. Do you
125K.
Do you remember that Nielsen Media and TV Research, not but 2-3 years ago, used to regularly release the ratings for Showtime's cards, and that's stopped because they're so low.
Well, see, but when you're a company and you acquire other companies and stuff, you're not going to be in the black overnight. It takes a while, and you got to build up and work in your way into profit.
So then you ask yourself, well, okay, what would be the end game of journalists writing hit pieces that may or may not be sponsored by rival promotional outfits? They're trying to deter customers instead of making better fights. This is what you're doing. Because you can't compete. It's not complicated. It's not complicated. It's because you can't compete. I say it all the time, and these dick-eating motherfuckers on Twitter, they get mad at me for saying it, but it's the truth. You have a huge draw from the United Kingdom on that same platform. You have a huge draw in America on that same platform. The biggest name in women's boxing, I'm sorry, it's not Clarissa. I'm sorry. It's not Clarissa. It's fucking Katie. Everybody knows that. She sells. New York, UK, Ireland, she sells, bro. Period. That's not a knock on Clarissa. It's reality. I bring you all these names to make this point. You're trying to convince the world that nobody's watching this platform. Nobody's watching Canelo. Really?
Look at the ring.
Nobody is watching
Look at
Canelo.
their end of the year awards. Matchroom sweep them, so they're watching it somewhere because
a point
all the award-winning fights are on there.
A point that Kelvin in the chat brings up, and I agree with him. He says they don't report on Showtime being swallowed up by Paramount.
No, only I do.
Case in point, look what J-Rock tweeted saying there's a bias that no PBC guys won an award because
what
Conlon
the fuck
and
were you gonna win an award for?
What shows did they put
he got
on in
mad.
2022?
J-Rock got mad that Conlon and Wood got knockout of the year. Did you see that?
Bro, what? Nah, I ain't going front.
J-Rock's a company man, bro.
I did give it the plan. I ain't going front. I gave knockout of the year.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. But he sounds like a company man.
But I gave fight of the year to Conlon and Wood. The point
but the way J-Rock was doing it was like it's an egregious with some racial undertones.
Yeah, well, if that's how you live your life, then be a victim, bro. I'll tell you the truth. If that's how your mind works, all you'll ever get out of it are things to complain about.
Yo, Gervonta don't fight black fighters, bro. Since we doing that, he don't fight black fighters.
Word, right? He ain't fight Tevin Farmer. He ain't gonna fight Devin Haney.
He ain't gonna fight
Shakur Stevenson.
If Shakur's name was Shakur was Shakur Trinidad, he'd fight him.
All I know is those stories that are out there based on fucking reports from 2021, and we're in 20. So you're gonna skip a whole year, huh? Because you don't want to talk about 2022. I know why. I've been saying it. DAZN's catalog last year by far and wide beat out anything the Top Rank was doing. By far and wide beat out anything that. By far and wide,
just look at the awards. They just swept the ring.
Clincher.
The only one that didn't win, the only one that won an award for the ring this year that wasn't a matchroom fighter was Keyshawn Davis for prospect of the year. That's it.
I'll give you the clincher right here, Jules. Who the fuck do these American promoters and shit? Who do they ask to distribute their fights internationally now?
DAZN.
Thank you.
People and this is why the guys like these guys I don't even know why the fuck they watching me. Like, bitch, if you don't like hearing the truth, then go fucking listen to Ego with somebody. You idiots don't know that these fights that happen in America, sometimes they're being distributed by DAZN. And do you know why they're selling DAZN the rights to those fights in foreign markets? Because you're broke. You need that money.
Ask them who distributed Wilder's last 3 fights.
They don't know that, bro. And these stupid motherfuckers get mad at me for saying this shit. And
I see people saying, "Yo, I canceled my DAZN description. I don't even watch that shit." All right, then what are you watching then? What are you
watching? What fights are you watching?
But those are people who steal fights. They steal fights from the promoters they like.
Okay, but either way, what are you watching? Because Top Rank doesn't put on a card every week.
Hey, yo, Jules.
They're watching Joe Shaft in American Gigolo.
Eddie Hearn lost his own $2 billion. You heard that shit?
Yo, if you think,
bro, they think Eddie Hearn is CEO of DAZN.
Bro, I'm seeing shit like Eddie Hearn lost $5 billion.
This the shit that killed me. This the shit that killed me. Like, yo, look, and this how I be knowing that, like, yo, y'all really not the head of y'all household because you don't even understand the budget. You think that $2 billion, you fucking 9th grade reject, you fucking idiot. You think they spent $2 billion on boxing? You cannot be this dumb. And if you are, God save you, because you cannot.
I'm surprised who the people that be trying to spin that narrative, bro. You'd be surprised.
You really think they blew $2 billion on boxing? What the fuck are you, an idiot? They bought soccer rights. They bought Bundesliga. That's one of them. That's where the billions of dollars get spent.
Yep.
But I don't. Once again, I don't like talking to these. Like, don't talk to me, dumb motherfucker. Don't talk to me. Talk amongst each other. Talk to yourselves. Don't talk to me. I don't give a fuck. Talk about me, but don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. I don't learn nothing talking to you. You're a fucking idiot.
Like Eddie Hearn is expanding in newer markets. And they're talking about him like he's contracting. Like he's the one contracting. Like he didn't just open up shop in Australia.
And somebody better get dropped in this fight.
Yo, these two suck, bro.
Well,
You know
hold
what
on.
the shit is? Shaw can't manage the distance.
I've been saying this, but the Ajagba is basic.
The
He
job
is.
is basic as fuck,
He
and
is.
he's
That's why
slow. He's so
Frank
slow.
Sanchez beat him the way he did because
He's
he's so
so
basic.
slow.
He's having issues with Shaw. Shaw keeps moving. He
He's
can't pin
wild
him
on the
down.
fundamentals.
1-2, 1-2.
You know who we gotta see
1-2.
more of in
FA's
2023.
showing a good jab, but Shaw's good jab and
It's
showing good jab
binary
himself.
code. He's basic.
We
He's
gotta see more
messaging with
Frankie
aliens.
Sanchez in 2023.
But yeah, yo, like if a motherfucker like, and I seen the tweet, and I don't comment that shit. I literally take my own advice and scroll right past that dumb shit because I'm like, if you stupid enough to think they blew $2 billion on boxing, go ahead, bro. Just go ahead. You're talking about 230 something territories, and in your pea-sized brain, you think that it was all on boxing. You're a fucking idiot,
Dude. I saw something. It was $5 billion, $2 to $5 billion. People
Football is
believe this
one of
shit.
the biggest sports worldwide, man, and they of course they're going to cash in on it. But
and no one stopped to ask. Wait a minute. Why are we talking about the report from 2021? Where's the 2022 report? Now, Joe Markowski retweeted on Twitter where they are. 15 million subscribers worldwide, over 200 territories, the biggest sports app in Europe. There's no story on that, though, right? The biggest sports app in Europe. Nobody
no
talks
story.
about that.
Well, why don't they talk about Frank Martin getting 125,000 views for free? For free. Why don't they talk about that?
Well, tell me what y'all think about this. Just saw a tweet from Chris Andre at Box. He said, "I think Sanchez is mentally scarred after Ajagba, but he's become someone gun shy and overly concerned with being countered."
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I
say so. I'd say so.
A jabber, 85. A jagber. But I'm like, yeah, bro. I was gonna do a segment on it, and I still might. That somebody like the people putting out those reports or whatever, those are hit pieces. Those are hit pieces likely designed to deter customers from subscribing to the platform by smearing it. But bear in mind, the biggest name in American boxing in this part of the world, that's where he fights. And you're telling me nobody's watching him. Yeah, right.
And I don't see any videos of people talking about Paramount getting rid of Showtime.
Then I'm the only one who does that.
Yeah, you are. You are.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's the only place I've seen it.
Because Julius tells the truth. Julius tells us the truth.
All I'm saying is, the only thing I'm saying is, and I always make sure to make this crystal clear, there's a good scenario, there's a bad scenario. The good scenario would be if Paramount decides that for whatever reason, they want to bring that content to their platform. The bad scenario is if they don't. Now, all I tell people is usually in situations like that, they keep what works and shed what doesn't. Now, how much of a bottom line to Showtime's viewership and subscribers is boxing?
And
less than 1% of their overall subscribers watch boxing. Do the math. Whether you do the equation with 33 million subscribers or you do the equation with 27, which is where it's at now because I looked it up. How many subscribers does Showtime have? Okay, 27 million. Now, if the average card, the median number for the average card is at or around 225,000 views, right? That means less than 1% of the overall subscribers are watching these shows. So you're not that important to their bottom line.
Nope.
Yes, and Espinoza at CDO school.
English translation, we don't mean shit.
Send them to Fight TV, man.
I pray to God that they go bankrupt.
What bothers me about the conversation, a few days ago, I have an argument on YouTube with a guy that said, "Look, PVC and Top Rank and all these promotional companies are doing the same thing, just a bunch of in-house fights." But dude, the PVC has to be the worst of them, and one of the reasons is the sanctioning bodies. Look, when Devin Haney won that WBO strap, the regular title against Gamboa, right? Right. He had the faculty to challenge Devin Haney in any point and any time after Devin Haney become undisputed. He hasn't done that. But
Nope.
on the other hand, Naoya Inoue get the Super WBO belt and has the faculty to challenge Stephen Fulton for his WBO belt and his weight class. And Stephen Fulton suddenly has plans to move one weight and is going to try to vacate that title. So
for a fight no one is asking for.
For a fight that nobody gives a shit. So you cannot say that the PBC and Top Rank and all these promotional companies are doing the same thing. No, PBC mostly, 90% of the time, only does in-house fights and only pursue in-house fights. Top Rank tries to use the regular means to do other kind of fights. Fights that people actually are asking for.
The other thing is that the fights that PBC is putting on, like, one, it's not that there's something wrong with in-house fights. Literally every promoter does in-house fights. That's not what's wrong. It's that you literally block the fights that people are asking for.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's wrong. You block
and you hold the belts hostage.
Yeah, you block the fights that people are literally asking you for. Any business that is a business relies on the principle of supply and demand. And all you're supplying are fights that no one is demanding. You see there's a growing interest for Inoue versus Fulton. What do? You got the guy go up there to fight Brandon again. Who the fuck want that?
Well, and they also get people to, like, the governing bodies to get people to step aside on mandatories and don't enforce mandatories. So basically, the titles get held hostage and go stagnant.
I think that's where most of their money is going to. That has to be it.
The other thing is, look, I'd rather see Spence, and in their mind, it's a hot take. In reality, no, the fuck, it's not. Stanionis is young. He's in his prime. He's not injury prone. He's been fighting the last couple of years. Spence versus Stanionis is more interesting to me than Spence versus Has-Been Thurman. I'm sorry.
Stanionis beats Thurman right now.
We all know that.
Come on, man.
Hey, Jules, real quick.
Go ahead, Hayam.
Hey, Jules, real quick. If you watching this fight, because I'm watching it, do you think this guy beats Daniel Dubois or anybody?
No.
Does he, where
does
he rank?
Nah. I'll tell you why he beats Dubois. I'll tell you why
he beats Dubois.
All right, hold on. I'll tell you why he beats Dubois. The jab. Even though he's just jabbing, Dubois will make a mistake before he does because he's staying on his jab. It's not the most fun thing to watch him do, but he's staying on his jab. Whereas Dubois would be the one that lunges in looking for a power shot, so he'd be the one that gets countered.
Would he spoil himself with the jab? He's throwing the jab a little too much. Would he spoil himself?
Dubois don't got the best chin, bro. If he gets hit with the wrong shot, he's going out, bro.
I agree.
It's not because FK got the killer in him. It's because if somebody's gonna make a mistake, it'll be Daniel.
But I think FA's throwing too much of a jab. I think he's throwing a jab recklessly. I think he can get counted easily.
Yeah, I think like Joyce has something coming off the jab. I think Dubois would blitz Ajagba.
I get him out of there.
I don't. The boy's too fragile at this stage. He's too fragile.
Remember, y'all looking at him. Y'all saying that, but y'all looking at him against a guy that's moving lateral. Daniel is not going to do that.
No, he's not.
You're correct. You're correct about that.
Daniel's going to go in there.
Right there. He's going to stand right there. He's not going to move. Barely he's going to get clipped at some point by FA. He's going to not by the jab, by a right hand.
You can't rate him based on what
but there's a chance that he could clip Ajagba as well.
That's true.
He's got power in both hands.
But I trust Ajagba to take a better shot than I do Stephen. Sorry, that I do Daniel.
No, but Ajagba been dropped by lowlights. Ajagba been dropped by cruiserweights.
He's never been stopped though.
No, but he's been dropped by cruiserweight.
But Dubois got dropped by a cruiserweight.
What are we talking about?
Ajagba got. I agree.
But he's never been stopped though. Daniel's been stopped already.
All right. Let me put it another way. One, Daniel doesn't move his head at all. like at all. He gonna get all them jabs. He's gonna get all them jabs because he's not gonna move lateral the way Shaw's moving lateral. He'll walk into a jab. He might walk into a jab that puts him on his ass because he ain't moving lateral. He's gonna come forward.
You're 100% correct. You're 100% correct.
Julius,
he could slip a jab and hit him.
You said before that Ajagba might walk, might walk to buy into a counter. Does Ajagba strike you that the kind of guy that's counter someone? Because
look at his feet. Look at his feet.
His feet are well planted, but he doesn't do anything with his actual movement.
Yeah. No. See. This is what I'm telling you. He has better feet than Daniel. He has a more judicious jab than Daniel. And the
I can't say he got better feet than Daniel.
I can say that.
What makes you say that?
The forward momentum of Daniel lunging in to get off a power shot. It's not that Ajagba has this huge power. It's that you're going to come forward and you're going to walk into a punch.
Yep.
I will give you that, but what makes you think Ajagba has better feet than Daniel?
Have you seen that?
See that at
you
all.
seen Daniel?
No. See, because if you watch
I watched Daniel, they do the same exact thing.
He's trying to bounce a little more. I think, like that's what who's his trainer again? Really good trainer.
Nick Aroma.
No, the British dude.
Oh, you talking about Shane? You talking about Shane?
Shane McGuigan. Put that in him. He's trying to put that. He's trying to make a move.
That shit ain't working.
It's not working.
It's
not working.
I think it's working a little.
It's not working.
You can see him. He's a little bouncy.
Did you see the Kevin Lorena fight?
He was bouncing, but he got hurt, but he was still moving.
Down 3 times in the first round, man. Like,
we get that, but look at Ajagba. Look at Ajagba. Look at his feet and look at his movement. You telling me this guy is somebody?
Ajagba is
I'm watching him right now.
Ajagba moving lateral, getting off the jab and stepping off the jab. 2, Daniel,
Ajagba's too close to his opponent.
I don't think Ajagba's good either. I just think that he's better than Dubois.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, but fellas, I think I found Jared Anderson's next opponent.
Yeah,
No. Wait. Let me finish. I think it's Johnny Rice. Which
they'll give Johnny Rice, then they'll give him Ajagba, or maybe Shaw and then Ajagba.
I think Jared should fight him next. I think Jared should fight him next.
We was talking about that last night.
Jared would annihilate
Jared Anderson versus Johnny Rice. We was talking about that last night. What do you think, Jules? Now that you
I like that fight, Johnny Rice. I like that fight.
Why not? He just upset Guido.
Yeah, I call Johnny Rice a better version of Buster Douglas. That's what I called him.
Yeah, Johnny Rice ain't to play.
No, they'll give him probably Shaw first, and then Johnny Rice, then Ajagba.
Either or is fine with me.
Yo, do you guys think Torres and Anderson will ever meet?
Yes.
Yeah,
Jules, that's what I was going to ask you. Who are they going to feed Torres to next?
I also wonder.
That would be crazy.
And I don't know if they're going to do this, but who says they can't move Shaw to Bridgerweight?
Yeah,
Torres.
What's his weight?
How
much is he weighing? How much is he weighing in for this fight? Right
now?
I
don't know. But if he can get down to 224, he'd beat Bobic. Yes, he would.
Yeah. Oh, yes,
I don't think Bob takes Bridgerweight seriously.
Yeah, I don't think Bobic going to win at Bridgerweight. I think he'll get devastated at Bridgerweight. I think Agasiev would upset him immediatly.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't think Bob even like.
Why does Agasiev look like he's in his mid-40s?
Yeah, Torres.
He's like 23, right?
I know,
bro.
He look like an old man. It's like, why does he look so old? Like,
I just watched it yesterday, bro. Makhmudov put Torres to sleep in 1 round.
You talking about in the amateurs?
In the amateurs.
Yeah, Makhmudov.
He put him to sleep, bro.
Was it Makhmudov or Jaloff Rice?
Yeah, I think you mean Jaloff.
Jaloff Rice.
Yeah, Makhmudov
was Makhmudov.
It was the southpaw. Makhmudov's the southpaw, right?
Yeah.
No.
Makhmudov is straight right hand.
Jalolov, bro.
Jalolov, that big jolly Russian.
Oh yeah, Jalolov. It was Jalolov, right?
Yeah, it was Jalolov. He put him to sleep, yo.
I thought Richard Torres was on his card. Well,
no, he's not on this card.
He's on the next. He's on the next one, though.
They need to get him back out there, man, for real.
He's on the next one, I believe.
Ain't he the one that knocked out that like chubby Mexican dude like really bad? And
he damn near killed that man.
So they're gonna get him. They're gonna get him on the next one and bring him back real quick on the Ramirez card because he's from Ladera, which is like 15, 20 minutes to present.
Is Ajagba doing his AJ impression and not fighting like what
this
he's
is not an
supposed
AJ
to?
impression.
Not putting his I'm talking about not exerting his size over there trying to do a boxing match with a guy that's a better boxer. Is that what he's doing right now?
That is actually what he's doing.
Well, I'll tell you, y'all saying that shit and he winning.
Yes, he is.
He is winning, but this shit is boring.
This is boring as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. This is boring. This
is not what F.A. Ajagba is supposed to be doing.
He definitely learned from that Sanchez fight.
Roman,
he just doesn't improve as a fighter.
Is that what he's doing? He's doing his AJ.
I think. Let me say this. I think y'all confusing being bored with him doing something wrong because I don't see what he's doing wrong.
I ain't
I'm
saying
bored.
He's not.
This is a textbook.
What he's doing wrong is not.
I just would have liked a knockout or a knockdown or something. That's all.
No, what he's doing wrong is he's not letting his hands go. He's going behind the jab. He's throwing the right hand. He's not throwing a left hook.
Hold on, you putting it all on one fighter. It's two men in the ring. Shaw's scared to let him go.
I agree. Lateral. But that's still Ajagba still got to do his job. Your job is still your job.
He is. He's jabbing.
He's winning. He's doing his job.
Nah, he's not, fam.
I see a 1 and a 2.
Okay, well,
where's the shots to the body? Where's the shots to the body? Where's the cutting off the ring?
There's not much variety. There's not much variety.
That's what I'm trying to say. There's not much variety.
Who could Ajagba fight at this point in his career?
That's the only one. Just jab your way to a decision.
If the fighter opposite of you has your number, you're supposed to throw different things at them, give them different looks. You're supposed to try to hurt them. What is this?
I think they're gonna give him Johnny Rice next.
See, because he's in a weird place where he's too
Ajagba's worried because the other guy's away.
Ajagba. That's way bully.
Oh, not this again. Not this again. Not this again. Not this again.
A callback.
Listen to me. Let me do this. Let me do this. In all seriousness. It's not that I liked what I saw from Ajagba because I was very bored. But
yes.
I was bored, but the usage of the jab, that he kept it out there, it's pesky, and that means he ain't everybody's bitch. If he can keep that jab working, and frustrate a guy long enough to make a mistake, like what I noticed about Shaw is he's struggling with the range. He just can't get off his shots. He can't get around the jab because it's just as much Shaw's job to find the shots as it is Ajagba's, and Shaw couldn't find nothing. Couldn't find shit.
Correct. But Ajagba didn't create nothing. He just sat there with the jab.
If you could beat a guy with a jab, what you gonna make your job harder for?
Hold on. The jab is not there for you to just beat somebody up with the jab. The jab is there for you to open up other things with it.
George with
Devin did it twice with George.
But
Prograis beats the paper with the jab, but he broke him down with the jab in that fight.
But they open up other things and give you different threats.
I'm just telling you that Dubois gets slapped, bro. I'm telling you, Dubois gets slapped.
I think Dubois gets slapped as well. All I'm saying is Ajagba needs to show a little bit more variety. He needs to show a little bit more something else. He got to show a little something else, fam.
I only saw 1-2 from that.
You should have never lost to a Frank Sanchez that's moving around like a crazy person. Frank Sanchez, I hate him just as much as you do, Jules. And you should have never lost to Frank Sanchez. You lost because
I don't think anybody hates you. I don't think anybody hates Frank Sanchez.
Say it one more time, fam.
He got outboxed by superior boxer in Frank Sanchez.
Yo, he did. He did. I agree with you. I agree with that.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
I agree with your statement, just so you know, fam. I agree with your statement.
Let me say this. Frankie Sanchez is as boring as he is. He's got a pesky style. It's not easy to deal with somebody.
Yeah,
annoying. Like it's not as boring as it is. The shit works, bro. And then the same applies to Ajagba. As boring as it is to watch him just one.
But his shit is only working at this level.
Frankie said he's gonna try to come forward more.
Ajagba shit is only working at this level. Frankie Sanchez do got some tricks up his sleeve, but Ajagba shit is only working at this level. Once he gets around some bigger boys, they're gonna hurt him.
Yeah, they're gonna hurt him. Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. He don't have enough for the big boys.
Yeah, he don't have enough behind his.
But he has enough for Daniel. But he has enough for Daniel. I'm telling you.
Yes,
he has enough for Daniel. Now, does he have enough for Joyce? Absolutely not.
No.
Little ass jab ain't going.
No.
That will not
Joyce
deter
has
Joyce
shit.
from coming forward.
Joe Joyce has shit behind his jab. Joe Joyce
Well,
has
they've
something
grown a
behind his
little
jab.
more.
He doesn't have it for Joe Joyce. No, he loses
You
to
don't
Joe
have
Joyce.
it for Joyce.
Nah,
Now,
he
on that
doesn't.
note, gentlemen, I'm gonna
Nah.
fucking go to sleep. It's fucking 12:11. Catch y'all on the next one.
Good night.
Hey,
Oh, by the way,
have a
Jules,
good night,
Jules, before you go, you know what I'm gonna ask?
Is Ben Davidson a weight bully?
Yeah.